Chapter 1, Dijin Exhibition. In June, the scorching sun is like a big fireball, hanging in the sky above the fanzine instant photo event. Even in the evening, the temperature still doesn't mean to drop. This is the biggest comic doujinshi instant shooting event in Yunhai City. Many comic enthusiasts will come here to try their luck, hoping to find their favorite doujinshi. The sun is slanting to the west, and the fan exhibition is still full of people. The readers around the booth are flipping through the fanzine on the table. A young man standing behind the booth wiped his forehead and breathed a little. This young man is 17 or 18 years old, with broken hair on one head, fair skin, and a mole on the corner of his left eye. His eyes are piercing, and he often smiles, giving people the feeling of a boy next door. His name in this world is Shen Xin. A month ago, he was only a third-rate online novelist, but now he accidentally crossed the world and became a first-year art student. Blame the careless of death, misreading the name, and pulling him out of the original world. After learning of the work mistake, Reaper immediately admitted the mistake. But his body has been cremated, and there is no way to return the sun. Reaper can only find another way, allowing him to successfully cross to this man named Shen Xin, and at the same time, he also gifted him 3 comic capsules with different effects. After taking the comic capsules, Shen Xin knew their effects. First of all, the comics he has read on the earth can be clearly recalled in this world. Apart from the comics of Osamu Tezuka, there are no other comics on the earth. Secondly, he has mastered the relevant experience of cartoonists, and comic-related content, including storyboarding, composition, and the use of tools, are all included. When he uses the dip pen, these will clearly come to mind. What he lacks is to use this knowledge for his own use. Third, when he is practicing painting, he will get a 100% speed increase, which allows him to improve his manga experience, painting skills, and many other abilities in a short period of time. He knows that this is the golden finger in online novels, but please, he is an online novel author. What do you do to give him a comic capsule? However, after he really understood the world, he realized the good intentions of death. There is no online novel in this world. What's more tragic is that China's most popular novel magazines, such as Wuxia, they value writing rather than brainstorming. Better than writing? Is not a big talk. In terms of writing, he has never won an online writer with the same score, let alone a writer of a novel magazine. In contrast, under the influence of District 11, China's comics have also become very popular. There are 3 comic magazines with more than 3 million copies in a single issue. These 3 magazines are called the 3 major magazines by Huaxia Manyu. As for the host, he was an art student before his death. At the same time, he was also aspiring to become a comic book artist of the 3 major magazines. These attributes fit well with the comic capsule. Think of it this way, Reaper treats him pretty well. Wait. Isn't Reaper the who killed him? Thinking of this, Shen Xin felt unspeakably depressed. Before he crossed, he was a dead mansion, and I read a lot of comics. After, he became Shen Xin. His pace of life has not changed much. In addition to a car accident a year ago, all of his lives were lost. He also has a sister who is not related by blood. The pace of life has not changed much. He usually stays in the house, but the tool of struggle has been changed from a keyboard to a dip pen. After selling a fanzine, Shen Xin picked up the mineral water bottle and drank the last bite into his belly, but his throat was still dry. That guy Yang Bo just bought some water, but it hasn't come back until now. Shen Xin sighed. This time, he and his friends from the Comic Research Club came to the doujin show, on the one hand to sell doujinshi, on the other hand, he wanted to try his luck. In large fan exhibitions, there are usually some comic magazine editors who rent a booth to accept contributions from fan authors. The host was short of money, and he also contributed to several large comic magazines during his lifetime. As a result, there was no news at all. Originally, he hoped to use this fan exhibition to find some opportunities, but as time passed, the opportunities became slim. At this time, a bottle of ice-cold mineral water suddenly appeared in front of Shen Xin, frightening him, and then a familiar voice rang in his ears. "You're..." Shen Xin raised his head and saw a young man with blonde hair and a white shirt looking at him with a smile. "Yang Bo, do you still know to come back? I'm almost dying of thirst." Shen Xin took the mineral water and took a big sip. The cold mineral water entered his throat, and a sweetness filled his mouth. When he put down the mineral water bottle, it was already empty. "I did it for you, but I ran most of the fan show." "For me?" Shen Xin was confused. "The magazine's booth is in District 11. If you want to contribute, just go there." Yang Bo grinned, showing his white teeth. 11 districts? This area feels so strange. China's next door, isn't it in District 11? The relationship between the 11 districts of this world and China, and the Earth time is almost the same. "I didn't lie to you, it's true." Yang Bo handed the mineral water to the rest of the community. Then, "Yang Bo, I will go to the 11th district to take a look, and then I will invite you to dinner." Shen Xin quickly grabbed the last fanzine and hurriedly left the booth. Yunhai is not a first-tier city in China, but the atmosphere of the second dimension is relatively strong. The comic exhibition is about to end, but the number of exhibitors has not decreased at all. This is a good example. At the same time, due to the excellent comic atmosphere, some comic magazines have been born, but the sales volume is not too high. Most of them are in the tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of volumes. Shen Xin took his picture album and hurried to District 11. It is getting late, most of the stalls have been closed, the remaining magazines are not very famous, and the monthly sales volume should be around tens of thousands. Relying on the sales of tens of thousands of copies, even if Shen Xin uses the famous comics on the Earth to contribute, it is difficult to make waves. In addition to its own strength, the platform is also very important. Shen Xin scanned the booths and discharged magazines with sales of only tens of thousands. Only one booth was left, Monthly Dreamer, that met his requirements. The single sales volume of this magazine is about 600,000 to 700,000 copies, and it is also well known in China. The fly in the ointment is that this magazine is a monthly magazine and only one is sold a month, which is obviously different from weekly magazines. It would be good if it were a weekly magazine. After all, the more you paint, the more money you will get. Shen Xin had no choice. After taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and came to the booth of Dreamer magazine. The two editors who were chatting immediately sat upright after seeing Shen Xin. "Hello." A young man in a floral shirt stood up and bowed slightly to Shen Xin. This editor should be 25 or 16 years old, slightly taller than Shen Xin, and should be about 1.78 meters. He was thin, wore glasses with black frames, and showed a warm smile. "Hello, this is the Dreamer magazine, right?" Shen Xin held the magazine and looked at the young man. "Yes, I am the editor Wang Wenhong, can I help you?" The young man kept smiling as much as possible. "Internet celebrity? Good name." Shen Xin suddenly became interested in Wang Wenhong, and put the album in his hand on the table. "This is my work, I want to ask, can this level be serialized in your magazine?" The young man smiled and picked up the picture album. Suddenly he felt a little damp in his hands, and he felt a little unhappy. "Oh, I just drank water, maybe there was water splashing on it." Shen Xin explained. "That's it." Wang Wenhong's face immediately returned to normal, and he smiled knowingly. "It's so hot, understandable, let me take a look at the contents of the picture album first." "Well, the name is The Witch, right?" "That's right." Shen Xin nodded slightly. The outline and name of this fanzine were drawn by the host before his death. Because the time was too short, he didn't do more processing. After slightly modifying the name, he started to draw the line and draw the fanzine. The readability of the story is average, but relying on the experience that manga capsule brings him, he is convinced that the division and composition of the manga are absolutely fine. Sure enough, after Wang Wenhong saw it, he nodded immediately, very good, solid painter, and the characteristics of girls are shown. But Wang Wenhong paused, the two of us are just editors, so we can't reply to you right away, or else, you leave your contact information, and when we get news, I can contact you, how about? Okay. Shen Xin was overjoyed and immediately wrote his name and phone number on the cover of the album. Seeing Shen Xin disappear into the crowd, Wang Wenhong's expression instantly turned cold. Brother Wang, I didn't expect you to find two treasures in one day. The female editor sitting next to him teased. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Which stone do you think is a treasure? It may be a rough jade, or it may be a stinky stone. The story is the soul of comics, this picture album, the story is nothing new. Then, Wang Wenhong will Shen Xin's picture album. Throwing it on the ground, I already have a jade in my hand, how can I be interested in the smelly stone? Hey? But didn't you leave his phone number just now? The female editor was puzzled. Hey, how sad should he be if I reject him directly? Wang Wenhong's words were full of ridicule. What if he waits for your reply? The female editor asked. That means he is a fool. What does it have to do with me? If you feel bad about him, pick it up and keep it for yourself. Wang Wenhong said with a light smile. The female editor looked at the picture album on the ground coldly, wrinkled her nose, and shook her head again and again, so she didn't want the things that others had thrown away. Look, don't you think he can't do it too? Okay, time is almost up, quickly close the stall. Wang Wenhong stretched out. The female editor put the received magazine in the box. Wang Wenhong picked up the box and left the booth with the female editor. Not long after the two people left, a tall woman walked past the booth of Monthly Dreamer, her footsteps suddenly stopped, and she looked down at the picture album under her feet. Which? The woman picked up the picture album and read it roughly, frowning slightly. After reading the cartoon again, she put the discarded picture album in her bag. Shen Xin? Interesting. The woman's depressed mood for the day was wiped out at this moment. Chapter 2, Younger Sister. Chapter 2 Sister. Shen Xin returned home, it was almost midnight. Just as he opened the door of the room, the light in the room suddenly turned on. Why didn't you sleep? Shen Xin glanced at the entrance, and a girl in a blue nightdress stood in front of him. This woman is well grown, her straight long hair extends to her back, and her bangs run along her slender eyebrows, covering her forehead. The eyes are big, like a pool of clear lake, which makes people feel calm. Under the delicate nose is a small cherry mouth, which is small and cute. Whenever Shen Xin saw her, he would think of the heroine in Hyogu, Chitanda Eru. She was the first girl he met after he had traveled into this world. Her name was Xi Muxin, who was the unrelated sister of the host. No. I feel a little worried. It's so late. Xi Muxin brought the meal to the table. What can I do? I just participated in a fan show. Shen Xin lowered his head, not looking at the girl who was 3 years younger than him. I found a job in a nearby bookstore, and when the exam is over, I can go to them to work, all on a daily basis. Chi Muxin whispered. Hey? Don't you need to be so anxious? Shen Xin looked at Xi Muxin in surprise. The money at home is almost gone, right? Besides, after Sister Lu moved out, we have no income. Xi Muxin said softly. Hey! Shen Xin's chopsticks stopped in mid-air. From the host's memory, he knew that a girl had rented a house here, but she suddenly moved out for unknown reasons. Ahem! It doesn't matter, I have already handed over the fanzine to the editor of Dreamer. If I'm lucky, I might sign a serialization contract with the magazine. Shen Xin subconsciously touched his cheek. The girl surnamed Lu slapped him before leaving. As for the reason, the host who was beaten inexplicably, I also want to know. Really? Ximyagzun was a little skeptical. Should it? Shen Xin touched his nose, not sure in his heart. He left my name and phone number? Maybe he will ask me for a draft soon. But he may perfuse you. Ximuksen said. Hey? This shouldn't be possible, right? Shen Xin recalled the scene at that time. Wang Wenhong's behavior was very enthusiastic, and it didn't seem to be a lie to him. It's just a fanzine, shouldn't it be necessary? After eating, Ximuksen packed up the tableware and walked into the kitchen. Shen Xin looked at the figure of Ximuksen leaving, feeling quite inwardly. The host's sister and her brother are newly married couples. Because of this relationship, the host's relationship with Ximuksen is pretty good. A year ago, the host's parents, elder sister, brother-in-law, Ximuksen and his family traveled together, while Shen Xin had no companions because he was going to take an art exam in another place. On the way back, there was a car accident. Of the 7 people in the group, only Ximuksen survived. Her sister kept her arms around her until she died so that she could survive. So the host and Ximuksen became the only remaining survivors of the 2 families. The 2 people wanted to take care of each other and they lived together, but because of the sisters' affairs, the host didn't happily treat Ximuksen until the host died suddenly because of overwork, and the relationship between the 2 did not improve much. Shen Xin, who had crossed over, knew these things from the host's memory, and he also knew that the host did not blame Ximuksen, and before he crossed, he was an only child. The sudden appearance of his sister made him overjoyed. Therefore, the relationship between the 2 has improved a bit recently. Sometimes, Ximuksen also joked with Shen Xin. Although the relationship between the 2 is no longer tense, the pressure in life has not been reduced in the slightest. Hope Dreamer can contact him, right? Shen Xin stretched out, a little sleepy. By the way, brother Xin. Ximuksen came out of the kitchen and stopped Shen Xin, who was about to return to the studio. Okay. The entrance examination is about to take place in 2 weeks, and there will be a period of intensive training there. At that time, I may not have time to come back. Chimuksen wiped his hands and hung up his apron. Oh, I see. Shen Xin pushed open the door. Don't eat instant noodles. Ximuksen said. Shen Xin seemed to be trampled on his tail. Tell you, Ximuksen, I can cook. The egg fried rice I made I can, eat it. Ximyagzun smiled without saying a word. An office building, office. Morning, Sister Yanfu, what are you looking at? A girl wearing a large white t-shirt with a ball-shaped head went into the office and found a long-haired woman reading a manuscript. Xiao Li, didn't I go to a fan exhibition 2 days ago? Yanfu chuckled. Ah, I know. I picked up the baby. Yanfu sat up straight with a smile on his face. When he said the word picked up, his tone became a lot harder, because she actually picked up this baby. What baby? Have you seen? Yanfu picked up a drawing on the table, draft. Receiving the manuscript at the fan show? Our magazine doesn't seem to have a booth this year. Xiaoli took Yanfu's manuscript. Hey? Even the cover is black and white? Is the binding too bad? Of course this is not the case with the original version, this is the fanzine I found on the ground. The cover is a bit dirty, so I copied it again. Yanfu explained. The manuscript only has more than 20 pages. In less than 2 minutes, Xiaoli read the manuscript again. Tisk tisk, use the protagonist's kiss to restore the magic of the witch. This kind of story is really bad. The story is bad, but you didn't notice it. Did you finish reading it effortlessly just now? Yan Fu reminded. That's right. After Yan Fu's reminder, Xiaoli suddenly discovered this problem. This is where this manuscript is powerful. Its sub-shots are excellent, and the coordination between the large and small grids is also very appropriate. Of course, if you care too much about its plot, you will definitely not be able to keep it, but if you calm down and read it, you will find that its sub-cameras are very characteristic and are of excellent level among people of the same age. Yan Fu said earnestly. Since it is so powerful, why was it thrown on the ground? Xiaoli asked puzzledly. Yan Fu shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This is about to ask the editor of Monthly Dreamer. I found this in front of their booth. Maybe that editor encountered something uncomfortable. The incident caused him not to be in the mood to look at it. This is the only explanation Yan Fu can think of. When she picked up the magazine, the cover was really wrinkled, and it should have been sprinkled with water. In the case of a tiring day, people's emotions will indeed be more irritable, and some things that they usually don't think will change their mentality. This painter may have become a victim in this situation, but for her, this is a good thing. She bent down inadvertently and found this good quality fanzine. Speaking of Dreamer, I heard that they also found a newcomer in the fan show, who seemed to have drawn an R18 book. The editors of Dreamer and even their editor-in-chief are very optimistic about him. They have always wanted to prove I finally found the secret weapon this time. Xiaoli wrinkled her nose. Yan Fu heard about this for the first time, but in the end, the circle of Yunhai Comics magazine is so big, there are not many secrets at all. She just didn't care about these things, and she was a little happy when she got the draft of The Witch recently, and it was inevitable that she would miss this information. But I sink my heart and think, Dreamer is a magazine that has always wanted to make a difference, and this change is normal. She likes to face challenges. Thinking of this, Yan Fu sat up straight, picked up the phone of the landline, and dialed the phone on the cover of The Witch. Sister Yan, what are you going to do? Xiaoli asked curiously. Talk to the author of this manuscript a little bit. Yan Wei narrowed his eyes, with a slight smile on his face. Chapter 3, 3 streams are also streams. On Friday, Shen Xin went to the bookstore and bought a magazine, Weekly Comic Futura. As the top of the 3 major magazines, this magazine with a single issue sales of more than 5 million copies is undoubtedly the leader of all comic magazines in China. This sales volume is very close to the peak of Weekly Jump. Considering that there are 8.9 billion people in China in this world, and the atmosphere of comics is no less than the 11th district of this world, so, Comic Futura can have more than 5 million people. Sales, it is not difficult to understand. Shen Xin certainly hopes that his comics can be published in this magazine, using the comics that he has seen on the earth, to become the pillar of Comic Futura in one fell swoop, standing on the top of the comics industry, and making up for the regret of not becoming a master of online literature in his lifetime. Hey! Thinking of this, Shen Xin felt a little excitement in his heart. With Weekly Comic Futura in his arm and vegetables and instant noodles in his other hand, he was about to go home, but the phone in his trouser pocket rang. Who would be so boring to call at this time? Could it be the editor named Wang Wenhong? Shen Xin switched on the phone with a look of expectation, but a woman's voice came through the microphone. Hello, is this Shen Xin? That's right. Shen Xin nodded. Is not Wang Wenhong? I am the editor of Weekly New World, can I ask you out to meet? Weekly New World? This magazine is also very famous in Yunhai, with a single issue sales of about 500,000. Because it is a weekly magazine and the publication frequency is fast, the reader adhesion is higher than that of Monthly Dreamer. It's just that Shen Xin and Weekly New World did not intersect, and it is not clear why the other party approached him. No problem. Shen Xin will not miss any chance. Then do you have time now? The other party then asked. Yes, but... Well, I'll be waiting for you at the Starbucks in the city center. The other party didn't give him the time to reflect, so he hung up the phone. Can you let me finish talking first? I want to take the food home. Shen Xin is depressed. His home and Starbucks are in the opposite direction, but if he wants to see this mysterious editor, he must go directly to Starbucks. After thinking about it, Shen Xin felt that this was a rare opportunity, so he decided to meet the female editor. Taking the subway, Shen Xin hurriedly came to the cafe designated by the editor, opened the door and looked around. There was no one he knew well. Ah, failure! I forgot to ask how the two recognized each other. But then again, the impatient editor did not give him a chance to speak, and because the other party was calling from a landline, he could not communicate with the female editor. Shen Xin lost his temper and had to consider whether to leave. This is when someone suddenly raised his hand by the window and waved to him. His gaze moved immediately, and he found that the person raising his hand was a beautiful woman with long hair. She is not too old, she is in her early 20s, but the shawl's fluffy perm makes her look quite mature, which complements her full figure and is very attractive. Willow eyebrows and phoenix eyes, high nose bridge, and lips. I have to say that this woman's appearance is very attractive to most boys. Is she an editor? Shen Xin has watched Dream Eater and republished. Most of the editors in it are very sloppy, and the woman in front of him is completely from two worlds. Shen Xin was not sure, but he still walked over. Are you Shen Xin? The woman stood up. Wearing high heels, she is only a little bit shorter than Shen Xin. Yes, may I ask you? Shen Xin was surprised. He hadn't met this woman, but listening to the voice, it was indeed the female editor who talked with him on the phone. You sit down first. The woman waved to the waiter and ordered 2 cups of coffee. After the coffee was served, the female editor also handed in her business card to Shen Xin. Shen Xin glanced down at the content above. Yan Fu, editor in charge of Weekly New World magazine. Excuse me, what can you do with me? You shouldn't be old now, right? Yan Fu asked curiously. I will be 18 soon, Shen Xin said truthfully. The host had skipped grades when he was in school, and he was less than 17 years old when he was admitted to the university. From this point of view, the host's talent in art is much better than usual. So young? Yan Fu asked in surprise. My birthday in the second half of the year. Shen Xin explained patiently. Many web writers are forever 18 years old, but he is a genuine minor. Yan Fu listened to Shen Xin's explanation and looked at Shen Xin twice more. For cartoonists, the younger, the greater the potential. Even in China, there are still not many cartoonists under the age of 20, let alone the sea of clouds. Yan Fu opened the handbag beside him and handed the copy of The Witch to Shen Xin. Is this your work? Shen Xin nodded. Although it was a black and white copy, he did copy the cover. His name and phone number were written on the cover. This is his handwriting. I remember I gave this book to the editor of Dreamer Wang. Did you get this fanzine from him? Shen Xin puzzled. That's it. Yan Fu held up the coffee cup with some embarrassment. If Shen Xin knew that his notebook was thrown away by Wang Wenhong, he would probably be blown up. Considering this factor, Yan Fu did not tell the truth. Compared with the momentary breath, she still hopes that Shen Xin can focus on painting. That's it. Shen Xin rubbed his chin, a little confused about Yan Fu and Wang Wenhong's thoughts. Aren't the editors of different magazines the enemy? How could Wang Wenhong transfer his fandom to Yan Fu? Just as Shen Xin was thinking about the reason, Yan Fu also put down the cup and turned to stare at him. I know you gave the manuscript of The Witch to Dreamer, but I like your storytelling and composition very much. I hope you can contribute to New World. Of course, the fee we give will not be lower than that of Dreamer. As for the story, I can find other originals. you just need to turn the originals into comics," Yan Fu said. After hearing Yan Fu's words, Shen Xian's brows jumped. The beauty editor obviously thought that his ability to write stories was extremely poor. Please, he is an online novelist on the earth. Although he is only a third rate, but the third rate is also a stream, don't look down on people. Besides, he has seen a lot of comics, and he knows some of the routines in it. With the addition of the comic capsule, conceiving the outline of a comic should not be a big problem. The most important thing is that no matter who Yan Fu works with, the cost of the manuscript must be divided equally with the other party. If the other party has a certain reputation in the industry, he will get less money. He firmly disagrees to split the cost of the manuscript with another person. For this reason, Shen Xian immediately shook his head without thinking about it. The story. I can figure it out by myself, and I don't need anyone else. Hey! Yan Fu frowned, his eyes full of doubt when he looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian is a little bit up, but he can also guess Yan Fu's mind, who made the witch manuscript really not good in terms of plot. Otherwise, when I draw the name, you can judge whether it can be qualified. Shen Xian suggested. Yan Fu thought for a while, then nodded, it's okay. But the first article must be a short story. Short story? Shen Xian blinked, sweating a little on his forehead, can't a long story work? He has never seen any short comics before. Whose comics does this make him reference? It must be short. Yan Fu said seriously, serializing full-length comics directly to newcomers is very risky for the magazine. Long-length comics must be at least 10 words in length. In case, the comics will be serialized after 3 or 5 chapters. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has no stamina, and the magazine will lose money. I like your shots and composition, but only these two will not make you a top cartoonist. Sorry, I can't risk this. Risk. After hearing Yan Fu's explanation, Shen Xian was a little frustrated, but Yan Fu's worries were also reasonable. Just like Ken Obata, a top-notch painter and a genius who was hailed by the editors of Jump as 1 in 10 years, many cartoonists who studied with him are more famous than him. But it wasn't until he received the script of Hatayumi that he entered the field of public readers with a soul of go. I see, the short story is just a short story. After all, he was also a net writer during his lifetime, so it should be fine to write a short story. Hearing Shen Xian agreeing, Yan Fu cupped the coffee cup in both hands. I think your style is very sensual, and it is more suitable for romantic comics. The Witch is also a short story with a romantic style. My suggestion is the first manga, preferably a love manga. There are some similarities between the short and the long. In love? Wait. You mean? Let me be a dead house and draw an original love story? How big should your heart be? Shen Xian bit her lip, with an urge to cry. He took a depressed sip of coffee and draws a short romance comic. For him now, it is indeed difficult because he has no relevant experience. At this time, the door of Starbucks was pushed open, and Shen Xian, who looked directly at the door, glanced at the door unconsciously, and frowned immediately. The face was unclear, so he turned his head to look at the person who came in. The man was tall and thin, with a black framed glasses and a professional smile on his face. Wang Wenhong. Yan's expression also became difficult to look. Chapter 4, Wang Wenhong and his Cartoonist. Embarrassment. Just admitted that Shen Xian's fanzine was taken from Wang Wenhong's hands, but she did not expect to meet Wang Wenhong in a blink of an eye. I knew this a long time ago, so I should tell the truth. Really, it's okay to be a good person. Yan Fu felt regretful, and hoped that Wang Wenhong would not find her. However, Yan Fu was about to look back, but he saw Wang Wenhong also turned his head and looked over. He smiled and said hello to Yan Fu. After saying a few words with the young man behind him, the two of them faced each other together. Walking with Yan Fu and Shen Xin. Yan editor, long time no see. Wang Wenhong walked to Yan Fu's desk. I heard that the sales of New World have fallen a bit recently. It's a shame. Expressed regret in his mouth, but the smile on Wang Wenhong's face never disappeared. It's really not that good. Yan Fu sighed. 1 month's sales of New World are only equivalent to the 3 months of Dreamer magazines. If this continues, New World will definitely lose money. Shen Xin strained his mouth, barely laughing. These words are really too bad. The single-issue sales volume of New World and Dreamer are not much different, but the advantages of weekly magazines are that they have a short release cycle, large overall sales, and a higher readership. If New World loses money, it means that the life of Dreamer is not easy. Wang Wenhong's face turned dark, but he quickly returned to normal. It was still a familiar professional smile, which even made Shen Xin feel a little uncomfortable. Behind the smile, there seemed to be something hidden, but he didn't mean to explain. That was before. After a while, Dreamer will definitely surprise you. The person behind Wang Wenhong suddenly said. Shen Xin's gaze was also attracted to him. Wang Wenhong is nearly 1.8 meters tall, similar to Shen Xin, while the young man behind him is taller. This young man has long broken hair and sharp eyes. He was wearing a blue t-shirt on the upper body, a silver necklace hung around his neck, jeans with ripped knees underneath, and a golden ring on each finger. Looks like ordinary clothes, but Shen Xin feels that this outfit, no. This young man's dress is a bit fancy and pompous. This is the impression Shen Xin left after seeing this person. Excuse me for my blindness, who are you? Yan Fu frowned. Well, I'm just a newcomer, and I don't have much reputation. You can just assume that you haven't heard of me. The man had a chuckle on his face. Wang Wenhong chuckled slightly. Don't listen to his nonsense. His name is Chen Zijiao. I found the newcomer after a lot of effort at the fan show 2 days ago. Within 1 day, he sold 4 at the fan show. Baban Dajinshi. 400 books? He. Shen Xin shouted in surprise. Chen Zijiao's mouth turned up, and he glanced at Shen Xin triumphantly. Because of the production cost, the price of Dajinshi is usually very high, most of which are around 40 to 50 yuan, and most of the Dajinshi that is bought is about 30 pages. Affected by price and number of pages, the sales volume of fanzine is generally not too high. Only 40 copies of the which were printed, and Shen Xin barely sold out just before sunset. However, Chen Zijiao sold 400 Dajinshi in 1 day, which is quite exaggerated. If there is a word to describe it, it can only be genius. Yan Fu listened to Wang Wenhong's words, and deliberately glanced at Chen Zijiao. It turns out to be a big hand. I don't know if I have a chance to take a look at your work. Big Hand are some well-known fan painters in the fandom circle. They are skilled in painting and have a relatively fixed style. Of course, I like beautiful women to appreciate my work. If there is a chance, I hope we can sit down and discuss the work slowly. Chen Zijiao showed a meaningful smile. Wang Wenhong waved his hand. Don't listen to his nonsense, he just spent a few R18 books, but the sales volume of each book is about 500 copies. Seeing Yan Fu's shock, Wang Wenhong's expression is unavoidable. He glanced at Shen Xin and asked, Yan Bian, is this the new cartoonist you are looking for? Looks young, maybe less than 20 years old? It should be about the same age as Chen Zijiao. Well, I hope you don't. After all, not everyone is a genius. Okay? Shen Xin suddenly felt bad in his heart. At the Dujin exhibition, he handed the Dujinshi of which to Wang Wenhong, but the other parties seemed to have forgotten him. Teacher, I gave you the manuscript at the fan show. Shen Xin said patiently. Really? Wang Wenhong was taken aback, and then his face was surprised. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Shen Xin carefully, and finally got an impression, yes, you seem to have given me a fanzine. I received too many manuscripts that day. Maybe you forgot your manuscripts? I'm sorry. However, if you can follow Yan to edit, it also shows that you are lucky. Come on, don't let me down. Said sorry, but Wang Wenhong didn't mean to be sorry at all. Shen Xian frowned and looked at Wang Wenhong with a chuckle and carelessness. He clenched his fists tightly. Just about to stand up to refute, he heard Yan Fu's cold voice, Editor Wang, I look forward to you very much. Don't let me down with the surprise brought by your new partner. Of course, to be honest, I am also looking forward to the cooperation with Big Hand. Wang Wenhong rubbed his chin in a happy mood, too. I won't bother you anymore. I hope you cooperate, work, enjoy, and have fun. Chen Zijiao also blew a whistle and blew a kiss to Yan Fu, and followed Wang Hongwen away with a hippie smile. Yan Fu's face was pale, and it was not until the two people left that she took a deep breath, and then said sorry to Shen Xian apologetically. Why do you apologize? Because I lied to you. Considering Shen Xian's self-esteem, Yan Fu still didn't say all the reasons. Actually, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not even have the qualifications to fight them. Shen Xian crossed his fingers, and his skin lost its blood color because of too much force. You have also seen that the relationship between New World and Dreamer is a direct competition. If there is a chance, he will definitely have to seduce him. In fact, you are purely lying down with a gun. Yan Fu apologized. Perhaps, but it is my business to be questioned or even ignored. Shen Xian was a little depressed. If Wang Wenhong said something like the story is chaotic and messy and the style of painting is not rigorous and immature, Shen Xian might feel better. After all, these are the problems that Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com does exist in his works. But being directly ignored, Shen Xian was somewhat unacceptable. Ignore, which is equivalent to does not exist. Even if he is blocking the gun for the host, he still has to prove to Wang Wenhong that Wang Wenhong's view is wrong. Seeing that Shen Xian was unhappy, Yan Fu also wanted to change the subject. You have just been able to suppress your anger. It's really not easy. Hehe, why don't you want to get angry? But when I was about to get angry, I was interrupted by you. Shen Xian muttered in his heart. Don't look at the relationship between the magazines, but the news between each other is very well informed. After all, we also know where our next stop is. If a newcomer painter is gesticulating with the editor, or even with the editor, quarrels are easy to spread in the editorial circle, which is detrimental to their future development. It's Taizu's privilege to be angry with editors and even magazines. Did I say something more? Seeing Shen Xian's face stiff, Yan Fu shook his finger in front of Shen Xian. No, of course not. Shen Xian shook his head repeatedly. Regardless of the industry, if you want to have the right to speak, you must stand at the top of the industry. Since he has such an opportunity, he must take it well. By the way, my phone number and the address of the magazine are on the business card. After you draw the name, you must pass it to me, and we will modify the name according to the specific content. Yan Fu reminded. Manga editors are very busy. Things like being in charge of cartoonists' big and small matters, buying meals, and thinking about the storyline are all trivial to them. Sometimes, the editors even act as assistants. I will draw the name as soon as possible. Shen Xian was a little emboldened. Love novel? Who did he ever fall in love with? Chapter 5, No Experience in Love Comics. The style of the cartoonist and the style of the story actually complement each other. For example, Gui Zheng's painting style is exquisite and realistic, and his attitude and posture of the girl can be regarded as meticulous. Even if he prefers to draw passionate fighting comics, because of his delicate and realistic style, he is still getting twice the result with half the effort when drawing love comics. He draws fighting comics, but it is not as brilliant as love comics. Shen Xin's style is also biased towards realism, which is of course not his original intention, but the pressure of life. After the death of a loved one, the host must find a way to make money. Because he is not good at composing stories and the storyboard is in a mess, it can only attract people's attention from the style of painting. What kind of painting style attracts readers the most? Meat. An ordinary manga, after adding the element of meat, it is easy to get results. For this reason, the host deliberately bought more than a dozen half-price magazines, Pink Circle similar to the Earth's Mr. XX. Spending this money made him feel distressed for a long time. After all, the funds left by parents and sisters are really not much. After a year of practice, the host's style of painting has gradually matured, but now Shen Xin doesn't like this style of painting. After all, this style can only allow him to draw best-selling comics or classic comics, but he cannot draw kingly comics, nor can he maximize the potential of a cartoonist. Fortunately, he still has a manga capsule. Looking back now, the 100% drawing learning bonus is indeed too great. As long as he spends a certain amount of time, he should be able to imitate the style of some comics on the earth. Of course, these things can be pushed back. The most urgent thing he needs to do now is to draw the name of the love comic. This is a torment for Shen Xin, who has no love experience in this life and died in a previous life. Of course, someone might say that the most important ability of a creator is imagination. Just like when Oda Iakiro was drawing One Piece, he had not eaten the fruit of the devil, so he still draws a hot manga? The problem cannot be considered in this way. In the world, no one has ever eaten devil fruit, but most people have fallen in love. The atmosphere created by love is quite intuitive when placed in the work. As a last resort, Shen Xin asked Xi Muxin what is love. Xi Muxin blushed and shook his head again and again. She's only 15 years old now, and she hasn't thought about it yet. Shen Xin asked Yang Bo of the Man Research Institute again, and Yang Bo's answer made him speechless. Soft and flexible. Nonsense. You read a lot of books, right? After repeated contemplation, Shen Xin could only bite the bullet, imitating the comics he had read, and drew the name. It happened in a certain high school. A relatively introverted boy fell in love with a certain girl, but because of his personality, he did not express it for a long time. After graduating from high school, everyone soon had to go their separate ways. The boys mustered up their courage and prepared to confess to the girls during this trip. With the help of a friend, the boy had the opportunity to be alone with the girl, but after buying a drink, he found that the hostess was not waiting for him where he was separated. The boy searched all the way, and finally found the girl in a nearby grove, but the girl confessed to another boy. At the end of the story, the hero and the heroine were not able to be together. This is a resentment from a single dog. Shen Xin spent a whole day drawing the name of the story, and Xi Muxin, who came home from school, was fortunate to become the first reader. How? Shen Xin looked at Xi Muxin with expectant eyes. Well, it's good overall, but it doesn't look perfect. After reading the name carefully, Xi Muxin gave an evaluation. As expected. But this is reality. Not everything is perfect. Being rejected by a crush is also part of life. Shen Xin spread out his hands and prepared to start preaching. Brother Xin, you have misunderstood. What I said is not perfect, is based on this story, and this story is too taken for granted. There are no waves. Xi Muiying said seriously. Hit the nail on the head. Some readers have commented on his novels like this before crossing. For example, at this moment, Shen Xin, like a studious student, looked forward to Xi Muxin's explanation. Girls accepted the courtship of boys, but girls have always liked boys' students. This story is not as good as mine. Shen Xin immediately gave an evaluation. I haven't finished yet. At the graduation ceremony, the girl suddenly fainted and was sent to the hospital, but was told that she was terminally ill. The boy was just like that and accompanied the girl to the end. How about? There are twists and turns. Looking at Shen Xin expectantly. The plot is terrible. Have you watched too many Korean dramas? Shen Xin looked at Xi Muxing sullenly. I haven't read it, but my classmates keep talking in my ears. Brother Xin, you know so well, do you often watch it? Xi Myugzun asked curiously. Haha. If I paint like this, name will be killed directly. However, Xi Muxin's words reminded Shen Xin that the short comics must have from the beginning to the end, and the name still needs to be changed. No. It's a big change. Shen Xin went back to the studio again, put the name on the drawing board, pulled out a dozen white paper, and repainted the name. In the past 2 days, Shen Xin put all his energy on name. If it weren't for Xi Muxin's time to cook 2 meals for him, it is estimated that Shen Xin would have spent the whole day with instant noodles. University students also feel that Shen Xin has been mysterious in the past 2 days and has not seen anyone all day. Shen Xin doesn't care about this, he must come up with the best name in the shortest time. On the one hand, seize this opportunity, on the other hand, it is also a counterattack against Wang Wenhong. After 2 busy days, the final version of the name was finally drawn, and Shen Xin couldn't take a break. After checking it was correct, he put the name in the file bag. The editorial office of Weekly New World is located on the 33rd and 34th floors of the Huamao building in the city center. Shen Xin went directly to the front desk on the 33rd floor to explain his intentions. Are there any reservations? The lady at the front desk asked politely. Yes. Before coming, Shen Xin communicated with Yanfu. Please wait a moment. The front desk picked up the phone and said a few words to the editorial department, and then said to Shen Xin, please register first, and then go in from the left aisle. At the end is the reception room, Yanbian, etc. It will pass in a while. After Shen Xin registered, Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com walked into the corridor on the left. There is a wall on one side of the corridor, and a frosted glass wall on the other side. People can barely be seen. There are a lot of posters on both sides. Some comics are slightly famous, most of them are not famous. There is no other way. Weekly New World is considered a first-line magazine in Yunhai City, but it can only be ranked in the third line nationwide. Compared with the top weekly comic Futura with a single volume of 5 million, the gap is not generally large. Therefore, the domestic fame of the pillars of Weekly New World is not as good as the mid-level comics of Weekly Comic Futura. Shen Xin just walked to the door. Before he had time to knock on the door, a girl with a prickly head just came out, and she was taken aback when she saw Shen Xin. Who are you looking for? Look for Yan editor. Shen Xin said. Oh, you are Shen Xin? Wait a minute, you will wait in the living room now, I'll call her for you. Ballhead pointed to the small compartment on the side and said. Shen Xin is confused, he seems to have never been here, right? How does anyone know his name? And listening to the meaning of the words Ballhead, she seemed to have heard of him a long time ago. Can't figure out the reason, Shen Xin can only find a seat first. The so-called living room is just a small compartment separated by a frosted glass wall. The space is not large, only a round table and 2 chairs can be placed. The main function of this compartment is to facilitate editors and cartoonists to discuss names. Shen Xin put the documents on the desktop. Just after they were finished, Yanfu took 2 paper cups and walked into the compartment, placing one of the paper cups in front of Shen Xin, and the strong smell of coffee came to his face. All right, let me see your name. Yanfu said sternly after sitting down. Chapter 6, Routines and Opinions. Okay. Yanfu carefully read the name in his hand, and then read it a second and third time, but every time he read it, he seemed to be able to find new highlights from the name. As she had guessed before, Shen Xin's shots are better than those of her peers, and the same is true for this manuscript called The Formula of Love. In addition to the excellent storytelling, compared with The Witch, it has also been greatly improved in composition, the use of perspective skills is reasonable, the portrayal of the characters is more solid, and more importantly, the story is better than that of The Bad Street, which is several grades higher. Whether it is a novel or a comic, there will be a continuum. The process of completing this process in a novel or comic is relatively simple, because it can have enough space to set up the foreshadowing of the early stage, shape the role, and surprise the readers in the follow-up. Shorter comics and novels are not the same. It requires the writer to refine the control of language. The language of novels is writing. Superb writing style, you can use a few words or even 1 or 2 words to replace a paragraph. For comics, language is more embodied in subshots. Within a fixed number of pages, how to select the subshots that best express the story so that readers can understand the author's intentions determines the level of the cartoonist's level. Novices can't do this, but the name of Formula Love is perfect. Sure enough, you guessed it right. He does have extraordinary strength, and, in the expression of the story, he has also improved a few grades. An introvert boy has a crush on the same introvert girl. On a graduation trip, the boys finally gathered the courage to confess to the girls, but because of misunderstandings, they led the story to strange places. For example, in the early part of the script, there is a paragraph in which the boy finally made an appointment with the girl with the help of his friends. When the hostess was buying a drink, the fountain next to the girl suddenly sprayed water, soaking the hostess's clothes. Waiting for the boy to return, only to find that the girl has gone. He searched everywhere, and finally found the girl in a small wood nearby, but he saw the girl and another boy together. In fact, this boy is a female classmate in the class, but she always dresses up as a boy, but the flustered boy didn't realize this and left silently, so the two people had a misunderstanding. Next, there are still a few misunderstandings like this. In the end, the boy finally expressed his heart when he returned to school, and the lover finally became a family member. This manga is relatively smooth in terms of starting, inheriting and turning. If Yanfu was just an ordinary reader, he would definitely applaud this story, but Yanfu suddenly stood up from his seat. Is there any problem? Shen Xin also stood up. Sit down first, and I will pour 2 cups of coffee. After Yanfu left, Shen Xin glanced at the manuscript on the round table, reflecting on Yanfu's thoughts. Is it past, or not? The story of this comic is written by himself. Although some routines are used, the effect of plot twists and turns should be achieved. As for the key point misunderstanding, it is used in many love comics in the 11th area of the Earth, and it is not a new routine. Just when Shen Xin was thinking about it, Yanfu walked into the cubicle and handed a cup of coffee to Shen Xin. Let's talk about this manga. Yanfu took a sip of coffee, meditated for a moment, and explained, first of all, the first impression this short manga gave me is that it looks good. It is an excellent love manga. If so, direct publication, you should be able to achieve good results. Perhaps you can directly win the serialization. If your goal is just serialization, then it is completely okay. But I think your goal should be more than that. Shen Xin nodded. Has the comic capsule this big killer? If the target is only serialization, it would be too violent. Of course, after the serialization, in terms of plot, storyboard, composition, etc., he can reference the comics he has seen before. The results should not be a problem, but he still wants to know what are the shortcomings of his original work. I only say 3 points. First, in the 40-page name, you created 3 misunderstandings. Although the direction of the story is very interesting, the reader will feel tired after reading it. From beginning to end, this comic has always made readers nervous. There is no buffer. I suggest deleting at least 1 misunderstanding. If you can replace the two misunderstandings with other plots, the effect may be better. As for the reason for this, the second thing I want to say point you have to prepare for the upcoming long comic series. A long comic? Shen Xin really didn't expect this question. That's right, you open most of the comics, and they are filled with the word routines. This is the case with the boy manga and the girl manga. Taking love novels as an example, the reason why the story can move forward is nothing more than a new character. The joining of the protagonist brings about a series of problems, such as misunderstanding or love triangle, and the new character added is usually the protagonist's childhood sweetheart. The protagonist must be between the new love and the old love choices. These are all routines. But don't use too much of these elements in short comics. After all, the serial comics will have to be used repeatedly. If you use too much, then there will be no freshness and you will easily lose readers. Shen Xin rubbed his chin when he heard this. Yan Fu's words may not be right, but he agrees with at least one thing. In the name on page 40, he did stuff too many things, making the work too bloated, and it seems that he needs to be streamlined. What about the third point? Shen Xin asked, puzzled. When it comes to the third point, I'm angry. Yan Fu folded his arms. You read www.yuyuganshu.com with a gloomy look. The readers of juvenile manga are boys, so you have to catch their eyeballs, that is, they the curiosity of girls. In other words, this manuscript does not contain the flesh style that you are good at. Untidy clothes, half fruit, and even the fat CI revealed intentionally or unintentionally. These contents are not reflected in the comics. What are you going to rely on to attract people? Misunderstandings or coincidences between the hero and the protagonist. Please, the readers don't have much patience. You set up the plot. If there is no appealing point, your follow-up serialization will not be popular in the third period. Shen Xin had a black line. Yan Fu said these things that he was embarrassed to say. The plot, I think the plot can make up for this. Shen Xin said seriously. He must stick to the final bottom line as little as possible, the appearance of unsuitable images for children. Ah, the latest news I got, Dreamer is about to be revised. Like New World, it is also a weekly magazine, and the new blockbuster they plan to launch is Chen Zijiao, whom we met a few days ago. You won't want to lose to, isn't he? Yan Fu said. Shen Xin nodded. He didn't want to lose to Wang Wenhong and Chen Zijiao. By the way, Chen Zijiao also wants to draw short stories, right? No. Dreamer deliberately found a script for him. It is said to be a well-known genius writer in China, tailored for him. If you want a screenwriter, I can also find it for you, but the cost of the manuscript must be divided equally. How about? Yan Fu asked. Just kidding. The money received must never be distributed to others. Reject. I will improve the new name as soon as possible based on your opinion. Shen Xin assured Yan Fu. Yan Fu listened to Shen Xin's words, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 7, Plot and Style. Sister Yan, how about this newcomer named Shen Xin? Xiaoli held a teacup and smiled at Yan Fu, who entered the editing room. Yan Wei looked at Xiaoli in an angry tone. Do your own job. Xiaoli stuck her tongue out, and dialed a call casually. After speaking a few words, her expression eased a little. After she hung up, Yan Fu said, What's wrong? It doesn't seem to be a good thing. The grades are not good. If you don't work hard, you will probably be cut in the middle. I don't know how long the comic will be able to survive. Xiaoli shrugged her shoulders. Yan Fu nodded slightly. Works with poor grades must be cut in half. This is the rule of the comics industry. After was cut, the cartoonists are not without everything, they can also receive the appropriate contract money from the magazine. However, if high-quality manuscripts cannot be submitted in time, the magazine has the right to terminate the contract and sweep the cartoonist out. For a cartoonist, it is cruel to terminate the contract, but the survival of the fittest has always been the rule of nature. Even if Yanfu feels unfair, she is helpless. But, having said that, the manuscripts that Shen Xin took today are indeed of high quality. Even the most eye-catching division of the witch was easily surpassed by Formula of Love. I am looking forward to Shen Xin's long comics more and more. By the way, Xiaoli. Yanfu suddenly remembered something. Hey! Xiaoli picked up the small mirror and looked at her cheek. Have you read the book? Yanfu asked. The little mirror almost fell from Xiaoli's hand. She looked around in a panic and found that other people were busy with her own affairs. Then she calmed down and combed her hair. Sister Yan, what are you talking about? How could I have seen those things? So, you don't know how well Chen Zijiao is? Yanfu asked. Of course. Sister Yan, it wasn't me who said that the doujinshi painter. How many people use their real names? If it wasn't for Wang Wenhong to leave contact information, Shen Xin wouldn't write the name on the cover, right? Xiaoli reminded Tao. Also. Yanfu nodded. However, gossip, just listen to it. Xiaoli suddenly lowered her voice. Do you know why Wang Wenhong fancy that kid? Do not know. Painting work. Especially in the portrayal of women, it is very delicate. It is said that Wang Wenhong just looked at the cover and determined that this was the person he wanted. It's dirty. Yanfu knows the meaning of Xiaoli's words, but it sounds a little weird. Just then, a short, middle-aged man walked into the office. Let's put down the work in his hands first. A meeting. The middle-aged man patted his hands twice and turned to leave. Other editors put down their work and walked out the door. The editor-in-chief seems very upset. Yanfu has been in New World for half a year. She has never seen the editor-in-chief so anxious. It seems that Dreamer brings a lot of pressure. Xiaoli bared her teeth and stood up from her seat. Yanfu also looked helpless, picked up the notepad, and followed Xiaoli out of the office. Shen Xin returned home and put her name on the table. Ximyagzun participated in the final sprint training of the school to prepare for the upcoming high school entrance examination. Even if Shen Xin is not happy, he will show his hand tonight. Just grabbed a handful of rice, suddenly remembered the smell of fried rice, and poured the rice back. Cherish life, stay away from fried rice, or eat instant noodles. The hot water is boiled, poured on the noodles, and then sealed with a notepad. After did all this, Shen Xin finally had time to recheck the name. The two misunderstandings should be deleted, and it must be attractive. By the way, conflict. There are often conflicts in online novels. I don't know if it will be appropriate to use them here. But if conflicts are really used, there must be a pavement. Otherwise, it will be too abrupt. In this way, in front of the comics, you should set a foreshadowing, the second or third misunderstanding, temporarily delete. Took a sip, instant noodles, Shen Xin picked up a pencil, quickly made notes, and then modified the name. There are many similarities between this world and the Earth, but there are also many differences. The most prominent difference is on the internet. Take the cartoonist industry as an example. Although the digital tablet has already appeared, it is because the price is relatively high, and the initial investment is also relatively large, and because the technology is not mature, the pen pressure of the digital tablet and the real pen and paper, there is still a certain gap, so Shen Xin still uses traditional tools to paint. At noon the next day, Shen Xin met with Yanfu again and gave Yanfu the name. 80 points. Yanfu scored a more intuitive score after watching it 3 times. What are the shortcomings? Shen Xin questioned. The storyboard is okay, and the composition is okay. Even if it is printed and published, it is completely okay. But the relationship between the foreshadowing in the front and the conflict in the back is rather blunt and, again, your potential is not fully squeezed out. Squeeze? Shen Xin has a black line, can you say something else? Ahem, can't think about crooked places. Can you be more specific? Shen Xin asked in a low voice. Yan Fu took a sip of coffee and said softly, please combine your style and plot. My style? Shen Xin asked. Yes, the preparation and conflict are a bit blunt, but if you add elements that you are good at, maybe this comic can become a classic. Yan Fu stared at Shen Xin, and his bright eyes revealed unconcealed expressions towards him. Expectation. Excuse me, what element am I good at? Shen Xin asked surprised. Fat Ci. You are good at Fat Ci. Shen Xin was very dissatisfied with Yan Fu's slander on him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. In The Witch, your portrayal of the Fat Ci and even the body is quite good. This is a bonus item. I have already told you last time, but as a result, you still don't listen. Yan Fu emphasized again. That's the illustration on the pink circle, I'm just imitating it. Shen Xin explained quickly. These are not important. Yan Fu patted the table with both hands, ignoring Shen Xin's protest. I only care about the result, even if it is a short story, I must beat others. Unless, you are not confident in yourself. What's a joke? Shen Xin's violent temper also came up, isn't it just Fat Ci? What's the problem? But give me 3 or 4 days. I will definitely straighten out all the plots. This is no problem. By the way, I want to remind you that you are still a newcomer, so if you want to submit this cartoon to the meeting, you must submit the original manuscript. Is it enough for 1.5 months? Yan Fu asked. Original? Reluctantly. Shen Xin frowned. The short stories are not long throughout, and there are no long comics that consume energy. However, because there is no assistant to help, all the content, including name, hooking, blacking, whitening, pasting URLs, drawing line frames, and even wiping pencil handwriting, all these operations must be done by yourself. Speaking of it, really it's time-consuming. But as a newcomer, you must draw the original manuscript in advance. After all, before this, everyone's understanding of the newcomer is a piece of white paper, so you must draw the manuscript so that the editor can see your painter in order to get their approval. When we met this time, we decided on the general direction for the name of the comic. What Shen Xin will do next is to adjust the name again in the shortest possible time. Chapter 8, Genius and Genius. Recently, Dreamer is busy revising the edition, and the entire editing room is not stable. In District 11, the more well-known comic magazines are usually weekly, which has also led to many Chinese magazines vying to follow suit. I can't wait for this magazine to be a weekly magazine. In fact, the imitation of the business model does have a certain effect. Among the 3 major journals, 2 of them belong to weekly magazines. Even in a second-tier city like Yunhai, the cumulative amount of Weekly New World is much better than Monthly Dreamer. Therefore, after the old president of Dreamer retired, the new president also made drastic changes to Dreamer. First, the monthly magazine was changed to a weekly magazine, and besides that, the author of the magazine was added. To this end, they recruited 2 core cartoonists from New World, as well as new generation authors from other magazines. Among these authors, the one that fascinates the new president Luo Ji most is Chen Zijiao. Luo Ji is also someone who has read a lot of books, including 11 Districts and Huaxia's books. It can be said that Chen Zijiao's painter, even in the fan zone of District 11, should be able to become famous. In order to play this card well, he deliberately invited the talented writer Su Han to design the original work for Chen Zijiao. After the magazine revision, this comic will also become the main work of Weekly Dreamer. As for the editor in charge of Chen Zijiao, it naturally fell on Wang Wenhong. In recent days, Wang Wenhong's face often has a smile, but he has not been overwhelmed by it. It is not easy to get ahead in this circle, and his goal is not only the editor of Dreamer. If he can bring out the author of the best-selling comics, perhaps, he has the opportunity to get in touch with the 3 major magazines. No, even magazines that are slightly smaller than the 3 major magazines are in his consideration. In order to achieve his goal, Wang Wenhong can praise an author, and Chen Zijiao is the cartoonist he relies on. Su Han, the author of the script, is only 20 years old this year, and her name sounds like a boy, but she is a beautiful woman like a fake. At the age of 16, she made her debut with the book 7 Sins and became a best-selling author. After the publication of the last book of the 7 Sins series, Su Han took a break and wrote a relaxed and everyday script. This script was acquired by Luo Ji. At first, other people were not optimistic about the script. Su Han is indeed the most powerful young writer in recent years, but the type she is good at is reasoning, and she is still unknown in terms of daily, relaxed and other types of novels. After getting the script, all the editors gathered together and deliberated, and finally unanimously determined that the quality of the script was high. Of course, if the script wants to change to a comic, there is still room for discussion. This is also Wang Wenhong's invitation to Su Han to ask the other party's opinions. Wang Wenhong tightened his tie and glanced down at his watch. Su Han was almost time to arrive. The meeting place was a high-end Western restaurant. Normally Wang Wenhong would definitely not choose this place, but the president ordered that Su Han must be satisfied, and all expenses should be borne by the magazine. This gave Wang Wenhong a lot of confidence. By the way, Teacher Wang, how does this writer from Suzhou University look like? Chen Zijiao said with a smile on his face. She? Isn't there a picture of her on the internet? Wang Wenhong asked rhetorically. The photos above may have been makeup or PS. The so-called beauty writers are mostly just gimmicks, attracting fool readers. Chen Zijiao shook his finger. You treat others as fools, right? The sales volume of 1 million copies of a single volume proves that Su Han is a genius-level best-selling author. Wang Wenhong sighed. This is the so-called juvenile frivolousness, right? Having said that, my age doesn't seem to be that big. Teacher Wang, you guess the writer of Suzhou University, will you agree to our terms? Chen Zijiao crossed his fingers and looked curious. We are here to negotiate. Although she doesn't know much about the comics industry, she may put forward some difficult conditions, but we still have to meet as far as possible. Chen Zijiao reluctantly blew his whistle. If you can't draw too revealing, then it's boring. Let's talk slowly, the good things will be hard. Wang Wenhong sighed, hoping that Chen Zijiao would not say too much in his heart. If Su Han is unhappy, both the president and him will feel pressure. Just as Wang Wenhong was thinking about it, the door of the room knocked suddenly. Bored Chen Zijiao immediately sat up straight. Wang Wenhong also got up from his seat, and said softly, please come in. The waiter opened the door and the 2 girls walked into the single room. The woman walking in the front is taller and should be around 1.75 meters. This height is rare among girls. In addition to her height, her looks are also exceptional. Long hair is with a blue bow and lowered to the back of his head. The bangs are just in line with the eyebrows. The eyebrows are willow and the eyes are phoenix eyes. Under the high curved bridge of the nose, there are fuchsia red lips. Is different from a beautiful appearance, but her expression does not entrain other emotions. The woman behind her with is a professional outfit. It looks like it should be an agent or other staff. The girl walking in front saw Wang Wenhong standing up and nodded slightly. Good for you too. Hello Teacher Su, Wang Wenhong said quickly. Chen Zijiao, who was sitting inside, raised his brows slightly, and with great interest he swept a circle of Su Han in a white one-piece dress. Su Han glared at Chen Zijiao, but Chen Zijiao did not feel uncomfortable, but he did not expect that Su Han was more beautiful than the photos released by the media. Wang Wenhong saw the small movements of the two, and was a little frustrated. For fear that Chen Zijiao would upset Su Han, he quickly transferred their attraction. Now let's serve the food. Wait a minute. Su-han interrupted Chen Zijiao, I have other things, so I don't need to eat anything. Hey? Are you going to see other people? Wang Wenhong asked in surprise. Of course. Otherwise, I would not deliberately run over from Hongchuan. Su-han said softly. Wang Wenhong heard the word Hongchuan and was immediately silent. The position of Hongchuan in the entire China comics industry is similar to that of Tokyo in the 11th district. A large number of comic magazines, games, and animation companies are located in Hongchuan. Among the three major magazines, Weekly Comic Futura and Weekly the Magazine of Manga Fly is also in Hongchuan. UU Reading www.uuganshu.com. From the ACK industry, Hongchuan's position is much higher than that of Yunhai. It turns out that teacher Su is from Hongchuan. Wang Wenhong wiped off his sweat awkwardly, and said nothing. Of course he is very curious about Su-han's purpose in coming to Yunhai, but it must be a trade secret, and he is not qualified to ask. For the adaptation, I only have one request: don't mess up my name, others are free. Su-han bowed slightly to Wang Wenhong and Chen Zijiao, farewell. Chen Zijiao clenched his fists, his teeth clenched, and his heart seemed to be held down by a piece. By the way, I forgot to tell you one thing, how do you want to change this manuscript? Decide for yourself, don't need to tell me, my time is precious, it is impossible to discuss these trivial matters with you, that's it. Su-han opened the door. Suddenly turned around again. I have a question. Chen Zijiao suddenly stood up from his seat in an irritable mood. Hey! Su-han turned his head in incomprehension. Since you just ask, can I set you as a character in the script? No, even the original story. Chen Zijiao frowned, his expression sullen. Yes. The corner of Su-han's mouth turned slightly, and a smile appeared. I heard President Luo introduced you and knew that you were a book that had drawn 18R. Let's put it this way, if you dare to draw too much picture, still there is a magazine, but I have to lose a lot of money. These are all written in the contract. By the way, I wish you good luck. Seeing the agent Su-han had brought shut the door, Chen Zijiao slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, I was underestimated. Wang Wenhong also secretly squeezed sweat. He didn't know Chen Zijiao's mood, but he did feel pressure. Chapter 9, Copy Sketch. Shen Xin returned home and repainted the name again, mainly referring to Yanfu's suggestions and adding some meat scenes. When the name was completed, Shen Xin read the name again, and couldn't help but nod repeatedly. I have to say that Yanfu's suggestion is indeed very good. If a comic has only one style, it will indeed be a bit monotonous. This is not to say that there is only one style of picture, and you can't draw excellent cartoons. In fact, the styles of many love comics in District 11 are relatively uniform, such as Adachi's Mayuki, Baseball Hero, and Takahashi Rumiko's A Moment Together. The love described in them is very warm, but it takes a certain degree. Therefore, when reading, readers will have a sense of substitution, as if the characters in the comics are their acquaintances. If this part of the element is missing, then other content needs to be added. For example, in pseudo-love, a funny element is added, and the effect is also obvious. Back in this comic by Shen Xin, before going on his graduation trip, he joined the plot of the school girl's Fatsi being stolen. Because of the misunderstanding, the heroine turned her attention to the actor, laying the groundwork for the next two encounters on the graduation trip. At the same time, the transition of the plot is also very natural, without the rigidness of the previous one. Considering the diversity of styles, Shen Xin redesigned the characters. Now that there is Fatsi, can the image of the heroine be designed to be purer? The setting of should have more impact on readers, and at the same time, the sense of substitution will be stronger. After all, most people's first love is simple. Shen Xin looked at the previously drawn persona again, and confirmed his own ideas, took out a few pieces of white paper, and redesigned the image of the heroine. When Yan Fu saw the new name and the new persona, his eyes blinked a few times, and when he looked at Shen Xin again, his eyes were full of surprises. Why, what's wrong? Shen Xin was a little confused. The next moment, he saw Yan Fu giving him a thumbs up. It's better than I expected. I didn't look away, so I just set up a drawing according to this name and person. How long will it take you to draw the original? This, nearly a month, right? Shen Xin was also not quite sure. Without the help of an assistant, he has to do all the work alone, and time will inevitably be delayed. Fortunately, the summer vacation is coming soon, so Shen Xin can also spare a lot of time to draw the manuscript. Okay, I hope I can submit the manuscript of this cartoon at the meeting next month, come on. Yan Fu cheered Shen Xin. Shen Xin's ability in comics, especially in story making, far exceeds her imagination. If the story of the witch is as brilliant as the formula of love, Wang Wenhong will definitely not throw away the manuscript. I can only say that the goddess of luck is standing by her side. When he walked out of the Starbucks, Yan Fu was in a happy mood, while Shen Xin was in a different mood, happy, with some anxiety. After he returned home, he made a cup of instant noodles and took out the name without paying attention to it. At the same time, he took out the manuscript paper from the drawer. Unlike ordinary white paper or even fanzine manuscript paper, the manuscript paper of business journal is B4 size, which is larger than common A4 paper, and the paper is better. The first procedure for drawing a manuscript is to copy the name. Said it was copying, in fact, using a pencil, redraw the sketch on the A4 paper onto the manuscript paper. Compared with sketches, the characters on the manuscript paper should be more vivid and the background should be more detailed. At the same time, since the dialogue has been written on the sketch, it is possible to draw only the dialogue box on the manuscript paper without writing the dialogue. Xim Yagzun will take the entrance examination in 2 days. The school will not have a holiday before the end of the examination. It is said that candidates should be kept in their best condition. This is not the same as the high school he is familiar with. Whenever major exams are approaching, the students of the earth are in a state of herding sheep. However, it is precisely because of this that Shen Xin can concentrate on copying the name. Late at night, Shen Xin rubbed his sore eyes, then glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was early in the morning, and there was a groaning sound in my stomach. What? Shen Xin patted his forehead severely. Only then did he remember that he hadn't eaten the soaked cup noodles, so he hurried to the kitchen and glanced at the instant noodles by the fire. He wanted to cry without tears. Instant noodles really became soaked noodles, which was a bit fatter than before, chewed softly in the mouth. Not to mention the unique taste of instant noodles, not even the taste. Shen Xin, who was exhausted physically and mentally and hungry at the same time, couldn't take care of this. He ate the bubble noodles in one go, and then put the bowl of instant noodles in the trash can. The final exam is about to come, and Shen Xin also needs to prepare for the exam. Otherwise, if he fails, he will have to pay for the exam fee. The examinations for art majors are mostly professional courses, and the students' painting skills are tested. Of course, these are not difficult for Shen Xin. In addition, there are several compulsory courses, which are not difficult, but require rote memorization. Fortunately, the teacher will delineate the scope of the exam in the last class. Shen Xin missed classes for a few days. Some teachers did not listen to the circle questions and could only turn to Yang Bo for help. "You kid, what have you been doing these days?" Yang Bo handed the book to Shen Xin. "You reading www.yuyukanshu.com." Shen Xin picked up his pen and quickly marked the content of the test in the textbook. Secret. Secret you, a big ghost, your manuscript will not be accepted by the comic magazine, right? Yang Bo suddenly remembered what happened at the fan exhibition not long ago. Shen Xin smiled without saying a word, just focused on the strokes. Hey, isn't it true? Which magazine? Yang Bo was excited, and couldn't wait to pat Shen Xin on the shoulder. Shhh, keep it quiet, are everyone watching? Shen Xin glared at Yang Bo and said in a low voice. Yang Bo looked around. The other people in the study room were looking at him inexplicably, and he could only scratch his head in embarrassment. After sitting next to Shen Xin, Yang Bo asked in a low voice, "Tell me, which magazine is it?" New World. It is still unclear whether it can be published, but the editor is more satisfied. After the manuscript is drawn, she submits it to the editor-in-chief to determine whether to publish it. Shen Xin explained. Well, it turned out to be Weekly New World. I thought it would be a small magazine. I really envy you. Yang Bo hugged Shen Xin tightly. There are other people in the classroom. Shen Xin reminded. Yang Bo chuckled twice, and quickly let go. When it's published, you must tell me which issue it is in. Well, it will. Shen Xin closed the book and handed Yang Bo's book to him. University exams are not too difficult. Painting has always been Shen Xin's strong point. It is just a few compulsory and elective courses that need attention. 1 week before the exam, there were basically no classes at school, and Shen Xin was still at home, marking the manuscript with inked lines while reviewing it. Xi Muxin was also at this time and finished the high school entrance exam. Chapter 10, Variety. The moment Xi Muxin opened the door, he smelled the strong instant noodles. Frowning, and ignoring his luggage, he went straight into the kitchen and saw a cup of instant noodles on the cutting board. She lifted the lid of the instant noodles, and a scent of instant noodles came over her face, and the noodles in the bowl looked a bit bloated. Xi Muxin subconsciously touched the bowl of instant noodles. There was no heat. This bowl of noodles should have been soaked for quite a while. Really, I don't pay attention to my body at all. Xi Muxin wrinkled his nose, threw the instant noodles into the trash can, and opened the refrigerator. It was empty. The temperature in the refrigerator was no different from room temperature. Xi Muxin sighed. She should have thought of this kind of soberness a long time ago. Leaving home, Xi Muxin went to a nearby vegetable stall to buy eggs and chili. After thinking about it, he turned around and went to the butcher's shop and bought half a caddy of tenderloin. After returning home, Xi Muxin fastened his apron and threw the purchased ingredients into the sink, and then tiptoed to the outside of Shen Xin's painting room, gently pushed open the door, and saw Shen Xin lying on the drawing board, concentrating on it. Painting. Confirming that Shen Xin is still busy, Xi Muxin also started his own work, cleaning the ingredients, cooking dishes and rice. After a short time, a table of delicious dishes appeared on the table. Xi Muxin knocked on the door very carefully, and then waited outside the door for more than a minute. There was no movement in the room, and in desperation she could only push the door open. Shen Xin, like before, still concentrates on drawing line drafts. Brother Xin, I'm eating. Xi Muxin's tone was dissatisfied. You eat first, I'll wait for a while, hey. Shen Xin hurriedly raised his head and looked at Xi Muxin in front of him. At this time, Xi Muxin tied her long hair with a head rope and woven it into a single ponytail. She wore an apron with a picture of a bear on her body. At this moment, she was holding her hands on her hips and bulging her cheeks, looking at Shen Xin with a little dissatisfaction. Seeing Xi Muxin with this expression, Shen Xin felt his scalp numb, and barely smiled, and asked in a low voice, "That, the exam is over?" I've eaten. Xi Muxin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Next to Shen Xin, there was only a head-shaking fan blowing buzzing. It's summer, and I'm not willing to turn on the air conditioner. It's not very hot. It's not very hot? Then why only wear a vest? Talking to such a sister is really a headache. However, this weather is really hot. Xi Muxin glanced at Shen Xin's hand again. His hand was covered with ink. This is the disadvantage of the dip pen. Every time the nib touches the ink, it has a chance to stick to the finger. Wash your hands first, right? Xi Muxin reminded. Okay. Shen Xin washed his hands, but the ink still stuck to his fingers. After washing with soap a few times, he chose to give up. It was really not easy to wash off the carbon ink. Back at the dinner table, Xi Muxin had already filled the rice and placed it in front of him. What did the editor of New World say? I can only say that there is hope. Whether it can be serialized, not she alone has the final say, but also has the approval of the editor-in-chief. I guess, there is no big problem. Shen Xin speculated. When will the draft be finished? Xi Muxin asked next. Maybe, there will be a test in the middle. It may be a delay. Shen Xin sighed, took a sip of rice and put it in his mouth. So, I have to hurry up, draw the line draft before the test, and pay it later. It takes a long time to paste dotted paper, black and white. This will take a long time. There are a lot of follow-up work, and it is very cumbersome. It will be fine if Sister Lu is still there. Xi Muxin felt a little distressed for Shen Xin. He has just left for more than a week, and Shen Xin has obviously lost a lot of weight. She? Don't be kidding, her level is just like that, and I can't afford to hire an assistant now. Shen Xin felt a lot depressed when he heard Xi Muxin mentioned that girl. Xi Muxin chirped, I just said casually. Anyway, I haven't seen Sister Lu for a long time, and I don't know how she is doing now. Shen Xin was silent. He has no enemies in this world, but there are people who hate him. This woman surnamed Lu happens to be one of them. Also, she was slapped in the face for no reason, and it was really difficult for Shen Xin to have a good impression of her. I can handle these things by myself, but you, how about the exam? Shen Xin looked at Xi Muxin with a serious face. If there is no accident, I can pick any high school in Yunhai City. Xi Muxin said. Then pick a better one, the 12th middle school, right? Shen Xin suggested. The 12th middle school is the school with the highest enrollment rate in Yunhai City, but it is far from home. If you really want to choose 12th middle school, Xi Muxin should live on campus. Considering that comics should be serialized in the second half of the year, Shen Xin didn't have much time to take care of her, so choosing to live on campus should be a good choice. Brother Xin, this is my business, so don't worry about it. Xi Muxin wanted to say something and stopped, but Shen Xin could see that she had already made a decision, so he couldn't say anything. After all, the two are not blood relatives. Reading www. It's not necessarily a good thing for ukenshu.com to talk too much. By the way, starting tomorrow, I'm going to work, and the meal will stay on the table. Don't forget to eat. By the way, don't eat instant noodles, especially those that have been soaked for 2 or 3 hours. Xi Muxin said. Shen Xin stared at Xi Muxin, and only uttered a word 2 minutes later. You have changed, you are not like this before. You changed first. Especially recently. Xi Muxin put away the empty bowl in front of Shen Xin. Recently, isn't it just after I crossed it? The little girl is still sensitive, she seems to be underestimated. Shen Xin helped clean up the tableware, and was driven out of the kitchen by Xi Muxin. You are short on time, so hurry up and finish the drawing. I can handle these things by myself. Shen Xin could only go back to the studio, picked up the dipping pen again, and continued to ink the comics. There are many types of dip pens. The main pen of comics chooses the G pen. The reason is that the nib of the G pen is flexible, and the thickness of the line can be changed according to the strength of the hand. The mood of the manga artist is displayed through the change of the line. On paper, it is precisely because of this that the G pen is more difficult to use than other types of dip pens. After the host went to college, the dipping pen became its main drawing tool. Compared with the disposable syringe pen, the dipping pen is cheaper. For this reason, when Shen Xin uses the dipping pen, his fingers are not, it will look too stiff, at least much better than the rookie cartoonist. The pen quickly slid across the manuscript paper, and after a few minutes, the line marking on this manuscript finally ended. Shen Xin picked up the manuscript and examined it carefully for a moment, showing a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 11, Wait. When first painted name, Shen Xin didn't think it was too difficult to draw a qualified love comic. The story is okay, the splitting and the composition are okay, plus the experience of publishing fanzine. If you want to draw an excellent short comic, you should get it right at your fingertips. But starting from copying the sketches, he suddenly realized that the situation was not that simple. Because he had never been in a relationship, he didn't know how to get in touch with his crush. The look and actions shown. Especially, he set the heroine as an innocent girl. For example, after having gone out, the heroine suddenly finds that the actor is not far away, and the shyness on her face is hard to grasp. This is not the same as the 1/8R book. This type of comics tests the manga artist's handling of the details of expressions, even as subtle as an eye and a brow. In order to portray the desired effect, Shen Xin took a lot of effort, and finally used the Dongcheng Aya in Strawberry 100% as a template, and learned her expressions. This problem was solved thanks to the 100% study of the comic capsule. Bonus, so that he did not waste too much time. University exams are basically long live 1 more point, 1 point less suffer, unless some students want to get a scholarship, others only require 60 points. Shen Xin's usual grades are not bad, but there is too little review time, so the grades are not too high, but there is no big problem in crossing the line. After finishing the last class, Shen Xin was finally liberated, and he could put more energy on pasting dotted paper, blacking out and whitening out. During the period, Yan Fu also visited Shen Xin's home to remind her once. After seeing Shen Xin's drawings, she never mentioned the manuscript. The quality of the manuscript made her very satisfied. When Shen Xin came to the New World magazine and handed over the heavy manuscript to Yan Fu, he finally took a sigh of relief, and his nerves relaxed, as if he was relieved. This month is really tough. Don't relax if the reader's feedback is good, you may have to submit a serial name next month, so be prepared first. Yan Fu reminded. So fast? Shen Xin was a little surprised. It's not fast, remember, you have to submit the name of the 3 episodes first, and evaluate it in the conference room. After passing, the magazine society will leave some issues for the cut comics so that they can better end the story. During this time, you will draw the original manuscript again. Yan Fu's eyes never left the manuscript of Equation of Love. That's it. Shen Xin frowned. Is the next romance comic? Of course. Readers and editors recognize this comic, not others. It is impossible for the magazine to allow newcomers to publish another type of comic. That would be too risky. Yan Fu reminded. Shen Xin nodded, even if he dared to say confidently that he could draw popular comics, but the other party didn't believe it at all. Romantic long comics. I have a headache now. It really doesn't work. Just copy the text? There is no way, after all, I really don't have much experience in this area, and the protagonists of many online novels have reached the pinnacle of life by relying on Wen Zhaogong. Shen Xin also knows himself well. He has no problem in conceiving short comics, but the long comics do exceed his current ability. This is like writing an online novel. Many newcomer authors can write the first 2 or 3 million words very well, but once they exceed 1 million words, especially 2 or 3 million words or more, they will be very strenuous. This is because the author's limited control over the novel led to the collapse of the novel later. Unlike most online authors, cartoonists have the responsibility of editors to discuss the plot. This is the advantage of cartoonists. However, the editor in charge will also be separated from the cartoonist halfway due to promotion and other reasons. There are not a few excellent cartoons that have collapsed because of this reason. Besides, he is still adjusting to this relatively unfamiliar world. Shen Xin frowned, thinking about the pros and cons. Yanfu thought that Shen Xin was entangled in the name of the new comic, so he patted Yanfu on the shoulder. Don't worry, it's still early, let's take a look at the reader's feedback. If the reader's acceptance is high, follow this model. If it doesn't work, we will think of other ways. Shen Xin nodded. When will the results come out? I want to know if this short story can be published in New World. Friday, in these few days, you should adjust your body first. Cartoonists often turn upside down day and night, and the body is easy to hold. I know, I will wait for your call on Friday. Shen Xin got up and prepared to leave. One more thing. Yanfu stopped Shen Xin, who was about to leave. Hey! Shen Xin looked at Yanfu puzzledly. Is there an account? After the comics are published, the manuscript fee will be credited to your account. Yanfu said. Yes. Shen Xin nodded repeatedly. He worked so hard to pay for the manuscript. Sister Yan, how much money can I get? The newcomer is 200 yuan per page. If it is serialized, there will be 300 yuan. The price is basically the same in China. If it is the pillar of the three major publications, it may mention 500 yuan per page. So, the income this short article will bring you is 8,000 yuan, but I need to remind you that this is the pre-tax manuscript fee. The magazine must deduct the personal income tax, and it should deduct more than 800. Yanfu looked serious. Shen Xin nodded. He knew these contents for a long time. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com 7,000 yuan can also help. Xi Muxin worked part-time in a nearby bookstore, but he hadn't returned in the evening. Shen Xin can only wash the vegetables first, and remove the withered leaves. As for cooking, for the sake of his health and Xi Muxin's health, let's take a moment to relax and leave the work of cooking to Xi Muxin. When was washing the dishes, Shen Xin was also considering how to deal with the serialized comics. After thinking about it, Shen Xin finally decided to use the comics of the Earth. When the second grade starts, he will start school, and his younger sister will also enter high school. Optical expenses are a big expense. Then the two people will have to live, which requires money. In addition to having classes, he didn't have much energy to think about the name of the serialized comics. He can't set up a street vendor to beg, right? We must overcome the difficulties in front of us, and we can't lose to Wang Wenhong and Chen Zijiao. After making the decision, Shen Xin also felt relieved. When Xi Muxin came back, it was completely dark. Shen Xin saw her look tired, glanced at the kitchen, and proposed to eat out. Let his sister who worked all day continue cooking. He was not so cruel yet, but Xi Muxin firmly disagreed, washed his face, and went into the kitchen. Shen Xin can only pick up 2 handfuls of rice and put them in the rice cooker, doing his best to reduce the pressure on Xi Muxin, and at the same time, he made up his mind that he must learn to cook during the summer vacation. Start with his best egg fried rice. In the next few days, Xi Muxin has been working in the bookstore, while Shen Xin is practicing painting while patiently waiting for the results of New World. Although he has confidence in this comic, as the date approaches, he is a little nervous. In this anxious wait, Yanfu finally called on Friday night. Chapter 12, 1 Bet. Congratulations, your work has passed. The next issue of the magazine will publish Equation of Love. An excited tone came from the microphone, and Yanfu was really happy for Shen Xin. Really? Shen Xin's hanging heart finally let go. That's right. The magazine will be published in a week, and the manuscript fee will be credited to your account in the middle of next month. Yes, pseudonym, what pseudonym are you going to use? Or should you use your real name? Pen name? Shen Xin frowned, unable to think of a suitable name for a while. If the next comic series chooses Wen Chaogong, then the name should have a certain connection with the original author, so that his heart will at least feel better. But whether the editorial department of the magazine agrees to serialization depends on the reader's acceptance, so he can only wait for the results now. Should I use my real name first? If it can be serialized, I will consider a new pen name. Shen Xin gave a reply after thinking about it. Also, but I still suggest that you can give me a suitable pen name, but it will be with you for a long time. Shen Xin knows Yanfu's kindness. Just like a web author, in some websites, the pen name is really important, and changing the pen name indiscriminately can easily lose popularity. After thanking him, Shen Xin didn't take the pen name to his heart. The reason for choosing his real name was that apart from not being able to find a suitable pen name, this comic is also his first original comic, which has a certain commemorative significance. Use it. Real name is not too much. However, after he accidentally told Xi Muxin about the pen name, the little girl thought for a while and came up with a pen name called Xiang. Xiang and Sunset are homophonic, but its original meaning is not here. If you disassemble and reorganize Xi Yang, you will find that the names are Xi and Ri is part of Xin. Therefore, this name is equivalent to representing him in Xi Mugzun. Good name, but I still decided to use my real name. Shen Xin rejected Xi Muxin's proposal. It is not that he thinks the name is not good, but that if he uses this pen name, there is always a strange feeling. Xi Mugzun blinked her eyes, obviously a little disappointed, but since Shen Xin was unwilling, she didn't say much. Suddenly when he was free, Shen Xin felt a little at a loss. He also wanted to go to a nearby shop to work as Xi Muxin did, but he was worried that Yanwei would call him at any time to discuss the serialization of comics. After thinking about it, the safest way is to practice painting first. Shen Xin holds the G pen and draws lines on the paper, imitating the comic strip and composition. Before the questionnaire came out, Shen Xin could only be patient and forced himself to focus on painting. Yanfu also contacted him once and brought a sample of the new magazine. Smelling the ink scent from the pages of the book, Shen Xin was also in a lot of joy. By the way, the trial issue of Dreamer after the revision has been confirmed, 2 weeks later. Then, Chen Zijiao's works will also be published on it. Shen Xin curiously asked. Yanfu nodded, not only is it published on it, but it's also a color page. Yunhai's comic editing circle is not large, and there will be mixed rumors at any time. This news is heard by Yanfu from Xiali. Shen Xin looked solemn. Most comic magazines are mainly black and white, but there are 2 places where color pages are placed, one is at the ends of the magazine, and the other is in the middle of the magazine. Among them, the color page at the beginning of the magazine is the best position, which is very helpful to the popularity of comics. To give an improper example, the front page color page is similar to the large-scale push of a website. It is difficult for newcomers with no achievements to get this position. However, once the front page color page is obtained, then there is a good chance of becoming a magazine. Pedestal. Sister Yan, is it possible for my feature-length series to start with a color page? Shen Xin asked Yanfu tentatively. Impossible. Yanfu quickly extinguished Shen Xin's hope. Chen Zijiao also caught up with the revision of Dreamer, and Dreamer also urgently needs a popular king. According to the previous practice, he did not have qualifications. That's it. Shen Xin sighed. Although he was prepared, he was still a little frustrated when he was rejected like this. Yanfu also noticed Shen Xin's emotions, and could understand his emotions. In her opinion, Shen Xian and Chen Zijiao are both promising newcomers, but they are treated differently because of different magazines, which is really unfair. Shen Xian, would you like to gamble with me? Yan Fu pondered for a long time, and finally made up his mind. How to bet? Shen Xian asked, puzzled. If you can draw high-quality serialized comic strips, and give me reasons to convince the editor-in-chief and other editors, I can fight for you at the serialization meeting for the front page of the first chapter, said. After this sentence, Yan Fu's forehead also shed sweat. Without the consent of the editor-in-chief, he made a promise to Shen Xian that it was a scroll page, and Yan Fu was under a lot of pressure. Really? Shen Xian said in surprise. Yes. But there are some things I want to remind you. Yan Fu took a deep breath, and before Shen Xian asked, he continued, first of all, I'm just fighting for you, but I may not be able to win it completely. I am just an editor. Yet, Shen Xian could understand this sentence, and the editor-in-chief, not Yan Fu, finally made the decision. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Also, I hope that things related to comics must follow my arrangements. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Yan Fu looked at Shen Xian anxiously. Is there any accident? Shen Xian looked at Yan Fu suspiciously. How come? I just want to be the best. Yan Fu comforted. Then please. In terms of comics, the only person Shen Xian can rely on now is Yan Fu. Although he feels a little uneasy, he can only trust him unconditionally. This conversation gave Shen Xian a lot of motivation. In any case, he wanted the winning prize. Of course, in this way, the range of comics he can choose from was reduced a lot. On Monday of the next week, Weekly New World magazine will be published. Xi Muxin, who works in the bookstore, bought 5 copies in one go. Shen Xian looked at the magazine on the dining table and couldn't laugh or cry. Why do you buy more magazines? 1 book for collection, 1 book for reading. What about the other 3? After sending the questionnaire, give it away. Have not you seen it? Yan Fu sent the sample magazine in the evening. Xi Muxin had already watched Formula of Love for one night. Well, but the sample publication is not the same as the official publication. Brother Xian, the store manager has a high evaluation of your comic. Xi Muxin brought the food to the table. Shen Xian, who was serving a meal, raised his head. What did she say? She said that she hadn't seen such a good-looking short comic in a long time. By the way, she will also send a questionnaire this time specifically to support you. Xi Muxin looked up and thought back. Thank you, the store manager, then. Shen Xian didn't expect that this cartoon has attracted the attention of older people. I don't know if it is a surprise. Chapter 13, Mist. Dreamer magazine is very busy recently. The authors they had signed before used to post their manuscripts on a monthly basis, but now that Dreamer has been revised, all contracts have to be re-signed, and the workload of the editor has also increased. Wang Wenhong not only has to worry about work, but at the same time, he also has another worry. He saw Equation of Love drawn by Shen Xian. Originally, he shouldn't pay attention to Shen Xian's cartoons, but the man actually used his real name. When he saw the new issue of Weekly New World, he was attracted by the word Shen Xian. I wanted to see a joke, but Formula of Love surprised him. It's really a shame. Thinking back to the witch carefully now, I have no impression at all. I just think the plot is quite cliched. But this Formula of Love is completely different. If you only look at the storyboard, it is much better than Chen Zijiao. Even the most criticized plot clichés are not seen in this book. The story is about a pair of high school students who had a crush on each other before graduating from high school. First, there was an incident of losing Fat Ci in the school. The heroine was also implicated. The actor secretly investigated but was mistaken for the thief who stole the fat CI. The heroine was also at this time and misunderstood the actor. During the graduation trip, Hao Ji-yu secretly helped the actor, and the two sides reconciled, but then another misunderstanding occurred, which made the atmosphere very embarrassing. But because of this misunderstanding, the two had more contact. Finally, at the graduation ceremony, the actor made an anonymous expression in front of the teachers and students of the school. In the end, he told everyone that this was just a prepared story, just to make everyone cherish their feelings. Just like this, two young people who fudged each other in their hearts, but did not have the courage to stand in front of each other and confess. The last 2 pages, 4 years later, the two people met again and smiled at each other. All emotions are contained in it. How many truths are told through stories? If two people were more courageous then, maybe they would be together one day earlier. The story is an open ending, without breaking the relationship between them, but the fate of the two has been closely linked. After reading it, it makes people feel unfinished, but there is a touch of tenderness in the heart. The shyness of the young girl and the indecision of the teenager are all accurately expressed by Shen Xin through the lens and the delicate painter. There are also fat ci and Lu backs throughout the article, but there are not many scenes, which can be regarded as adding flavor to the entire comic. If Shen Xin wrote this cartoon independently, his potential is no less than that of Chen Zijiao. No, compared with Shen Xin, Chen Zijiao's only advantage is his more gorgeous painting skills, especially in color painting. Wang Wenhong sighed secretly, picked up the package containing the latest issue of Weekly New World, and was about to go to Chen Zijiao's studio to collect the manuscript, but the female editor next door secretly called Wang Wenhong. "Hey, brother Wang, have you watched the latest issue of New World? There is a very nice short story in it. The author is Shen Xin, who should be his real name. Well, it looks familiar. I haven't seen it, I'm not familiar with it, I don't know." Wang Wenhong glanced at the female editor badly. "Can you not familiar with it? You were there at that Dujin exhibition. At that time, I asked you to pick it up, and I was still not happy. Forget it, let's not say it." Depressed, Wang Wenhong hurriedly left the editing room, took the subway, and came to the front of Chen Zijiao's studio. Knocked on the door, and a cool air rushed over his face, making him feel refreshed. "Brother Wang, please come in soon." A middle-aged man with round thick lenses saw Wang Wenhong and greeted him quickly. This person is an assistant that Wang Wenhong deliberately found for Chen Zijiao. He is not good at drawing the background, but he has a very good level of black, white, and effect lines. Wang Wenhong nodded and walked straight into the room. This is a room with 4 bedrooms and 2 halls. The workbenches of the 3 assistants are placed in the living room. The office of Chen Zijiao is in the study. Wang Wenhong pushed open the study room. Chen Zijiao was standing in front of the mirror by the wall, sorting out the floral shirt on his body. Noting Wang Wenhong pushing the door in, Chen Zijiao turned around, a smile appeared on his face. "Long time no see, brother Wang. How is the manuscript?" Wang Wenhong asked. "The first episode has been completed, and the second episode is being produced." Chen Zijiao straightened his collar, with a chuckle on his face. Wang Wenhong breathed a sigh of relief. The first chapter is a color page, and it is also the longest time-consuming part. When Chen Zijiao finishes the first chapter, Wang Wenhong's pressure is much less. Chen Zijiao picked up an envelope on the desk and handed it to Wang Wenhong. "Brother Wang, first look at the quality of the color pages. I immediately identified you because of the cover you drew, so the quality of the color pages must be no problem, right?" Then, Wang Wenhong pulled out the manuscript and scanned the manuscript. His eyes were immediately attracted. Chen Zijiao's obsession with color is just like his pursuit of clothes. A large number of strong colors are used in his drawings. After the watercolor brush is dipped in the advertising white, it is painted on the high gloss place, creating a visual sense of luxury. The composition is as large as the entire page, as small as the wrinkles on the character's clothing. All the details seem to be calculated by Chen Zijiao. Because Wang Wenhong has seen name before, he has a general understanding of the storyboard behind. However, when he saw the sub-mirror of the manuscript, he found that there had been a lot of changes, and even a full page appeared. Have you changed the storyboard? Yes, I did change it. How is the effect? Chen Zijiao asked. The impact is stronger. Other storyboards are also good. Wang Wenhong looked through the storyboards, feeling excited. Although Shen Xin is also good, but from the current point of view, Chen Zijiao is obviously better. Chen Zijiao and Su Han. The two are geniuses in their respective fields, and their cooperation is incomprehensible among people of the same age. The corners of Chen Zijiao's mouth curled slightly, and his eyes showed a triumphant expression. By the way, what's going on with the baby that Yan Bian picked up? It's okay, he is better than ordinary newcomers, but not as good as you. I compared your manuscript with his manuscript. I think your manuscript is better. Wang Wenhong touched the file package. The newly published New World. Don't take it out, let Chen Zijiao see it. Of course, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, I am the one who is destined to change the history of Dreamer. Chen Zijiao laughed lightly. Wang Wenhong just wanted to remind Chen Zijiao not to be too arrogant, but another thought, this cartoon is a collaboration between Su Han and Chen Zijiao. Maybe it can really reach a very high level. Well, there is even a chance to win the crown of Rookie King. Before the manuscript was published, Wang Wenhong had already begun to fantasize about the future. At the same time, in an apartment in Hongchuan City, a young man squatting on a swivel chair picked up a G-pen and sketched a line draft on the manuscript paper. The mobile phone placed on the table suddenly rang, and the G-pen in the young man's hand stopped. After a moment of meditation, he pressed the speakerphone. Hey, teacher, yet, the first episode will be published next week. Are the manuscripts of the first 3 episodes ready? Yet. The boy lowered his head and continued to draw the manuscript. Teacher, yet, please be sure to get the next Rookie King. The boy's pen stopped. Because of too much force, the nib of the G-pen diverged to the sides. After a long thought, he said, it's boring, I don't want to get some new king. I just want to see more interesting comics. Huaxia's cartoons shouldn't be so boring. Teacher Ye still speaks so casually. Is it casual? The boy surnamed Ye raised his head, meditated for a while, put on noise-reducing earplugs, and continued to lower his head to paint. Hello, teacher. Didn't you tell you not to wear noise-reducing earplugs when talking on the phone with others? The assistant behind noticed the editor's loud questioning on the phone, but the boy didn't answer, so he turned around and saw that the boy was wearing earplugs. This teacher, not only speaks casually, but also doesn't care about others at all. The assistant sighed helplessly. Chapter 14, Questionnaire. The publication of Formula of Love caused a lot of waves in Yunhai, a small city. Yanfu knows that this comic has been recognized by many people, and the editor-in-chief mentioned it more than once in the editorial office. As Weekly Dreamer is coming soon, the editor-in-chief will only look better when he mentions Formula of Love. The questionnaire is out. As soon as he entered the editorial department, the deputy editor yelled. Yanfu, who was working, immediately raised his head and looked at the deputy editor-in-chief, who walked to the printer. It's really nervous, if Shen Xin can serialize it. Xiaoli whispered to Yanfu's ear. Be patient. I hope he can get a good ranking. Yanfu replied in a low voice. When the two people were talking, the deputy editor-in-chief came over and handed the copied questionnaire to Yanfu. When will this newcomer be able to draw a serialization? The editor-in-chief is looking forward to it. Hey! Yanfu rarely sees the deputy editor speaking so directly. Can you serialize it? Get the name up first, and then consider the serialization, it's better to hurry up. The deputy editor instructed. Oh. Yan Fu nodded repeatedly, and waited until the deputy editor-in-chief turned around and passed the remaining copies of the questionnaire to others. She asked Xiaoli in a low voice, "Why is the deputy editor-in-chief so anxious? Can you not worry? Today's Weekly Dreamer is released." Yan Wei suddenly realized that there is a connection between the senior executives of the magazine. They may have declared war in private, trying to seize the opponent's weakness and then give a fatal blow. It looks like I'm looking for Shen Xin to discuss about the new comics. Yan Wei muttered, and glanced at Xiaoli who was sitting next to her. She stared directly at the questionnaire in her hand. "What's wrong?" "The support rate. The support rate on the questionnaire is so high." Xiaoli pointed to the ranking on the questionnaire and said in surprise. After Xiaoli's reminder, Yan Fu also moved his eyes to the questionnaire. Readers' questionnaires are generally divided into two parts, one is the voting column for serialized comics, and the other is the voting and reader response areas for short stories. Normally, serial comics have accumulated a certain amount of popularity, so their support rate is relatively fixed, and more people are willing to vote for them. The situation of short comics is much more embarrassing. It is difficult to attract readers only with a plot of 40 or 50 pages. Therefore, generally speaking, unless the contribution of a famous writer, the number of votes will be very scattered. This questionnaire is a bit different. In 1,000 questionnaires, more than 50% of the people who voted for the short comics, and in this 50%, 60% of the people voted for Shen Xin. In other words, if there were no Shen Xin's cartoon, perhaps only more than 200 people would vote for a short story. Why is this? Yan Fu asked in surprise. "My sister, you are his editor in charge, you should know that." Xiaoli gave Yan Fu angrily. Yan Fu shook his head slightly. "I just think this comic is very good, but I didn't expect it to be so popular." Editors can usually only judge the quality of a work based on experience. However, whether a comic is really popular with readers is related to many factors. It may be the subject matter, or the depth of the story, or it may be the manga artist's painter and the story maker. Ability, maybe even luck. And many more. She stood up suddenly. "Hey, Sister Yan, what are you doing?" Xiaoli asked quickly. "Look at the questionnaire for this issue of the magazine." As soon as Yan Fu's voice fell, people had already left the editing room. There must be a reason for such a high turnout rate, not only because of the meat scene, so she needs to look at the age of the voting readers and the reason for their voting. Yan Fu came to the data room and found out the readers' votes in the latest issue. After spot-checking nearly 600 to 700 questionnaires, the doubts in his heart gradually became clear. She put the 600 to 700 questionnaires separately into the bag, hurriedly returned to the editing room, and dialed Shen Xin's number. "Hello, Shen Xin? Where are you?" "At home, I am drawing my name." Shen Xin said. "New name?" Yan Fu asked in surprise. "The short story of has just been published, but Shen Xin is drawing a new name. He is really diligent." "Right." Shen Xin had a black line. He heard the surprise in Yan Fu's words, but he was slightly embarrassed. Actually, he also has a few alternative comics, but he hasn't decided which one to choose, so he drew a name casually. On the one hand, he hopes to find inspiration, on the other hand, he is practicing the storytelling. Even if he wants to draw comics that have already been published, he has to grow up every time he draws a storyboard, otherwise he is no different from a machine that only draws. "Take your name, 2 hours later, we will meet at Starbucks." "In 2 hours? Why do you choose this time?" Shen Xin glanced at the time. It was just noon, and 2 hours later, it was the hottest time in summer. It's really hard to go out at this time. I'm going to buy a magazine. Today is the first issue of Weekly Dreamer. As opponents, we must understand them. I think you also want to know what level Chen Zijiao's new work will be, right? Shen Xin responded, which is correct. So, 2 hours later, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com meets at Starbucks. To be honest, I don't know if I can grab it. Dreamer will be so hot? Shen Xin was deeply suspicious of this. After hanging up the phone, he went to the bookstore where Xi Muxin worked. Xi Muyun saw Shen Xin with a wrong face, and Shen Xin rarely came to this bookstore. After Shen Xin explained his intentions, Xi Muxin spread his hands. Sorry, it is sold out. The store manager knew that Shen Xin was the author of Formula of Love and immediately showed enthusiasm and called several nearby bookstores. As a result, Dreamer was sold out. At this time, Shen Xin knew that he had guessed wrong. After the revision, Dreamer received unprecedented welcome. There are reasons why this magazine is so popular. First of all, the revision of the magazine has an inexplicable attraction for ordinary readers. In the final analysis, it is the psychology of curiosity. But whether they were readers of Dreamer before, they all want to see what Dreamer looks like after the revision. At the same time, such magazines are also of commemorative significance and have collection value. Secondly, before the revision of Dreamer, magazines advertised in many media, and many fans noticed this. Again, it is the quality of the content. After all, if a magazine wants to sell well, its quality must be excellent. There is only one way to judge the quality of a magazine, that is, whether the comics attract people's attention. Obviously, the quality of this issue is very hard. Of course, the most important point is that the dealer did not expect that Dreamer would sell well. To put it more bluntly, it means that there is less stock. Shen Xin can only reserve one copy in the bookstore, and come to pick it up when the magazine arrives. Chapter 15, Chen Zijiao and his cartoons. After bidding farewell to Xi Muxin, Shen Xin went to many bookstores and did not find Dreamer. In desperation, Shen Xin could only go to Starbucks first and wait for Yan Wei to come over. Just found an empty place to sit down, ordered a cup of coffee. Yan Fu pushed the door in, looked around for a week, found Shen Xin sitting in the corner, and quickly walked over. Yan Fu was sweating profusely, his face flushed, and she was totally different from her who was usually shocked. She first ordered a glass of ice water, and only after drinking it did she have the strength to speak. Sister Yan, have you bought monthly Dreamer? Shen Xin looked at Yan Fu expectantly. No. Yan Fu shook his head, but if a colleague bought it, I will use it first. When she thought of this, Yan Fu got angry. She wandered around 2 or 3 bookstores nearby and found that Dreamer was sold out. When she returned to the editorial department and complained, she realized that Xylee had bought the magazine in advance, and she suddenly had it. Kind of loss. Can I take a look first? Shen Xin quickly said, I also ran to a lot of bookstores, but I didn't get one. It seems that the revision of Dreamer was a great success. Yan Fu took out the revised Dreamer from his bag and handed it to Shen Xin. Shen Xin had known in advance that Chen Zijiao's cartoon was in the color page, so he opened the magazine directly. The front page of is the revised version, followed by the catalogue, and then turning back, is the cartoon drawn by Chen Zijiao. Shaking. Shen Xin's face turned red when he saw the title of the book. The name, it sounds awkward to read. I heard that this comic was not originally the name, and Chen Zijiao was not satisfied with it, so he changed it to Together. Yan Fu explained. Xylee still told her this news. Who is Su Han? Shen Xin saw the name of the original work again, puzzled. She? Now the most marketable reasoning writer, and still a big beauty, you don't even know. Yan Fu was surprised. Shen Xin shook his head. The host is not in the novel circle, unless it is a well-known writer who is well-known to the whole people, and the one who is often on the news, otherwise, he has no impression at all. Since she is so famous, why did she agree to change the name of the work by Chen Zijiao? Shen Xin was still puzzled. The more famous the author, the more you should care about your work. Is Su Han a good talker? Should be too busy. Yan Fu speculated. Shen Xin didn't know why, but still lowered his head, and his eyes fell on the cover page of this comic again. Dragon playing in the water is Chen Zijiao's pen name. Shen Xin's eyelids twitched. This pen name is not really good, and it is comparable to the second degree of toggle. To be honest, the style of the pen name is far from that of Shui Jinglong. What do you think? Yan Fu also shook his head, feeling helpless. From the point of naming, it can be judged that Chen Zijiao's literary attainments are not good. The cover page of the manga is a young man wearing a white robe and long silver hair. Standing on his side, with his forehead slightly raised, one hand holds the flying peach blossom in the air, and the other hand is behind him, giving people a feeling of grace, and a girl in a blue school uniform was slightly bent, holding down the skirt of the short skirt that was about to rise in the wind, but even so, the skirt behind her was still blown up by the wind. If it is an ordinary painter, there may not be anything special about painting such a picture, but after all, Chen Zijiao has painted 1AR, and his strength has been recognized by Wang Wenhong. Therefore, the girl looks pure and pleasant, but in her gestures, she full of temptation. The full upper body tightly supports the clothes, which not only attracts readers, but also makes them curious about the scenery under the skirt. In addition to the alluring character, Chen Zijiao's coloring also surprised Shen Xin. An excellent manga artist is not necessarily very good at coloring. On the earth, even some manga masters may not be very good at coloring. But Chen Zijiao's coloring is different. The two characters are ancient and the present, but they are very particular about coloring. The colors of men and peach blossoms are similar to watercolors, which gives a sense of rendering, while girls are not. The colors are thicker and more detailed. The highlights of the clothes and hair are drawn very finely, and some details, such as the folds of the clothes, also handled just right. What's more commendable is that although the two characters have different coloring styles, the transition of colors is very natural. Shen Xin asked himself, he still can't do this. Sister Yan. Okay. Isn't Su Han a reasoning writer? That's right. But this article does not seem to be like a reasoning comic. No matter from the title of the book or the composition of the cover page, it has nothing to do with reasoning. Judging by the level of his third-rate novelist, this comic is a bit like a romance, and it's still a kind of traversal. It's really not. As for why she wrote this story, perhaps only Su Hanbin knows. Yan Fu explained. Shen Xin nodded slightly. The success or failure of comics depends on the acceptance of the story by readers, which has nothing to do with the reputation of the original work. Even if you are a best-selling author, if you can't write an interesting script, the reader will not buy it. Turning over the cover page, the story told by the manga is narrated. As Shen Xin guessed, this story does have a background of traversal, but it is anti-traversal. In short, it is a knight from ancient times who has crossed into the real world. In Shen Xin's view, this type of story is not very new. He has seen too much content on this subject, or the subject of traversal, which has been rotten by online novels. This kind of forward wear and reverse wear, continuous wear, endless wear feeling. But this world's journey is mainly based on the protagonist's journey to another world. Occasionally, a few reflections also travel from another world to the real world. It is rare to see a journey from ancient to modern. The beginning of the story is a duel between two knights. The moment the white-robed knight was stabbed by the long sword, he crossed into the girl's closet. He struggled to get out of the closet, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, with fat ci and inner yi on his body, happened to meet the hostess who had just taken a shower, and the story began. The male protagonist with no common sense was shocked when he saw the bright light bulb, thinking that it was the enemy who used his internal power to make the bulb light up. He was also very surprised when he saw the hair dryer, but he could not find the source of the hair blowing. Inner strength. The bath towel wrapped around the hostess's body was also scraped off, giving readers a small welfare. Tottering, worthy of the name. The first chapter of the story is full of 50 pages. Shen Xin read the first chapter in one go without feeling tired at all. Then he raised his head and sighed, looking a little helpless. How is it? Yan Fu asked quickly. It's an excellent comic, and the collaboration between these two people is perfect. Shen Xin said truthfully. What's the reason? Yan Fu wanted to know Shen Xin's opinion. The conflict between authenticity and seriousness brings unexpected funny. Shen Xin gave a reply after a little thought. Yan Fu recalled what Shen Xin said, and couldn't help nodding. Shen Xin pointed out the most fascinating part of the story. The pedantic and conservative ancient knight traveled to the present world, facing a technology far beyond his imagination, showing confusion. The more serious he raised doubts, the more laughable he was. The heroine is also a conservative girl, but when faced with the male protagonist who doesn't understand anything, he often feels helpless. Several of the dew points reflect the Chen Zijiao's talent in drawing the fruit body, and the heroine's violent image in the subsequent subframes contrasts sharply with his conservative character. A work that is funny, meaty, and anticipating at the same time, such a work is really unstoppable. Chen Zijiao, and the author named Su Han, really amazing. Chapter 16, Su Han and her script. In addition to the interesting stories, the storyboards of Toddler are better than normal comics. The use of large and small frames, and some tips for storyboarding, are also used just right. At the same time, the composition of this comic is also very characteristic. The intentional or unintentional actions of female characters are drawn by Chen Zijiao from a unique perspective. There is an indescribable temptation. Maybe because he often draws books, he has a different understanding of the character's skin color. The highlight of the skin under the light allows readers to experience the character's breakable skin at a glance. Shen Xin rubbed his forehead. If only Chen Zijiao, his pressure would not be too much. Story is the soul of comics. If there is no good story, no matter how good Chen Zijiao's painter is, he will not worry. But now it's different. Thanks to Su Han's joining, the script of the comic is also guaranteed. The future development of Toggle is completely a mystery. Maybe a funny style like the first riddle in history, it may be full of flesh style like the Queen of the Pack, or even a story about heroes saving the world. Tottering. Su Han also didn't say clearly what tottering is. What if the world is tottering? This is the hero manga. Moreover, Su Han is a writer who has finished this experience and is very popular. There is no such thing as breaking the story. Therefore, the follow-up development of the story should not exceed her control. It's really amazing. It's not easy to win against him. The only good news is that Su Han has never written a novel about easygoing. Shen Xin took a bit of coffee. Yan Fu looked at the lost Shen Xin, opened his mouth, and after some ideological struggle, gritted his teeth again, and continued to ask, I thought about it, but I still think this should be told to you. What's the matter? Shen Xin looked at Yan Fu in surprise. Have you read this month's monthly comic Futura? Yan Fu asked. A general small magazine usually only has one comic magazine, but a giant like Comic Futura usually has monthly or brother publications. Monthly? No. Shen Xin shook his head. Yan Fu took out another magazine from his shoulder bag and placed it in front of Shen Xin. This issue of Monthly Comic Futura is also very exciting. I went to all bookstores and the store manager recommended this magazine. It is said that this magazine is recommended by the store manager. The sales volume of this issue of magazine, in its history, also ranks among the top positions because of the comic on the cover. Comic on the cover. Shen Xian's gaze moved to the cover of the magazine. A teenager dressed as a middle school student, holding a diary tightly. Under the figure, 2 words are written, punishment. But Shen Xian's attention was attracted by the line of words under punishment. Original, Suhan. Hey? Suhan? Is this a person? Shen Xian asked in surprise. This is Comic Futura. Its weekly magazine is China's largest selling magazine. Therefore, there is no doubt about the quality of the story. As a best-selling author with a single sales volume of 1 million copies, Suhan is capable of serving as the original work on Comic Futura. Yan Fu explained. I know, but can she really take care of both sides? And it's a completely different type. Shen Xian made a big question mark in his heart. Yan Fu spread his hands. I don't know, who knows what she thinks. Shen Xian looked at the cover again, painting. Yehexu, Su, the name is familiar. Sister Yan, do you know who he is? The 18-year-old genius cartoonist published 5 short comics in the monthly Comic Futura last year. This year these 5 comics were published in a collection and sold 500,000 copies in 2 months. It sounds like it's amazing. Shen Xian gave a dry smile. Can I read this cartoon? Yes, but you don't want to be spoiled. I haven't watched it yet. Yan Fu reminded. I got it. Shen Xian quickly opened the magazine and found crime. This is a slightly heart-stirring story about a high school student named Yang Chen who is often bullied at school. I went home from self-study one night, opened the drawer to look for refills, but found a blank diary. He has never seen this diary, but it appears in his drawer. The cover says Book of Prophecy, and each page has 2 boxes on the top and bottom, and the box above has problem. The watermark, the box below, is printed with answer. In the first episode, Yang Chen is still bullied by his classmates at school, and those who bully him are even related to people in society. Yang Chen seemed to be unable to get rid of the bad luck of being bullied before graduation, and the function of that notepad was not reflected in the first chapter. Student, diary, reasoning. These elements gathered together, so that Shen Xian thought of a comic Death Note. In Death Note, Yeshinayu uses Death Note to do justice. But crime is different. According to the prompts in the first chapter, this notebook is more inclined to foresee, and Yang Chen's fate is much more miserable than Yeshinayu. The content of Death Note is what is justice, while punishment expresses resistance and self-saving. Shen Xian did not expect that someone in this world could even think of using a notebook as a carrier for reasoning. From this point of view, it is similar to Death Note. And the drawing of crimination is also excellent. This painter named Yehexu has a good grasp of the story. The shots are smooth and complete in one go. The composition of each grid is almost the best choice. This painter is better than Chen Zijiao. No, Chen Zijiao can't compare with him at all. It's not a class at all. Yehex is painterly, no matter the degree of realism or fineness. You read www.yuuganshu.com, and even the mastery of comic language is no less than that of most famous cartoonists. The more critical point is that I don't know if it's a psychological factor. Shen Xian feels that Suhan is more concerned about punishment, and the quality of the story of punishment is also higher than that of Shakedown. The original author is good at stories, while the painter is good at storytelling and painting. This combination is so familiar. Isn't it just a teacher? Shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Shen Xian once again fixed his gaze on the cover. How is it? Yan Fu saw Shen Xian's face a little strange, and he was a little worried. This crime should be the new pillar of monthly Comic Futura, right? Shen Xian asked. I don't know. However, the combination of Yehexu and Suhan does have the potential to become a new platform, but it is a pity. Yan Fu sighed. What a pity. Shen Xin asked puzzledly. If crime is published in the monthly comic Futura, it means that he will lose his eligibility to run for the new king, Yan Fu said. New king? Shen Xin blinked. As someone who wants to become a full-time cartoonist, Shen Xin certainly knows that every October, magazines represented by the 3 major magazines will hold a cartoon festival in Hongchuan. At the ceremony, the editors of major magazines will select many comic awards, and there are also expensive bonuses. Newcomer Wang is one of the awards, but Shen Xin does not know the details. Which, does the publication in monthly comic Futura have anything to do with the selection of new king? Shen Xin asked in surprise. Of course there is a relationship. And the relationship is still very big. Yan Fu said seriously. Chapter 17, Conditions and Pressure. What's the relationship? Shen Xin asked puzzled. This is related to the selection conditions of the Newcomer Award. Yan Fu took a sip of coffee. There are 4 conditions for the selection of the Newcomer Award, one of which is that the selected works must be published in more than 30 words and a separate book is issued. 30 words? If it's a monthly magazine, it's really impossible. Shen Xin nodded. The monthly magazine can only publish 12 words a year. What about the next 3 conditions? The works selected each year must be the works published in June of that year to June of the year. In addition, before this time period, the cartoonist has not published a long-form cartoon, and the age of the cartoonist is under 30. In other words, even if there are collaborators, cartoonists can participate in the selection, right? Shen Xin asked rhetorically. That's right. Chen Zijiao is also qualified. Shen Xin said again. Yan Fu nodded. Shen Xin frowned. Chen Zijiao's strength in Weekly Dreamer is already very good. If you want to beat him, you also need to choose the comics you can refer to. Now you have added another Yaihexu. Despite the punishment because of the number of journals, the selection criteria were not met. But no one dared to pack tickets. Yaihexu would not release new works in the remaining few months. Yan Fu saw that Shen Xin had something on his mind. He hesitated for a moment, and then said, the prize money of the Newcomer Award is not much, but for cartoonists, the Newcomer King is a very heavy prize, because most people only have a chance to win. If you can win the Newcomer Award, it will be of great benefit to your future development. I think you don't want to stay in Weekly New World all your life, right? Hey? Sister Yan, this is the first time I have seen an editor push my author to another magazine. Shen Xin smiled. Of course I don't want you to leave, but a cartoonist is an animal looking for dreams. If it is in District 11, this dream is called Weekly Leap. In China, dreams are the 3 major magazines. If you can get it from other people to win the new king, the 3 major magazines will definitely throw an olive branch. Yan Fu's eyes shone brightly and he was very confident in Shen Xin. However, the opponent is very strong, and I can't guarantee that I can beat Chen Zijiao. If Yaihexu draws a cartoon before the end of the year, the campaign will be difficult. Shen Xin sighed. By the way, what's the name you said on the phone before? Yan Fu asked. Shen Xin shook his head repeatedly, clutching the shoulder bag next to the seat. No, the new name can't be compared with Su Han's 2 scripts, it is far behind. When I go back, I will reconsider it. Sorry. Originally, Shen Xin had some confidence in his name, but after reading the comics of Yaihexu and Chen Zijiao, he can be sure that this name has no chance of winning the 2 works. This way. Yan Fu was also a little frustrated, but then he thought of another thing, so he took out a thick stack of reader questionnaires from his shoulder bag. The questionnaire came out. The voting rate of Formula of Love is in the history of New World, one of the few comics with the highest turnout for short comics, which is beyond my imagination. So high. Shen Xin blinked. Is the statistics wrong? My first thought was the same as yours, so I found hundreds of questionnaires, wanting to know the reasons and results. Guess what? Shen Xin shook his head. He is not Jin Tianyi. How could he know what readers would write on the questionnaire? Do you see it for yourself? Yan Fu handed the reader questionnaire to Shen Xin. It is impossible for readers to vote for Equation of Love, but readers who voted more or less left a few sentences. It's been a long time since I read such a manga, and I feel a few years younger. It seems that I have found the feeling of first love again. Oh yeah, isn't this something I used to do? How does the author know? Laughs. I'm going to graduate soon, I feel a little melancholy when I see this comic. Next year, I don't know if I have a chance to confess to him. He took another look at the age composition. Most of them are between 15 and 25 years old. The ratio of men to women is also more coordinated. Boys are only slightly more than girls. This is rare in juvenile manga. Hey, Sister Yan, this is... Shen Xin roughly turned over, his expression a little embarrassed. Readers found sympathy, although it is accidental. There are two types of people who are very interested in your comics. One type is people who have graduated. When they see this comic, they feel the same way. The other group is high school. Of the school students, they are longing for this comic, or melancholy, but no matter how they say, they will have a part of the content in the comic. This comic has a certain sense of reality. Yan Wei explained. Hey? Shen Xin scratched his head awkwardly, feeling like a blind cat caught a dead mouse. Before he drew comics, he had never thought about this effect. I suggest that, if possible, the style of serialized comics should be similar to it. Maybe you can create a comic that is no less than toggle. Yan Fu said sternly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Hey? Do you still want to paint this type? Shen Xin browsed twice. He is incompatible with love. Yes, you should also want to get the newcomer award, right? Yan Fu asked. That's right. As Yan Fu said, if he really won the newcomer award, he might have a much smoother road to comics. This time I don't want to use the comics of the earth. By the way, as for the front page coloring page, it is still the conditions we said before. You must hand over the name that can maximize the advantages of Color Man. Yan Fu said seriously. I know. Shen Xin sighed in his heart, even if it is a copy of a copy, it seems that it is not so easy. After bidding farewell to Yan Fu, Shen Xin's mind was in a mess. Back home, Xi Muxin hasn't come back yet. Shen Xin washed his hands, and today he can make the egg fried rice that he has trained for a long time, so that the little girl will have a long experience. Has been busy until 8 o'clock, and Shen Xin is done. Seeing the golden yellow frangipani mingled in the rice, he felt a little pride in his heart. Kohei Suzumaki, during the entrance examination of Totsuki Gakuen, did nothing but egg fried rice, right? Shen Xin picked up the spoon, took a bite, and spit out the rice in the next moment. Bah, it's salty. No, it's because the salt hasn't been mixed well. Why did it fail again? It's obviously delicious. Shen Xin looked crazy. Such salted egg fried rice must not be seen by Xi Muxin, otherwise, the image he has established for such a long time will be completely gone. Brother Xin, what are you doing? What? Shen Xin quickly turned around, and Xi Muxin was looking at him curiously, holding the white easy-to-pull bag. Chapter 18, Choice and Classic. When did you come back? Shen Xin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just now, when you vomited something out. Xi Muxin said truthfully. Have been back so long. Brother Xin, what's in the pot? Xi Muxin looked at the pot and asked. It's nothing, it's just fried rice with eggs. I lost my mind just now, but the salt was not fried. Of course, Shen Xin will not admit that it is really a failure that he has cooked up with all his best, so he can only use wandering as an excuse. Oh! Brother Xin, I said before that you are also very busy with your own business. Just leave it to me when you cook. Xi Muxin put the pull-out bag on the table. Yes, I put the Weekly Dreamer on the table. Brought to you. Hey? So fast. Well, the store manager is a fan of your books. After you left, she made a lot of phone calls before buying this magazine. Chi Muxin rolled up his sleeves and put on an apron. Or, dump the rice in the pot? Can't eat it anymore. Shen Xin was a little afraid to face Xi Muxin. It's a shame to waste, and they are also saving money now, but the rice has become like this, even if they want to eat it, they don't have any appetite. Xi Muxin pondered for a moment, then shook his head, smiled and said, No, I can't hold you back with this problem. Shen Xin was full of cows in his heart. Although his parents died after the journey, God left him a good sister. No, even for the sake of my sister, I have to draw this serialization well. Love comics, but also maintain the style, it is best to start with a color page. Is there such a comic in the comics I have read? Shen Xin held his cheeks, recalling the comics he had read. False love? Impossible. Although false love is also very interesting, it is a relaxed love comic, which is inconsistent with my realistic style. Strawberry 100%? This is an option. The styles are relatively similar. After all, the heroine of Formula Love is drawn according to Aya Tojo. But if you draw this cartoon, there is also a problem. On the earth, there is often a dispute between Tojo Aya and Nishinoji. No matter who wins or loses, this endless debate will cause him to lose some of his readers. Andazuki's Mayuki, and Baseball Hero are also very good, but his painting style does not match Andazuki's painting style. If he draws 4 different images, it is estimated that he will be on the street. Koharu Seo? By the way, I can imitate his style, and the town has you. Wait, this guy has a problem with his plot. Whether it is you are in a small town or Fengxia, both reveal a sense of abuse. You are in a small town is slightly better, but the heroine made some readers dissatisfied when dealing with the relationship between Tongdao Kingda and Kazama Kyusuke, but Fukusaka painted the previous work in the middle of the storytelling. The daughter of the protagonist and heroine has been replaced by the heroine, which is simply feeding poison to the reader. If I drew Fengxia, I guess I don't need to buy the blade for the second half of my life. Hey! Shen Xin sighed helplessly. What's wrong? Brother Xin. Xi Muxin in the kitchen quickly asked when he heard Shen Xin's sigh. I didn't expect a suitable serialized comic. Shen Xin said. Oh. Actually, the store manager said, I hope you can draw another comic like Equation of Love. Why? She said, the hero and heroine have each other in their hearts, but they have the fear of being hurt in their hearts, which is portrayed vividly by Brother Xin. She thinks of her first love, said Xi Muxin. Haha, how can such a manga be drawn so easily? Shen Xin laughed dryly. By the way, Xiao Xin, do you like Formula of Love? I like it. Do you remember your first love, too? As soon as Shen Xin's voice fell, he heard the iron basin fall to the ground, and the clear voice was particularly pleasing. No. Xi Muxin quickly picked up the iron basin, and complained a little, what are you talking about, Brother Xin? I'm only 15 years old. Sorry, I forgot. Shen Xin apologized quickly, then what do you think of this kind of mental description between the hero and the hero? It's very real. I feel that facing the object of my heart, there are 10,000 words in my heart, but I just can't open my mouth. Xiao Tong. Okay. Do you have a crush? The air suddenly became embarrassed, and after a while, a squishy smell came out of the pot. The pot, the rice is stale. Shen Xin shouted at the kitchen, and a scream came out from the kitchen. In the end, Xi Muxin blushed and put the cooked food on the table, and the failed egg fried rice became a failed rice crust. Shen Xin took a bite of steamed rice. The taste should have been good, but it was fried. Brother Xin, when I'm cooking in the future, don't make a joke. Xi Muxin lowered his head, his ears were burning. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't expect you to be so sensitive to this matter. Shen Xin honestly admitted his mistake. Speaking of which, after a dialogue with Xi Muxin, Shen Xin made up his mind and eliminated all the comics he considered. Excellent painters and excellent stories are indispensable. Otherwise, it is impossible to win next year's Rookie King. At the same time, the comics must have the characteristics of flesh, the heroine must be pure, and the first chapter must be suitable for color pages. Is there such a comic? Absolutely. Moreover, I am good at drawing female characters and have meticulous workmanship. Such manga is definitely a classic. Classic, classic. Ah! I remembered it. Shen Xin shouted out aloud. Brother Xin, what's wrong with you? Xi Muxin, who was sitting opposite, was taken aback. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com looked at Shen Xin in a panic. No. I remember what to paint. Shen Xin stood up from his seat. Xiao Xin, I will go back to the studio first. Thank you so much today. Thank me? Thanks for what? Xi Muxin looked confused, but Shen Xin had already returned to the studio. Just now, he remembered a romantic comic that was particularly suitable for drawing. The style is realistic but there are some flesh dramas. The heroine is pure and the emotional line is relatively simple. Although the story has some twists and turns, the ending is a happy ending. It is also a classic of love comics. What is more commendable is this one. The first chapter of the manga is indeed suitable for coloring pages. This manga is is by Masawa Katsura. On Earth, there is also another animation, or light novel, called Eyes, that is, Infinite Stratos, known as the Wall of Masterpieces, but this Eyes is the abbreviation of English, and Guijengs Is is the full name of this comic. Katsura Masakazu is a manga artist of the same generation as Toriyama Akira. When he was serialized in Jump, many people thought that the girl he wrote was already the limit of boy manga. Going one step further is the young manga, and there are also many cartoonists in the sea who have drawn the fanzine of Is and are active in the book world. This comic is really suitable for Shen Xin now. The key is that even compared with Crime and Toggle, the quality of this work has certain advantages. The key to the problem now is, even if he copied the name of Is, can he fully display the charm of this comic? Shen Xin also had no confidence in his heart. Chapter 19, Change. To some extent, Is tells the story of Diao Silk counterattack. The protagonist Sito Kazuki is an ordinary high school student with indecisive personality and no special skills. The heroine Izuki Iori is Sito Kazuki's crush and his classmate. Ash Izuki Iori has a pure appearance, often participates in drama performances, and also appears as a model on the color pages of magazines. At the same time, the students also spontaneously organized a support club for him, which can be said to be a star in the school. There should be no two people at the same time, but because the class needs to hold a welcome party for freshmen, they became an executive committee member and got in touch. The development of the whole story is promoted by the misunderstanding of the two people, and after the misunderstanding is resolved, the relationship between the two people will be one step closer. This feeling is like the scions in Dragon Ball, as long as they can survive on the verge of death, they will become stronger. The feelings between Sito Kazuki and Ash Izuki Iori are the same. With the repeated occurrence and elimination of misunderstandings, the two finally became lovers in the third grade. The story does not end because of this. Wii U Iori was spotted by entertainment companies because of the planning of IS. In order to keep her pure image, the agent asked Iori to conceal the news about her relationship with Iki. At the same time, Iki also failed because of the college entrance examination. In a state of unemployed. On the one hand, due to the obstruction of the brokerage company, on the other hand, other beauties appeared beside Ichiki. Coupled with the endless misunderstandings, the relationship between the two appeared cracks. In the end, I found Yugi from the broker and analyzed the pros and cons. For Iori's development, Ichiki can only choose to break up with Iori and protect Iori in a place that Iori can't see. The ending of the story is that lovers finally get married, Iori finally opted out of the show business, and a family also clung to their favorite girl. Yes, the story has a happy ending. Regardless of whether this ending will satisfy everyone, Shen Xin can guarantee that no one will send him a blade. Of course, he can't copy the comics either. The name of the character must change. Moreover, most of the 11 districts are sitting on the knees, but the Chinese are sitting on chairs, and the exhausting details have to be changed. In addition, Shen Xin has another difficulty to solve, that is, drawing the background. Some realistic manga or anime are mostly referenced in the background. For example, some scenes in Slam Dunk refer to some places in Kanagawa Prefecture. At the same time, the drawing of the scene is generally the most cumbersome, and the chief creator usually entrusts this work to the assistant to complete. Shen Xin couldn't let his assistant see the background of IS, so he could only use the real scene of this world as a reference for the assistant to draw. Shen Xin scratched his forehead. If he has a smartphone, he can go to a nearby school to take pictures and view the scene. But in this world, feature phones are still popular. He can't draw the background against a bunch of mosaics, right? After thinking about it, Shen Xin can only pin his hopes on Yanfu, and wait until tomorrow to ask her to borrow a camera. After selecting the serialized comics, it doesn't mean that everything is going well. Compared with Gui Zheng's painting level, Shen Xin's painting level still has great shortcomings. At the same time, because of the addition of color pages, he puts forward higher requirements on the basic skills of painting. Shen Xin also knows that he has a lot to improve, but he has no time to make up, so he can only serialize while learning to improve his painting skills and experience. In fact, many serialized works will not be completed in one step. If readers are attentive, it is not difficult to find that some online novels with millions or even 3 or 4 million words are definitely more refined in the later period than in the earlier period. This is because the authors are making progress in the serialization process. The same goes for manga. After selecting IS as the serialized comic, drawing the name becomes easier. After all, there is an existing manuscript, Shen Xin only needs to copy the name and modify the details. In contrast, the determination of the title of the book caused Shen Xin to struggle for a lot of time. The origin of the name IS is exquisite. I refers to the first letter of Ichitaka and Iori respectively, and S stands for plural. He can't find 2 male and female protagonists that begin with I, right? Moreover, there is no word beginning with pinyin I in Huaxia's name. But the title of IS is related to the content of the first chapter. No, it should be said that it runs through the entire comic. If the name is changed, the connotation of the whole story will be reduced a lot. After thinking twice, Shen Xin decided to name her first, and the heroine still uses Yuzi, except that Wii U is removed. Where's the hero? Called Yugi? It seems, not bad. In this case, IS becomes YS, which is not bad, although it is somewhat like the abbreviation of YS. Shen Xin knows very well that borrowing other people's works is already too much, and now that he has changed the title of the book, he feels unable to explain himself. But he really couldn't explain the meaning of the letter I, so he could only say sorry to Guizheng. Now that the name was determined, Shen Xin also started drawing the name. Since he already had the picture of is in his brain, Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com, so it didn't take much effort to draw the name. It only took more than an hour, and the name on page 55 of the first episode was lost. He drew it out. The next day, Shen Xin and Yanfu called and asked her for a camera. "What's wrong?" Yanfu asked curiously. "Take a picture and make the background." "Where is the name of the serialized comic?" "The editor-in-chief is very anxious." Yanfu's tone was a little hasty. Shen Xin almost blurted out and told her that her name was completed. Fortunately, at the moment she spoke, she reacted in time and quickly changed her words. "This Thursday? I am still thinking about how to start." "Sister Yan, you also know that the beginning of the comic is it's difficult, please give me more time. I only had a meeting yesterday afternoon, and today I told her that I had completed page 55 of the name, and I guess I would be treated as a monster. Sometimes, being low-key is not a bad thing." "Yes." Yanfu nodded. "Anyway, it is not 2 days before Thursday, so I will say at that time, I will bring you the camera again on Thursday." "Hey? Wait, can't you lend me now? Wait till Thursday? Then why did he go these 2 days? Your focus now should be on the name of the serialized comic. There is still time to shoot the background. It shouldn't be too late in 2 days, right?" Yanfu reminded. "Yes, I accidentally dug a hole for myself." Hanging up Yanfu's call, Shen Xin thought for a moment, and then dialed Yang Bo's cell phone. Yang Bo promised quite simply, but because he had something on hand, he couldn't send Shen Xin over, and could only wait for him in the school dormitory. Shen Xin just wanted to take a few pictures of the school, so he told Yang Bo that he was going to school now and asked Yang Bo to prepare the camera. Chapter 20, Busy Yang Bo. Shen Xin hurried to the school dormitory and knocked on Yang Bo's dormitory door. The school's dormitory is a quadruple room with air conditioning and TV. But now it's summer vacation and most of the people are back home. Yang Bo was the only one left in his dormitory. When he opened the door, he was shirtless. After seeing Shen Xin, he smiled. "Sucky boy, formula of love is very good." I actually used his real name, because I was afraid that he was not famous enough. Famousness is useful for P, and schools can't avoid tuition. Shen Xin took the camera and glanced at Yang Bo's desk. A piece of drawing paper is laid flat on the desktop, and markers of various colors are placed on one side of the drawing paper. The pencil line draft has been drawn, and I am preparing to hook the line with a needle pen. "Why don't you go home during the holidays?" Shen Xin asked curiously. "Hey, tell you, brother, I took a job." Yang Bo smiled. "Hey? Sitting at school? No, do you make money by lying in the dormitory?" Shen Xin was a little skeptical. "Bah, you just lie down." Hearing Shen Xin's slight ridicule, Yang Bo immediately became unhappy. "Have you seen? I took the official job." "Official? How official are there?" Shen Xin was amused by Yang Bo. "The student council president gave me a job, and asked me to create a character for a game, and by the way be responsible for the game's graphics." Yang Bo proudly said. "Oh, what game? I don't know, you didn't tell me yet." Yang Bo sighed, then chuckled twice. "Sheepskin, let me tell you, your situation is not called pickup, it's called assessment. After the assessment, she will let you make a character for the game. Come on." Shen Xin suppressed his laughter. Yang Bo didn't blush when the lie was exposed, and said with a grin, "Are you interested in getting involved?" "No interest at all. I don't want to involve too much with the school, and I don't have time, brother is very busy." Shen Xin put the camera on his neck and waved to Yang Bo. "Brother, do it hard, the president will not treating you badly." Said, ignoring Yang Bo's protest, Shen Xin escaped from the dormitory. The president of the Student Union of Yunhai University of Science and Technology is a female. Shen Xin once saw her from a distance at a school celebration. In addition, the only knowledge about this girl is rumors. It is said that her family is rich in countless kinds. In the first grade, I donated a large sum of money to the school and became the president of the student union. I worked for 2 years in a row. If nothing else, she will be the president of the 3rd year. Shen Xin believes that he and the president are not from the same world, so he doesn't care much about the president's affairs. After getting the camera, Shen Xin took some photos in the school gymnasium, laboratory, and conference hall. Most middle schools in Yunhai City do not have these buildings, and Shen Xin can only fuse these photos into the comics. As for the main body of the YS Middle School, Shen Xin decided to use the host's alma mater Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. Just 2 days ago, Shen Xin learned that Xi Muxin had received the admission notice from Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, and he was a little frustrated. It's not that Yunhai No. 1 Middle School is not good, but the 12th Middle School is too good. Compared with that, No. 1 Middle School is too ordinary. The only reason Xi Muxin chose No. 1 High School is that this school is relatively close to home, only 3 stops away. After leaving Yunhai University, Shen Xin came to Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. The old guard and Shen Xin are old acquaintances. When he pretended to have a stomachache, he often dealt with him. Seeing Shen Xin, the old door guard narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to scold him, Shen Xin took out a pack of cigarettes and said a few good things. The old door guard lost his temper and was worthy of letting Shen Xin in. No. 1 Middle School's framing mainly focused on the teaching building and the layout of the school, so more photos were taken, plus the photos of the university. There are a total of 40 or 50 photos. Shen Xin handed the photo album to the photo studio for processing, and then returned home to continue drawing the name of YS. The serial conference usually only requires the name of 3 episodes. If he wants an original plot by himself, it will take 1 week at the earliest, but now it took Shen Xin 2 hours. Because of this, Shen Xin also had ample time. After drawing the name, he redrawn the name based on his understanding of the plot, and then compared it with the original version of Guizheng. Shen Xin gave a 4-character evaluation of his name terrible. He originally thought that with the experience of a cartoonist, his name should be of a very high level. It is now known through comparison that this so-called high is relatively speaking. His scorer is better than many of his peers, but he still has a long way to go when compared with people like Guizheng. No matter what happened in these 2 days, Shen Xin focused his energy on the study of name. Although I cannot reach the level of Guizheng in a short time, people always have to fight, or what is the difference with salted fish? Shen Xin worked hard to learn the name of Is, even more attentive than when he drew Equation of Love. Originally, he had the experience of a cartoonist in his brain. After the comparison of the shots, he was also at the level of the shots. Has made considerable progress. All say people are happy and spirited, and Wang Wenhong has really appreciated the meaning of this sentence recently. Relying on the revamped stunt and the outstanding magazine quality, Weekly Dreamer finally broke through 1 million copies, a full increase in sales of 300,000 copies compared to the previous issue. As one of the signatures of Weekly Dreamer, Toddler won the first place in the reader survey, while leading the second place by more than 200 votes. As the responsible editor of Toggle, Wang Wenhong of UU Reading www.uuganshu.com was of course also praised, and President Luo Ji assured at the meeting that next month, he will have at least a 5-figure bonus. If the next 2 issues, the results of Toggle are still so high, then the 6-figure bonus is not a dream. Wang Wenhong rubbed his chin, thinking about his own little 9. By the way, I have to tell Chen Zijiao the news that I won the first place, and celebrate again by the way. Made up his mind, Wang Wenhong bought cold dishes and beer, braved the sweltering heat, knocked on Chen Zijiao's studio. In the studio, there was no sound. The other two assistants bowed their heads and said nothing. They only knew that they had bowed their heads to paint. The atmosphere was completely different from before. "Hey, what's the matter with you? What about Teacher Chen?" Wang Wenhong looked at his assistant in confusion. One of the assistants secretly pointed to the study, and then lowered his head to hook the line. Wang Wenhong was puzzled and pushed aside the study. "Mr. Chen, is there anything on your mind? I have good news. Your cartoon won the first place. Let's celebrate today." Chen Zijiao sat in front of the computer, staring at the big screen. On the side of the laptop, there is a thick magazine whose cover looks familiar. "Celebrate?" Chen Zijiao snorted coldly, and at the same time the swivel chair made a 180-degree turn, facing Wang Wenhong's eyes, looking unhappy. "What's the matter?" Wang Wenhong was a little surprised when he saw Chen Zijiao's dissatisfied eyes. He didn't seem to be doing anything to sorry Chen Zijiao, right? "Brother Wang, I want to ask, what's the matter?" Chen Zijiao picked up the magazine next to the notebook, and turned the cover of the magazine to Wang Wenhong's eyes, with the words "Monthly Comic Futura" written on it. Chapter 21, Unwilling and Forge Ahead. "Isn't this the monthly magazine of Comic Futura? What's wrong?" Wang Wenhong was surprised. He couldn't think of the reason why Chen Zijiao took out this magazine. Chen Zijiao glanced at Wang Wenhong irritably. "Is this guy really an editor? Here, take a good look, whose name is this?" Chen Zijiao pointed to a line on the cover. Wang Wenhong leaned closer and looked carefully at the place Chen Zijiao pointed. "Original, Su Han. Oh, what am I going to do? It scares me to death." Wang Wenhong put cold dishes and beer on one side of the table. "You have been in the fandom before, and you should have some knowledge of the publishing industry. To be honest, like for writers like Su Han, it is impossible for Dreamer to sign an exclusive contract. It is not easy to get one of her works. Others, what else do you want? This. Of course I know. But this woman can't throw the manuscript to us, so she doesn't care about anything." Chen Zijiao took the notebook and pointed the screen at Wang Wenhong. "Look at other people's interviews with her. This woman said at present, her current energy is focused on crimination. Isn't this saying that Toggle is insignificant in her eyes? What she doesn't want is just thrown to us, does that mean? It's hard for us. Is it a trash can?" Wang Wenhong looked at Chen Zijiao like a fool. Mystery is the root of Su Han. Of course, she has to spend more time on punishment. What's more, Toddler is said to be a script rather than a semi-finished product. Otherwise, and will not allow them to make such unscrupulous changes. Furthermore, even if Su Han gave you the punishment, with your 1/8R style, he would not be able to paint that kind of depressive atmosphere. Do you want to draw a Luo corpse? And many more. Wang Wenhong was about to explain, but suddenly remembered an idea. Ahem. Are we trash? Doesn't it depend on ourselves? Wang Wenhong said sharply. Chen Zijiao, who was about to start a teacher, was taken aback by Wang Wenhong, and his brain was short-circuited. What do you mean? The script has been given to you, and the results of the first period are also very good, indicating that this book has the potential to become a masterpiece. Next, as long as you, no, it is us, as long as we work together, the results of this book may not be better than Crimination is bad. Otherwise, it deserves to be underestimated. Wang Wenhong noticed Chen Zijiao's expression, and when he noticed that his face turned from white to red, he secretly smiled. Young people really can't stand up to aggressive generals. No, I'm only 23 years old. That's true. Unfortunately, Ye Hexu cannot participate in the selection of the new king, otherwise, I must prove to Su Han that I am the best candidate for cooperation. Chen Zijiao gritted his teeth. Wang Wenhong shook his head secretly. It is still too early for next year's new king selection. In case Crimination is moved to a weekly comic Futura, Yaihexu can still become Chen Zijiao's enemy. But in any case, it should be a good thing to be able to divert Chen Zijiao's attention to the work. As long as Toddler can be animated and get a certain amount of ratings, he can be regarded as a certain celebrity in the editing circle. At that time, he can use this springboard to go to the 3 major magazines or other large magazines. Thinking of this, Wang Wenhong cocked the corner of his mouth, took a can of beer from the easy pull bag, and threw it to Chen Zijiao. The result of the first episode is very good, but we still have to make persistent efforts. Yet, Chen Zijiao and Wang Wenhong touched the beer cans, and drank the wine into their belly with a grunt. The anger in his heart was a little less. Shen Xin has been practicing storyboarding for the past 2 days, and took some time to bring back the washed photos. Xi Mugzun learned that Yanfu was coming over at night, so he asked the store manager for a long time off, and bought big fish and meat, as if to celebrate the festival. Shen Xin thought it was a bit wasteful, but Xi Mugzun didn't think so. You dare to say that you don't need color pages in the future? Don't publish a pamphlet. Xi Mugzun asked rhetorically. Can't guarantee. Shen Xin shook his head, who is accurate in the future. That's it. A good relationship with her will be of great benefit to your future serialization. Xi Mugzun put the meat in the sink. I am also thinking of you. Seeing Xi Mugzun's appearance as a small adult, Shen Xin was also dumbfounded. Yanwei had never been to Shen Xin's house before, and when she came outside the community, she called Shen Xin. When she followed Shen Xin and came to Shen Xin's house, she immediately felt the sultry air scorching her skin. Is there no air conditioner? Yanfu looked around as he wiped his sweat. I don't have the living room. I said I'm going to buy it, but I don't have any extra money. But there are bedrooms and studios. Should I go to the studio first? Shen Xin lifted the floor fan. Forget it. Yanfu waved her hand, and the wind from the floor fan blew on her, feeling a bit of coolness. When will your parents come back? Do they agree to sign a contract with our magazine? They are gone. My sister is busy in the kitchen. Sorry, I didn't expect. Yanfu looked at Shen Xin with a smile on his face, feeling a little awkward. It's nothing. They have gone for more than a year, and my sister and I are used to it. Shen Xin gave a dry smile. Xi Mugzun also came over with 2 cups of tea at this time, and put one of them in front of Yanfu. Are you Sister Yan? My brother usually thanks you for your care. Xi Mugzun said obediently. Yanwei blinked when he saw Xi Muhan. It's so cute. No, it's so beautiful. When Yanfu said so, Xi Mugzun's face immediately blushed. Where is it? My sister is beautiful. The meat is still in the pot. I'll go see it first. Watching Xi Mugzun leave in a hurry, Yanwei laughed out loud. Your sister is really interesting. Is it you who is interesting? Shen Xin coughed slightly. Sister Yan, shall we still talk about business? Business? By the way, www.readaloud.com get the serialization name. Yanfu remembered the purpose of this trip. Wait a minute. Shen Xin returned to the studio, and quickly returned to the living room with a dozen white papers. Yanfu took the name and glanced at the cover. His eyes were immediately attracted by the sketch in his hand. If Shen Xin didn't say that it was the name, Yanfu thought it was the manuscript that was about to be inked, and compared with Equation of Love, Shen Xin's painting skills have been upgraded to a higher level. The first 3 pages are a bit like picture books, rather than comics. The characters in them are more like sketches, with a strong sense of realism. The figure of the girls, Tuts, and the paintings are really good. Yanwei sighed Shen Xin's painters. On the one hand, he wondered if what he was reading was a comic. Hey? This is... Yanfu turned to the name on the 4th page, looked startled, then quickly returned to the previous 3 pages, read the name again, then raised his head with a look of sorrow. Shen Xin, could it be that the first 3 pages are the portraits of your character? Yan Fu looked at Shen Xin in surprise. Yes, the first 3 pages are the swimsuit portraits of the heroine of the book. Sister Yan, if these 3 pages are color pages, the visual impact on readers should be very strong? I don't know that the magazine society will not be because of these 3 pages. The character portrait, do you win the headgear for me? Shen Xin showed a chuckle on his face. For one thing, I just found out that some readers have voted red envelopes for this book 2 days ago. Thank you very much for your support. But the editor said that before the novel is on the shelves, you can't give the book a red envelope, otherwise it will affect the follow-up recommendation. Therefore, if you think this book is not bad, you can read it frequently. If you have extra recommendation tickets, you can give 1 or 2. Red envelopes are not needed, thank you for your support. Chapter 22, Good Name and Broken. Yan Fu nodded. If you can't even use color pages for photos, I really can't think of any other content that can use color pages, especially swimwear, which attracts the attention of teenagers. How did you think of starting with a photo? Shen Xin touched his nose, a little embarrassed. It was not his idea after all. Are there any ideas for the development of the following story? The beginning of this form will not collapse later, right? Yan Fu asked. Definitely not. Shen Xin said proudly. This book has almost ended for 20 years. To put it in exaggeration, the son of the hero and heroine should also be admitted to college. How could it collapse? Moreover, Is is a cartoon serialized on Jump. Its story and name are checked by the editor of Jump. The requirements for manuscripts must be higher than that of most magazines. This is also Shen Xin. Where confidence lies. I believe you this time. Yan Fu nodded with a chuckle, and continued to look down. The next manga introduced the male protagonist Yi Gui. The first 3 pages of portraits are from the magazine in Yi Gui's hands. The girl Iori in the photo is Yi Gui's classmate. She looks pure and is sought after by many boys, and Yi Gui is one of them. Gu Jinja, a good friend who is easy and expensive, discovered that Iori had taken a photo for a magazine by chance and told him about it. Yugi is very interested in magazines, but he also knows that there is a long distance between him and Iori. It is almost impossible to communicate with Iori. The identities of these 2 people are so different, how can they overlap? Yan Fu read the name carefully, frowning. The drawing on the next page solved Yan Fu's doubts. Because of the new student welcome party in the class, there must be 2 executive members, 1 man and 1 woman. The method adopted by the beard teacher is to draw lots. As for the result of the draw, Yi Gui and Iori coincidentally became the lucky ones. It turned out to be a coincidence. Yan Fu nodded slightly. Many cartoonists like this method of coincidence. Because both of them are executive committee members, they have a chance to communicate after class is over. The next day, Yi Gui walked into the classroom corridor with a smug look, while Gu Jinja followed him and teased him and Yizi. Inadvertently, Yi Gui found that outside the teaching building opposite, another group of boys gathered around the classroom and looked into the classroom through the window. From time to time, there were words that ridiculed Iori who was rehearsing dance, mostly related to chest and *** related. Yi Gui was so angry that he didn't care about other things. He picked up the sticks and rushed to these boys, desperate to drive them away, and the curtains of the classroom were opened. The teacher scolded the boys angrily. At this time, Yi Gui could only drive the other boys away, and he is the only one left outside the window. Iori looked at Yi Gui with tears in his eyes. Gu Jinja pulled Yugi and fled in embarrassment. Name came to an abrupt end here. Hey! Yan Fu was looking at the rise, and suddenly realized that the name was gone, and looked confused. The next moment he raised his head and looked at Shen Xin, where is the name behind? No more. Shen Xin scratched his head and smiled dryly. It's gone. Yan Fu frowned and glared at Shen Xin, why is it gone below? Sister Yan, cough, below. Shen Xin didn't know how to answer Yan Fu. Hey? Next. Sister Yan wants to eat noodles? The house seems to be gone. Or should I buy it? Ximyagzun walked out of the kitchen with the soup pot, looking at Yan Fu with a confused expression. Yan Fu's cheeks turned red for an instant, and she also heard the ambiguity in the words, and coughed twice. I don't like eating noodles, we are just discussing the plot. Then, she glared at the innocent Shen Xin, do you know what I want to say the most? I know one day, with a knife in your hand, you will kill the world's broken dogs. Shen Xin said honestly. If he hadn't read the manga ahead of time, he would have said this to Guizheng. A dog with a broken chapter? That's almost what it means. I said, can't you tell the story to the end or not draw the last plot? Yan Fu now feels like a kitten is constantly scratching her heart, unspeakably uncomfortable. From the current point of view, the misunderstanding between Yugi and Iori has already occurred, and this is only the first chapter of the story, indicating that the following two people will have to resolve the misunderstanding. Judging from the first episode, Yigui likes Iori, but has no courage to tell Iori. It shows that the male protagonist is indecisive, and the girl is a person with strong self-esteem, otherwise he would not cry. They shouldn't take the initiative to admit their mistakes, so how do you open this knot? What does Iori think of Yugi? The more I think about it, the more anxious Yan Fu's heart becomes. Sister Yan, you also know that the reason why I draw the name like this is not to attract readers? If the plot is not stuck at the most critical moment, will they still want to read the next story? Of course, it is easy to do so. Offend readers, I will recite this infamy. Shen Xin sighed with a look of dying. I accept your words, but really gone. Yan Fu was unwilling to repeat it again. No, Sister Yan, this is a 55-page name, not a 20-page name. It's still very difficult to draw. Although the names of episodes 2 and 3 have been drawn, Shen Xin does not intend to hand them over. In the past 2 days, Shen Xin thought about a lot of things while practicing the names of chapters 2 and 3. The skill of his current name is too different from that of Guizheng. If he draws completely according to the comics of IS, he will invisibly raise his own strength, so there must be some time to reveal the stuff. He would rather play as a pig and eat a tiger than be slapped in the face. Therefore, Shen Xin decided to use the name he painted from the second episode. As for the first episode, Shen Xin decided to use the original name of Guizheng. The reason is also very simple. In high school composition, there is the word crested leopard tail and pork belly. Online novels emphasize the golden 3 chapters. Whether in comics or novels, a good beginning largely determines the book's content. Achievement. Well, having said so much, I will also mention the shortcomings of this name. Yan Fu took a deep breath and tried to make himself no longer think about the name of the second episode. Hey? There are shortcomings? Shen Xin asked surprised. Just now, I was still thinking, in order to ensure the quality of the first episode, Shen Xin decided to use the name of Guizheng. How could there be shortcomings in an instant? Anyway, what I think is inappropriate, mainly in the story. The perspective of the comics is a bit single, and the progress of the story, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is all described from the perspective of easy and expensive. This will bring readers into the easy and expensive perspective. Will this lose some of the female readers? And, from the first episode, Iori's image is still 3-dimensional. But this is a love comic, right? Shen Xin nodded. So there must be other female characters, then, what do they do? Your painting style will make other characters thinner. Yan Fu said worriedly. Hit the nail on the head. Shen Xin looked at Yan Fu in surprise. These shortcomings are also the most criticized part of IS. The entire manga was written almost around the male protagonist, so Kazuki Seto's creation was very successful, but the follow-up, especially the characters that appeared at the end, were cut into pieces due to lack of space. This is a structural problem of IS. Unless the name is changed extensively, there is no solution. I didn't expect that Yanfu could see so many problems from the first episode, and it was too powerful. Shen Xin suddenly felt that Yanfu was indeed amazing, but he decided to continue painting according to Gui Zheng's name. Sister Yan, now the comics started from Master Osamu Tezuka and have been developed for so many years now. Do you think there are perfect comics? No. Yanfu shook his head. That's it. I don't think a good manga can cover everything. If it says everything, it means it doesn't say anything. How can a manga without characteristics be remembered? And once the manga has features, it must be missing something. Two evils are the lesser and the benefits are the most important. I can only do my best to bring out my strengths. As for the shortcomings, if everyone thinks it is a good comic, its shortcomings are not so important. Shen Xin explained. Yanfu rubbed his chin. Shen Xin really made sense. Chapter 23, Yan, and number 039, S guarantee. Yanfu quickly read the name again, and his worries were alleviated. Like Shen Xin said, it is impossible to draw a perfect cartoon, so a trade-off must be made. The storyboard of this manga has nothing to say, far surpassing Formula of Love, and even makes Yanfu wonder whether Shen Xin can really draw this name. But the name is in her hands, and the style also has the shadow of Formula of Love. It also talks about the first love in high school. The heroine is equally pure and cute, while the hero is indecisive. Although it is only the first story, the heroine has also dressed up in swimsuits several times, which also shows the style that Shen Xin is good at. It's really good. By the way, what is the name of the comic? Yanfu suddenly remembered this. Y_S. Shen Xin said. Y_S. Yanwei frowned. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Have it appeared in this name? Yes, it is the letters Yugi and Iori wrote on the notebook when they checked materials in the library after class. Shen Xin explained. Yanfu opened the name again and found what Shen Xin said. The first pinyin of Yugi and Yazi are both Y, but why do you need to add \s? Yanfu wondered. Plural, 2 ys mean. Oh but. Yanfu showed a helpless smile. You kid, the title of the book is so obscure, be careful that no one understands it. But don't you think that Y_S is more stylish than the title of the book about love and love? Moreover, this title is also the theme of the whole book, which is about Yugi and Iori, two people's affairs. Shen Xin asked rhetorically. This is also true. Yanfu agreed with this statement. When will the name of the second episode come out? Will you next week? I will come to pick it up this weekend. Hey? I mean next week. Shen Xin quickly reminded. No. I don't have any door to appetite me. Yanfu directly rejected Shen Xin with an expression of dissatisfaction. Even if it is a weekend, I will have another 2 or 3 days. Shen Xin scratched his forehead. Whether a work is successful or not depends mainly on whether the reader has a sense of anticipation for the progress of the story. The editor in charge, who has read countless comics like Yanfu, can't wait to see the name of IS, indicating that IS has a chance to become a best-selling comic. Sister Yan, I also have one thing to ask you. Shen Xin turned off the topic. What's up? Camera. I brought it. No, I mean, if you go to travel, help me take some landscape photos, mountains, waters, buildings, etc., to refer to the background. Although there are also information books such as scene paintings on the market, those things it can only be used as a reference and cannot be used directly. After all, if you use those backgrounds directly, there will be copyright issues. It is not as convenient to use the photos directly. Shen Xin laughed twice. You kid, don't you treat me as a servant? Yan Fu looked at Shen Xin suspiciously. How dare I? Shen Xin waved his hand. Isn't this also to draw a classic comic? Yan Fu did not refute Shen Xin, but looked down at name for the third time. I don't know why, the more I look at this name, the more I think it has a chance to become a classic comic. If you can always guarantee this quality, I will do my best to help you. Then you can rest assured. My ultimate goal is the 3 major journals, not New World. Shen Xin said. Yan was taken aback, and then a coquettish smile appeared on his face. Then you will have to spend some time, at least you must get the newcomer award next year. Shen Xin was silent. Of course he has confidence in this comic, but it also depends on the quality of other people's comics. If there are more yaihexu, it is estimated that the difficulty will be very great. After discussing the name, Yan Wei stayed for a meal. While admiring Xi Myugzun's craftsmanship, he also learned about the living conditions of the 2 people. He immediately drenched with tears. He patted his chest immediately, vowing to help Shen Xin to get there. Scroll header color page. As an editor, she is very optimistic about the future of this comic. At the weekend, Yan Fu couldn't wait to come to Shen Xin's house. After reading the name in the 2nd episode, Yan Fu was in a frantic state. The 2nd chapter is out of chapter, more than the 1st chapter. As a good friend of Yugi, in order to repair the relationship between Yugi and Iori. On the one hand, I told Yazi the truth, on the other hand, I gave Yugi a photo of Yazi fruit after PS Yigui was overjoyed, as a baby, caught in the notepad. Iori knew that he was wrong to blame Yigui, so after class, Yugi arrived on the rooftop and apologized to Yigui. The misunderstanding between the 2 people was eliminated. This was a happy result for everyone, but when Iori took over Yugi's notebook, a strong wind suddenly blew, and the photos in the notebook floated into the air, and finally fell in the middle of the 2 people. Where's the name of the 3rd episode? Yan Fu couldn't wait to grab Shen Xin by the collar and roar at him. No anymore. Shen Xin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Well, the story is okay, but I feel that the composition is not as good as the 1st paragraph. When Yan Fu saw the name for the 3rd time, he raised his doubts. It feels not as shocking as the 1st paragraph. Sister Yan, I spent a lot of energy on the name of the 1st chapter. If every word has the quality of the 1st chapter, it will probably become a monthly magazine. Shen Xin complained. The works published continuously in a short period of time www.readaloud.com include online novels and comics. Because there is not enough time for conception, the structure of the works in the middle and late stages is not as good as the beginning. They are like pipeline products. If the author slows down the update speed, it will affect the progress of subsequent works. As a last resort, the author can only bite the bullet and write the content. As a result, the quality will also decrease. Same. Yan Fu nodded, but you have to ensure the quality of the name in the future. Don't worry, the quality of name will definitely be better than this in the future. Shen Xin said proudly. He is still learning the storytelling and composition of Katsura Masawa. Relying on the experience and super learning ability brought to him by the comic capsule, he is also improving the level of storytelling and composition at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. It is estimated that the next sentence will be greatly improved. The same is true. When Yan Fu got the name of the 3rd episode, he threw the name of the 2nd episode to Shen Xin. The quality of the names of the first 3 episodes is the worst quality of the 2nd episode. If you redraw the name of this episode, the composition will have to be reworked. I will hand it over to the serialization meeting this Friday. If it is fast, it will be serialized in 1 month, Yan Fu said earnestly. Through serializing the comics of the meeting, usually it can be serialized after 1 month. The author of the new serialization should draw the manuscripts of the first 3 episodes as soon as possible during this period. In addition, a certain periodical should be set aside for the manga that has been cut in half so that they have an ending. Shen Xin knows a little bit about the related processes of these comic magazines. One more thing, I want to ask you. Yan Fu picked up his name and got up from his seat. Okay. You are so out of context in every sentence, are you really afraid that readers will send blades? Chapter 24, Serial Meeting. Recently, to be precise, after the revision of Dreamer, the atmosphere of the New World editorial department has become very embarrassing. Every day, when the editor-in-chief passes by Yan Fu, he never forgets to look at Yan Fu. When he realizes that Yan Fu has nothing to say, he sighs again. Xia, who is very sensitive to gossip, quickly noticed the editor-in-chief's abnormality. During the meal, she talked about it, and finally reminded Yan Fu in a low voice, "Sister Yan, you really have to be careful. You are so beautiful. Don't be tempted by the editor-in-chief. What are you thinking about?" Yan Fu glanced at Xia irritably. Do you think he is thinking about these things now? Isn't he upset about the Dreamer thing? Yes, I heard that the sales of this issue of Weekly Dreamer are also good. But our magazine is beginning to go downhill. I heard from the sales department that this issue of New World is 30,000 or 40,000 less than the previous issue. Having said that, the quality of Weekly Dreamer is really good, and the new works of Teacher Lu and Teacher Wang are also of high quality. It would be great if they were published in New World. These 2 people were the backbone authors of Weekly New World before, and they were poached by Dreamer heavily. They are not the point, the key is Toggle. The comics we serialized are not comparable to it. After all, Suhan's signature is very appealing, and Criminal is only published in the monthly magazine. Therefore, part of Suhan's readers bought Dreamer specifically. In addition, the female characters drawn by Dragon playing in the water are very attractive and attract some male readers. But the magazine is in poor condition, and the editor-in-chief shouldn't always observe you. Xia puzzled. Where is he observing me? Obviously to see when I will hand in the manuscript. Yan Fu solved Xiao's doubts. Ah? You mean that kid? Well, yes, after all, the results of Formula Love are really good. But he doesn't necessarily draw good serial comics. Xia, muttering to herself, noticed that Yan Fu smiled. Without saying a word, the inspiration flashed, and he asked quickly, "Sister Yan, the kid won't really draw the name, right? The first 3 episodes have been drawn, but the quality of one episode is not good enough. I asked him to draw another one and submit it at the serialization meeting tomorrow. How is the quality?" Xia blinked like a curious baby. "Quality, you will know tomorrow." Yan Wei narrowed his eyes. Yan Fu guessed right, the editor-in-chief is indeed worried about New World recently. As an old Yueshao who has been in the comics industry for more than 10 or 20 years, he certainly knows where the problems with New World are now. In recent years, the excellent works of Weekly Comic Futura have emerged one after another, which has put pressure on other magazines. Even the Weekly Manga Fly, which is one of the 3 major magazines, has to introduce comics from the 11th district, and barely support it, which makes readers' reading level increase with it. Before, they thought of the wonderful comics, but now they don't even bother. Under such pressure, it is difficult for a domestic 2nd and 3rd tier magazine like New World to publish comics that have been serialized for more than 2 years. The main post before New World was the football comic Boy Chaser, but after entering a period of weakness, no matter how much he tried, he could not return to the top. It is estimated that it will be forced to end in half a year at most. At this moment, the revision of Dreamer and the appearance of Toggle made New World really shaky. The core author was dug and the magazine had many choices. The editor-in-chief could only rack his brains and let New World cheer up again. He now wants a good work. Some time ago, the reputation of Formula Love was good, which made him have certain expectations of Shen Xin, but Shen Xin was too young to have the experience of creating serial comics, which gave him no confidence in his heart. It would be great if New World could release another masterpiece. The editor-in-chief sighed. The serialization meeting is usually once a month, and will be held on the Friday of the last week of the month. Before that, all editors have selected their approved names and put them in the serialization meeting for discussion. The editor-in-chief in a bad mood called all the editors into the conference room just before 11 o'clock. I ordered a box lunch for everyone, so I don't want to go out at noon. If you have any good works, hurry up, let's start with Xiaozhang. The editor-in-chief looked to a young editor on the left. Xiaozhang immediately handed over the copied name to each editor. This is Teacher Zhang Da's new work, Wherever You Can Meet You. It is a relaxed manga. It mainly talks about male and female protagonists from different classes in the same school. Since the first year of high school, they often meet on various occasions. Misunderstandings and the resulting plot. Yanfu knows Zhang De, and he has a bigger brain, but the painting skills are rough, and the pictures often fail to achieve the desired results. The name of this comic is also the same. She has been watching the name of YS in recent days, and watching I Can Meet You Anywhere at this moment, the taste is the same. But the works that can be submitted to the serialization conference are approved by the editor in charge. She doesn't have much to say, and can only sigh secretly when other people are discussing the manuscript. Xiaozhang, who was always observing the look of the editors, immediately moved his eyes, and said with a hippie smile, "Sister Yan seems to have any opinion on this cartoon." "No, I think it's good." Yanfu didn't want to be out of line. "Then what did you sigh just now?" Xiaozhang asked again. "Hey? I can't find my cat." Puff. Xiaoli, who was sitting next to Yanfu, covered her mouth. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com and laughed out loud. She knew that Yanfu didn't have any cats at all. This sentence was pure nonsense. Xiao Zhang's face was hot, and he bit the bullet and said, "Sister Yan, can you say a few words?" "That's it, Sister Yan, tell him what's wrong with this name." Xiaoli's voice is very small, but the people in the conference room can hear her clearly. Yan Wei glared at Xiaoli. This Xiaonazai was really not afraid to cause trouble, but both the editor-in-chief and deputy editor-in-chief also looked at her, and she could only express her own opinions. The creativity is good, continuous use of coincidences to promote the development of the story, the rhythm is also relatively brisk, suitable for teenagers between the ages of 9 to 14, 15 a high sense of anticipation. Xiaozhang nodded, agreeing with Yanfu's words. In fact, for the title of the book, he and Zhang De discussed for several hours. But I think the title of the book is a failure. It limits the rhythm of the comics. The title highlights coincidence. Therefore, we can only use coincidence to promote the plot. I would like to ask how Mr. Zhang draws more than 30 chapters. Will there be so many coincidences? Moreover, this kind of story is more suitable for unit dramas, not suitable for stories that span a few words. Yan Wei also didn't want to make Xiaozhang too ugly, and picked up a painless shortcoming, but didn't expect to ask Xiaozhang. Xiaozhang felt a bit dry in his throat. "This, I will discuss with Teacher Zhang, it must be more than 30 words. Sister Yan has said so much, I think you should also have your favorite name? I don't know if you can take it out, everyone. Learn. I haven't reached me yet." Yanfu politely refused. The editor-in-chief waved his hand, "Editor Yan, if you have a good name, you might as well take it out." Chapter 25, I want color pages. Aware that everyone in the meeting room is looking at him, Yanfu did not refuse. This work is related to whether Shen Xin will be valued by the magazine, and may even have an impact on his cartoonist career. For this, Yanfu must show self-confidence and decisiveness, as well as the determination to win the coloring page. Xiaozhang just said casually. After Yan Fu got up from his seat, he suddenly became nervous. Snapped. Yan Fu put the copy of name in front of him. YS. Xiao Zhang saw the name in front of him, a little confused. It is really rare to use 2 English letters as the title of a comic book. Is this comic really reliable? Xiao Zhang was puzzled and opened the name. The first page of name is a girl wearing a sweater and standing at the window. Although it is just a pencil draft and the background has not been carefully drawn, the pure image of the girl is vividly on the paper. At first, he thought it was just a cover page, but when he turned to the second page, he found that it was a picture of a girl's swimsuit, with the text description of the girl next to it. It seems that what he is looking at is not a name, but a picture album. Turning to the fourth page, when the actor closed the magazine, Xiao Zhang suddenly realized that the first 4 pages are not the real picture album, but the first few pages themselves are part of the magazine. From this page, Xiao Zhang was immersed in the name of YS until he turned to the last page and realized that the name was over. Nothing. Xiao Zhang looked at Yan Fu in surprise. No, you read 3 words in one breath, it's much better than me. Seeing Xiao Zhang's unwilling expression, Yan Fu sighed in his heart. The content of the first 2 words is very attractive to readers. In the 3rd chapter, the contradiction between the hero and the heroine is not resolved, but a new crisis is added. After seeing the photos of Guo after PS, Yi Ji tore up the photos with a smile on his face. Her relationship with Yi Gui also dropped to a freezing point. Due to the school flower selection, Iori went to take promotional photos after class, but Gu Jinja accidentally discovered that a camera was installed in the locker room. Then, Iori prepared to change clothes in the room with the camera, and Yi Gui on the other side immediately expressed anger when he heard the news. Name ends here. Next, whether Iori will be photographed by the camera, and what kind of reaction Yi Gui will have after learning about it, and whether the misunderstanding between the two will be solved. Knowing these answers, you can only wait until the 4th chapter. Yan Fu understood Xiao Zhang's feelings very well. After reading the 3rd episode, she wished to ask the following story to be asked, but in the end she endured it. She really enjoys the different feelings brought about by the resolution of the old contradiction and the emergence of the new contradiction in this comic. If there is a spoiler, it would be meaningless. What do you think of this name? The editor-in-chief also wakes up from the name after reading it 3 or 4 times, but his eyes are piercing. Has been in this line for more than 10 years, and he still has the eye for judging the quality of the work. Judging from the first 3 episodes, the quality of YS is better than that of Crumbling. As long as there are no accidents, there should be good results. With this work, New World can surpass Dreamer, but it should be possible to stop the decline of New World. Xiao Zhang's face is a bit ugly. Compared with YS, I Can Meet You Everywhere really needs a lot of improvement. However, a good work is a good work. Even if he is dissatisfied with Yan Fuxin, he will not speak out of his conscience. I don't think it's a problem, I met the serialization requirements. Xiao Zhang said. Other editors also nodded. Even if a manuscript of this quality is included in Weekly Comic Futura, there is no reason not to be serialized. In this case, YS is over, now we will discuss the name of Teacher Zhang. Wait a minute, Editor-in-Chief, I have something to say. Yan Fu stood up from his seat. YS was serialized, in her expectation. Her main purpose is the next thing. What else is there? The Editor-in-Chief asked. Coloring page. I think this name is worth the coloring page. Yan Fu took a deep breath and said loudly. What? Xiao Zhang was upset when he heard Yan Fu's paintings. Sister Yan, our magazine has never been a newcomer, and I got the color page at the first episode of the serialization. Yan Fu glanced at Xiao Zhang, did not speak, and quickly returned to the Editor-in-Chief. Editor-in-Chief, if we want to bring out the greatest charm of this comic, if our magazine wants to have our own signature comics, we must have a front page coloring page. Yan Fu knows that she can't hold back at this time, even if she bites the teeth should also be on top. The editor-in-chief put his arms around his chest, lost in thought. I remember right, this author only published a short article in our magazine, right? If you give him color pages so easily, what about other old authors? A middle-aged editor raised objections. Other editors nodded. It is not that they are not optimistic about this serialized comic, but the resources of a magazine are very limited. Scroll headers are more eye-catching than black and white pages, and the comics at the front of the magazine are more likely to be favored by readers than the comics at the back of the magazine. Therefore, every editor is very nervous, whether his own author will drop in rank due to lack of resources, and then will be on the verge of being cut. Everyone has read the first issue of Weekly Dreamer, right? Yan Fu said as calmly as possible. A magazine that tries to turn itself over will dare to put the newcomer's work on the front page of the magazine. Why can't it be done? That's because the original work of Together is Suhan. The middle-aged editor retorted. Do you think this name is not as good as Toggle? Or do you think there are other better names? Then take it out and let us all judge together. Yan Fu asked rhetorically. You. The middle-aged editor patted the table, but couldn't find a reason to refute. Yan Fu ignored the middle-aged editor and continued, the latest issue of Monthly Comic Futura, should everyone have read it? As a newcomer, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com Yehexu did not get the coloring page, but I got the cover of the magazine. Other magazines can boldly use newcomers. Why can't we? Editor-in-Chief, the current situation of our magazine is not very optimistic. I think you know better than us, right? The entire conference room is silent, and the editors present here have different expressions, thinking about the pros and cons. I'm sorry, I'm done with everything I want to say. Yan Fu bowed slightly, and then sat down. Now that I have made it clear, I don't need to spend more time talking, otherwise it may be counterproductive. Ahem, let me talk about my opinion. The deputy editor-in-chief who has been watching the play suddenly said, but his eyes did not leave the name. Just look at the name, regardless of the story setting, the storyboard, and the composition. High level. And the author's painting skills have also been shown in Formula of Love, and the basic skills are still very solid. Considering that the manga starts with the portrait of the heroine, I think it's not too much to give the coloring page to this manga. And we really need to bring out a newcomer who can carry the lead. However, if he wants to win the jackpot, there will be two difficulties. What's the difficulty? Yan Fu wrinkled, this thing really won't go smoothly. The front curling color page is really not so easy to pick up. His painter is fine, but drawing color pages is not the same as drawing black and white comics. How is his coloring level? No problem, Yan Fu said firmly. She has never seen Shen Xin paint, but she can't show hesitation now. Take down the coloring page first. As for Shen Xin's level of coloring, I'll talk about it at that time. The second question is difficult. If I remember correctly, the color pages for the next month have been separated. Editor-in-Chief, what do you think of the arrangement? The deputy editor-in-chief turned to look at the editor-in-chief. Chapter 26, Contract. The editor-in-chief frowned, folded his arms across his chest, and fell into thought. The authors who can get the color pages are almost all the old authors of New World. They have certain contacts in the magazine. It is really difficult to get the color pages from these people. The editor-in-chief glanced down at Shen Xin's name, and then at the color page arrangement within a month. After a long period of thought, he turned to the middle-aged editor and asked, Lao Li, the color page of The Boy Who Chased the Wind was changed into a volume. In the color page, you can talk to Teacher Gong when the time comes. Yan Fu, the first chapter of Y/S will be published in the 4th week of the magazine. You will get the color page in the 3rd week. Yes. Yan Fu nodded quickly. By the way, the contract, Don't forget, the contract must be knocked out for me. Don't be poached. The editor-in-chief reminded. Okay, I know. Yan Fu rubbed his hands, tangled in his heart, how to talk to Shen Xin about the contract. Well, then, start discussing. I can meet you everywhere. The editor-in-chief looked at Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang gave a light cough as he was about to speak, and Yan Fu raised his hand again. Editor-in-chief, I have one more thing. Xiao Zhang had a black line, staring at Yan Fu with sharp eyes, and couldn't help but want to explode. Is there anything you can't say in one breath? Yan Fu ignored Xiao Zhang's gaze and other people's gazes. Instead, he looked at the editor-in-chief directly. Shen Xin's conditions at home are not very optimistic. I shouldn't be able to rent a studio or hire an assistant. If the magazine wants to, if he wants him to publish the manuscript as soon as possible, shouldn't it be convenient for him? The editor-in-chief frowned slightly. Yan Fu, you are an employee of the magazine, and you should consider it more for the magazine. After Shen Xin signed the contract, he was also working for the magazine. His working environment has improved, but we will get the benefits. Yan Fu asked. The editor-in-chief kept tapping the table with the fingers of one hand while the other was holding his chin. After a long time, he said to the deputy editor, you can find a studio for help, and 2 more assistants. Salary, magazine. Put it forward first, wait until his contribution fee is down, and then deduct the expenses. The deputy editor nodded. Next, are you okay? The editor-in-chief took a look at Yan Fu. Yan Fu shook his head quickly, nothing. Xia, who is sitting next to him, secretly gave Yan Fu a thumbs up. To get so many benefits for newcomers, only Yan Fu in the entire editorial department can do it. Yan Fu smiled and said nothing. I'm so nervous, I don't know if I can pass. Knowing that this afternoon, you can know whether Shen Xin's comics can be serialized, and Xi Muxin has no idea of part-time work. He sat in the living room all afternoon, restless. Shen Xin poured boiling water twice, and when he saw Xi Muxin's nervous face, he comforted her, don't worry, you can definitely get through. But before Yan Fu's call came, the tension in Xi Muxin's heart could not be relieved. Finally, at almost 3 o'clock, Yan Fu called. Congratulations, passed. Coloring page, I will go over now and tell you about the contract. Yan Fu finished speaking concisely and hung up the phone. How is it? Xi Muxin looked at Shen Xin expectantly. Shen Xin grinned and gave a thumbs up. It's over. Awesome! Xi Muxin screamed, and fell into Shen Xin's arms the next moment. Shen Xin's face blushed instantly, and he didn't know where to put both hands. Xi Muxin quickly noticed something wrong, and quickly separated from Shen Xin, blushing from his neck all the way to the base of his ears. I'm going to buy some vegetables. Xi Muxin didn't dare to look at Shen Xin, so he hurried out of the house. I can see that the little girl is in a pretty good mood. Shen Xin poured a sip of tea, calming down a little bit. Serialization, finally serialization. Shen Xin sat weakly in the chair. He knows that for a long time to come, he will focus all his energy on Y/S, maybe he won't spend too much time in school. If he drops out of school because of this, Shen Xin has no choice but to accept it. In fact, even the most sincere person in Dream Eater chose to drop out of school in the 2nd grade, and Shen Xin was also ready to drop out. If you can get a degree certificate and a graduation certificate, of course it is the best thing, but it still depends on whether you have extra energy. Xi Muxin walked outside for more than an hour, bought vegetables and beef. His expression returned to normal, but when he saw Shen Xin, his cheeks were slightly hot. About 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang again. Shen Xin opened the door and saw Yan Fu with a smile on his face. Congratulations! Yan Wei narrowed his eyes. Sister Yan has worked hard. In order to get the coloring page, you should have gone through a fierce battle, right? Which is fighting. No one can fight. Yanfu followed Shen Xin into the living room. Ximyagzun heard Yanfu's voice, and quickly came out of the kitchen and bowed deeply to Yanfu. Thank you, sister. Thank me for what? The main reason is that the name is good, otherwise, even if my tongue is full of flowers, I can't get the coloring page. By the way, Shen Xin, how is your coloring level? Yanfu remembered this. It's okay. After all, I am also an art major. Besides, don't you have which? Isn't the cover also a color page? Shen Xin poured a glass of boiling water for Yanfu. That kind of level, is it okay? I don't think it can compare to the water dragon. Chen Zijiao's pen name is Dragon Playing in the Water, and Yanfu simplified it www.readaloud.com and simply called it Water Dragon. Of course I am better now than then, so don't worry. Okay, since you said that, I won't say anything more. 3 weeks later, I must hand in the manuscript of the first episode. You have to hurry up. Okay, let's start talking about the contract now. Yanfu I took out 2 documents from the document bag and handed them to Shen Xin. After both parties sign and seal, we will leave 1 copy for you, and save the other copy in the magazine. Shen Xin nodded, glanced at the contract, frowning while reading. After more than 10 minutes, Shen Xin read the contract again, and then sighed. This contract is from District 11, right? Do you know this kind of contract? Yanfu asked in surprise. Shen Xin did not answer, but rubbed his chin. At first, he thought that the contract in this world was a common contract for binding works, that is to say, after signing, he and the magazine only signed a comic of Y\S. During the contract period, he can draw comics for other magazines, but he can change his pseudonym. Now that he read the contract, he can be sure that this is the infamous exclusive contract system. This was originally used by Jump, but there was no Jump in this world, but it was found by Leap, and the magazines in District 11 rushed to follow suit. To put it simply, he would not be able to draw comics for other magazines during the contract period, even if he was cut in half. He could only receive a low contract fee. Therefore, the power of editors is very large, and correspondingly, the voice of cartoonists is also reduced. Now, all domestic magazine agencies have this kind of contract. To be honest, compared with magazine agencies, cartoonists are indeed a disadvantaged group. Yanfu lowered his head and did not look at Shen Xin. Chapter 27, Studio. Seeing Yanfu apologized, Shen Xin didn't know what to say. If what she said is true, the contracts of Huaxia magazine are the same. Unless he starts a magazine, he still has to sign this kind of contract even if he changes to another magazine. Especially, he is still a rookie now, and he is not qualified to negotiate terms with the magazine. When he gets the Rookie King, maybe the situation will be better. Shen Xin carefully read the contract again. In addition to not being able to submit articles to other magazines during the contract period, the magazine also naturally obtained the copyright of the comics. This part includes more than games, comics, novels, peripherals, etc. Copyright, for a period of 10 years, after the copyright fee is sold and propaganda and other related expenses, the magazine and him are 50-50. Shen Xion's only right is to decide whether to sell the copyright. For most cartoonists, this is a relatively large income, so cartoonists will not refuse. Then there will be 8% royalties. This is the bulk of Shen Xion's income. As for the contract money, really, it's not too much, just enough to make a living. Signed once a year? Shen Xion asked. The principle is this. After all, no one is sure when the comics will be cut. But if the comics score well, the contract gold will rise to varying degrees. Faced with Shen Xion's forced questioning, Yan Fu gradually lost his confidence. This contract is indeed unfair to the author. However, under such circumstances, even if Yan Fu wants to help Shen Xin, the magazine will not listen to her. Brother Xin. Xi Muxing was more nervous than Shen Xin. She doesn't understand these things, but she feels that Shen Xin has been hesitating, and some do not want to sign this contract. Shen Xin glanced at the sad-faced Xi Muxin, and rubbed his forehead again. In his current situation, he has no right to refuse this contract. Moreover, Xi Muxin will go to high school soon, and he will also go to school, and the future expenses will be very high. Besides, the crows in the world are generally dark, even if it is comic Futura, its contract will not be much better than New World. Sister Yan, can I trust you? Shen Xin raised his head and stared at Yan Fu in front of him. Yan Fu was taken aback, then patted his chest and said categorically, "Of course. Although I can't modify the contract, none of your rights and interests will be lost. I will fight for your best interests. This is mine. Guarantee." Shen Xin hesitated. How to guarantee? You can't oppose the magazine's decision. Yan Fu slapped him on the contract. Shen Xin raised his head in shock and looked at Yan Fu. If I can't do it, I will submit my resignation to the magazine. Yan Fu had no expression on his face, and his eyes were staring at Shen Xin. Why bother? My job is to draw comics, and your job is to submit high-quality comics for magazines, right? There is no need to be so absolute. Anyway, it may not really resign in the end. I don't know what others think, but every day from 9 to 5, clocking in and commuting is really boring. Editors, isn't it a profession that only exists if you have an author? The dream of a cartoonist is painting to publish a comic that is recognized by the world, and my dream is to be able to work with such authors. If the magazine can't work, I'll change to another magazine. I'll never starve to death. Of course, let me take my career as a bet, too. If there is a prerequisite, next year's Newcomer Award is indispensable, otherwise, I will still not recognize you. Yan Fu folded his arms on his chest and sat back on the sofa again. All right, but Sister Yan, remember, I signed this contract not because of the magazine, but because of you. Shen Xin said seriously. Anyway, during this period of time, Yan Fu has treated him very well, especially in the comics, provided him with a lot of help. From these aspects, he should not make Yan Fu feel embarrassed. Thank you, I won't let you down. Yan Fu nodded slightly, his expression serious. After several months of contact, Yan Fu discovered Shen Xin's talent in comics. It is because of this that she will be extra cautious to Shen Xin. As she said, it is the happiest thing to edit with a talented cartoonist. Well, I have one more thing I want to ask you. Shen Xin picked up the signature pen, but didn't write the words on it. What's up? The contract only says that I can't contribute to other magazines, but if I give the illustrations to other people or companies, will it be considered a breach of contract? Shen Xin looked up at Yan Fu. This is not written in the contract, yes. Is it not in breach of contract by default? Yes. But unless absolutely necessary, I don't recommend you to do this. The magazine has special lawyers to fight the lawsuit, but you can't afford it. In the end, you are the one who suffers. Yan Fu persuaded. I know, that's what I asked. Anyway, the contract is signed once a year. If you really want to terminate the contract, just bear with it for a few months. Shen Xin signed the name on the contract, and suddenly stopped when he saw the pen name column. He has not given a pen name until now. Shen Xin raised his head. What's wrong? Yan Fu is now really afraid of Shen Xin's request. I'm thinking of a pen name. Since I used the works of Masawa Katsura, the pen name must be reflected. Zheng? Zheng He? Certainly not. Katsuram Masa, regularly? It's not nice. Since I cannot find a suitable pen name from the 3 characters Gijenghi, I can only borrow one of the 3 characters and match it with the other characters. Shen Xin thought about it carefully. Since his surname is Shen, he should call it Shen Zheng et al. He told Yanfu his pen name, but Yanfu had no objection. You think it's appropriate? The magazine did not ask for a pen name. Moreover, cartoonists often change their pen names. After signing the contract, Yanfu also briefly talked about the studio's related matters. The magazine society is looking for a studio for Shen Xin, and related expenses will be deducted from his manuscript fee. In addition, Shen Xin also needs to prepare himself for consumables such as manuscript paper and dotted paper. One black and white manuscript has 300 pages. The color pages of UU reading www.uuganshu.com are 1.5 times the black and white pages, which is 450 yuan a page. This time there are 25 color pages with curling heads and 30 black and white pages. That's right, assistant. You also pay for your salary, including food and travel expenses. These fees are the default of the comics industry, and there is no magazine to take advantage, so Shen Xin has no opinion. The efficiency of the magazine is indeed very fast. In the afternoon of the next day, Shen Xin had just bought the consumables, and Yanfu notified Shen Xin that the studio had been found. So, Shen Xin put pens, watercolors, manuscript paper and other materials into the backpack, and after greeting Chi Muxin, he left home, met with Yanfu, and followed him to the studio. This is an 8-story small building. From the outside, it is a very old one, with a history of at least 10 years. Many authors have rented studios here, mainly because they are cheap. Both the rent and the water and electricity are relatively low compared to other places. In addition, take the subway from here to New World. In the editorial department, you don't need to change trains, it's more respectful. Yanfu led Shen Xin up the stairs. So, there should be many cartoonists in this building. Shen Xin was surprised. No. It's been a long time since no cartoonist has come here. Yanfu thought for a while, but decided to tell the truth. Why? Shen Xin puzzled. Nowadays, few people are willing to live here. On the one hand, it is far from the city and there are no entertainment activities. In addition, many new authors also look down on this kind of place. No elevator is designed. Yanfu led Shen Xin to the room at the end of the corridor on the 5th floor, took out the key, opened the door, and then threw the key to Shen Xin. From now on, it will be your studio. Chapter 28, Assistant is coming. The whole room does not seem to have been unoccupied for a long time. The brown wooden floor was clean and bright, as if it had just been cleaned, and there was no dust or mold in the room. This studio is very large, and it should have been remodeled from a 3-bedroom and 1 living room. There are 4 desks in the living room, 2 desks are placed with drawing boards, and the other 2 are placed with writing desks. This is where the assistants work. Yanfu pointed to the 4 tables in the living room. Although there are only 2 people for the time being, in case the work is tense or Y/S catches fire, maybe we will find other assistants, and so will we. Take precautions. In addition, the printer and computer are in the corner for easy printing or processing of photos. You can also send me the name by fax, but I have to pick up the original manuscript by myself. No problem. Your studio is in the next room, and the other 2 rooms are bedrooms. If someone is late and can't catch the subway or the shuttle bus, they can rest here. Yanfu led Shen Xin and gave a brief introduction to the room. Although standing downstairs, I think this building is rather dilapidated, but the decoration inside is what Shen Xin likes. It is simple and tidy, with no extra accessories, and air conditioners, refrigerators, and washing machines are also relatively complete. In addition, there is also a balcony outside the living room. Hair dryer and clothes drying are very good. Just ask if you have any more requests. After Yanfu returned to the living room, before he had time to rest, he asked Shen Xin again. I want to lift my desk out. Shen Xin asked, pointing to No Matter's desk. Why? Yanfu wondered. Sometimes, the assistant sometimes needs some personal affairs and needs to call to communicate. Whether it is intentional or not, it is easy to influence other people. For this reason, many cartoonists want to be separated from their assistants. If I and my assistants are separated by a wall, it is easy to create a gap. Small problems in the drawing will also be retained because of the existence of the wall and door, which reduces communication. It is better to let me and the assistants be together. If you have any questions, everyone can discuss directly. So. Yanfu nodded slightly, rolled up his sleeves. Come on, I'll help you. You. Shen Xin curled his lips, a face of disbelief. I know you don't believe it. Yanfu didn't force it. Instead, he took out his mobile phone, dialed a call and asked where the other party was. After hanging up, he said to Shen Xin, you wait a moment. Shen Xin looked at Yanfu suspiciously, not knowing why, but soon, he heard heavy footsteps coming from the corridor. What happened? Shen Xin hurriedly walked to the door, but saw 8 young people each carrying a stack of books on the 5th floor. It's all things you like. Yanfu turned his head and said. What? Shen Xin is a little puzzled, can't figure out what kind of books he likes. Soon, after 8 people entered the house, they put the book on the floor, and Shen Xin almost cursed when he saw the book on the floor. Among the 8 stacks of books, 1 stack is Pink Circle and 1 stack is sketches of the human body. Do you like these things? Shen Xin can't argue with his mouth now, and he doesn't look at these things because he likes it. Feeling Shen Xin's unfriendly gaze, Yanfu turned his head away without showing off. In addition to Pink Circle and human sketches, the batch of books sent by also included some comic-related books, including how to access the internet, how to draw backgrounds, and even romance novels and books on scripting. Yanfu also paid a lot of money in order to ensure that Shen Xin can create comics smoothly. But the problem is, he doesn't necessarily have time to read these. Yanfu instructed the porter to move the desk out of the study and put it near the window. At the same time, Shen Xin also stuffed the books into the bookshelf in the study. After the first day of carrying work was over, Shen Xin moved his shoulders, a little sore. However, the results were not bad. His studio was transformed into a small living room and a small study. He was considered to have a place for hospitality, and his working place was moved to the living room, with a lot of vision. At the time of parting, Yanfu assured Shen Xin that he would find a suitable assistant for Shen Xin as soon as possible. Said it was very fast. Actually, Shen Xin also knew that it was not easy to find it within a week. Before that, the drawing of color pages fell on him, and the work of copying drafts and tracing lines was carried out in an orderly manner. The first 25 pages are color drafts, so when Shen Xin draws, whether it is manuscript paper or ink, he needs to buy special. Ordinary ink will fade when it encounters water, so when drawing a color manuscript, you should choose water-resistant ink, and in order to cooperate with it, manga artists will also choose manuscript paper for the cover. It took 3 or 4 days for Shen Xin to draw the line draft of the first episode. Schools also opened during this time. Ximyagzun officially became a high school student. Shen Xin decided to take a student loan after thinking twice. Y/S hasn't been serialized yet, and there is no draft fee, and the consumables for comics are also a lot of expense. Taking these factors into account, Shen Xin can only delay the tuition for a period of time, and then pay the tuition after the manuscript fee is down. Shen Xin only went to school on the first day of school and went to a second-hand bookstore to buy textbooks for the 2nd grade. Note: after, he never went to school again. Instead, he stayed in the studio and worked hard to draw color manuscripts. "Please come in." Shen Xin, who was painting at his desk, heard someone knock on the door www.readaloud.com and said casually. The door was opened. After Yan Fu pushed the door in, he saw Shen Xin, who had just raised his head and waved hello. "Sister Yan, please come in." Shen Xin also stood up from his seat. "You two come in too." Yan Fu slightly waved to the two people behind him, and Shen Xin moved his gaze behind Yan Fu. These two people are relatively young, they should be in their 20s or 30s. The boy has long hair, deep sunken eyes, fair skin, and scum on his lips and chin. His height is only about 1.7 meters, a little shorter than Shen Xin. The girls wear ponytails and freckles on their cheeks. They look quiet, and they look a little bigger than boys. Yan Fu pointed to the long-haired boy and said, "His name is Qiao Yu, a student of Yunhai Comics College. He just graduated this year. He originally wanted to work in the comics industry, but now he wants to be an assistant for a while and gain experience." "Oh, hello, my name is Shen Xin." Shen Xin and Qiao Yu shook hands. Due to the development of the comics industry, some organizations will hire some teachers to teach comics enthusiasts the comic skills and comics knowledge, but due to the different resources of the school, so they can find teachers of different levels. Moreover, these schools do not teach students how to write scripts. Therefore, many of the students who graduated from the comics school are semi-finished products, and in terms of basic skills, such as sketching, they are not as good as professional students like Shen Xin. "The teacher is so young," Qiao Yu said softly. "I'm still a student at school," Shen Xin explained quickly. The girl heard that Shen Xin was a student at school. She couldn't help but glanced at Shen Xin. "Are you a student at school? So young, you are already a serial cartoonist." Chapter 29, Division of Labor. "Good luck, I met a good editor." Shen Xin couldn't understand the girl's thoughts. Yan Fu's brows moved a little, and she had been in contact with Shen Xin for so long, and she felt uncomfortable in her heart when she heard Shen Xin praise her in front of other people. Her name is Ruan Ying. She once drew cartoons for a while, and now she is working as a professional assistant. Yan Fu's mouth raised slightly. "Oh, hello." Shen Xin didn't expect Yan Fu to find a cartoonist, and he was overjoyed. If an experienced person comes to serve as an assistant, his pressure will be much easier. Ruan Ying is now a professional assistant, and she needs her help for other serializations. Qiao Yu is also studying with other teachers. Within a week, they may not work here for a period of time. Yan Fu reminded. "I see," Zheng Ke said in response. "Professional assistants like Ruan Ying are definitely expensive. Since Shen Xin is now short of funds, he might as well hire 2 assistants to help him, and wait for sufficient funds to consider other things." In addition, Shen Xin also has his own careful thinking. So far, he is still a student. Although the university has more free time, some important classes such as the class teacher's class still have to go there from time to time. Otherwise, he might be hanged up as a wind chime at some point. Well, I also have some classes to take. If I'm not here, you don't need to come over," Shen Xin suggested. Qiao Yu and Ruan Ying nodded again and again. After discussion is finalized, on Tuesday, Thursday afternoon and evening, Saturday and Sunday all day, 2 people will come to help. Considering that the first episode has 55 pages, and the color manga is drawn, the progress will be much slower. Qiao Yu and Ruan Ying decided that they would work overtime on the night of the last week. "So, who of you two is responsible for the background?" Shen Xin asked. "The background is the most complicated of all auxiliary tasks, and if the person who draws the background is frequently changed, the comic style will also be inconsistent. Therefore, generally speaking, the background is drawn by one person. As for the drawing of the line and the effect line, blacken, white, and paste net paper, and then hand it over to others to deal with. Ruanying glanced at Xiao Yu and found that he didn't want to draw the background, so she took the initiative. Shen Xin's pressure has been reduced a lot. If Ruanying really wants to be a full-time assistant, then she should be good at all aspects of assistance, and background drawing is a necessary lesson for assistants. For Ruanying, the background should be fine. The black and white manuscript, I have already hooked it up, and I have also marked the places that need to be blacked out or cut paper on the internet. I will ask you for the rest of the work. Shen Xin returned to the desk and picked it up. The line drafts drawn were handed over to Ruanying and Xiao Yu. Please, please. The line draft has been inked, and Shen Xin also left a mark with a blue pencil in the blank space. Generally speaking, writing with a blue pencil on the manuscript paper will not be printed unless you use too much force. It is for this reason that the cartoonist will not use an eraser after marking with a blue pencil. As for the types of black, white, and dotted paper, Shen Xin also gave a simple explanation. It turns out that the teacher's painter is so good. Is it really just a student at school? Ruanying raised her brows when she saw the line draft. If I can draw such a line draft, I should be able to be a cartoonist. It's not that people who draw well can be a cartoonist. Shen Xin said with a smile. Also, but I have not been able to find a good script. Ruanying looked regretful. After seeing Shen Xin's line draft, Xiao Yu's heart has changed a lot. He originally thought that Shen Xin was able to contribute because of the story. Now when I saw the line draft, I suddenly realized that the editor was interested in Shen Xin's painter. As a professional assistant, Ruanying has already estimated the approximate workload after getting the drawing, and Xiao Yu has also been trained by a professional school, so there is no problem in adapting. Shen Xin passed the background photo to Ruanying, and the two turned to their desks. How is the progress of the coloring pages? Yanfu walked over seeing Shen Xin returning to his seat. I only started drawing and coloring yesterday, so I only completed 2 pages. Shen Xin picked up a black marker and said softly. Originally, Shen Xin planned to use watercolors, but after drawing a page, he found that it was too cumbersome to paint with watercolors, and it took a long time for the colors to dry, so he went to the store and bought a set of markers. Of course, in terms of price, markers are also more expensive than watercolors. Fortunately, a marker is needed for every word. If it weren't for the first story, he would not have been so troubled. Yanfu heard that Shen Xin had already drawn 2 colored drafts, so he couldn't wait to find the 2 colored drafts. The color pages drawn by Shen Xin are actually 2 portraits of Iori. Because it is a close-up of the character, the drawing is more detailed and time-consuming. First of all, in order to highlight the authenticity, Shen Xin takes the character drawing very seriously. In the first page, almost all the lines of Yi Ji's sweater are drawn. Whether it is the background of the character, or the appearance and skin of the character, it is a more realistic style. Reached the second page, lying flat on the sofa, the marks left by muscle stretching, including the wrinkles on the sofa, were expressed by Shen Xin in different shades. The connection between swimsuits, swimming trunks, and the skin, and the elasticity of the muscles, are also vividly reflected under Shen Xin's brush. Is different from the gorgeousness of Chen Zijiao's writings. Shen Xin's color pages are more realistic and complement the style of the entire comic. Pretty. If I didn't know in advance that this is a comic, I thought it was a real photo. Yanfu felt his hand shaking with the original. Shen Xin, it should be. No, she must be the most talented man among all the cartoonists she has contact with. I can't have all the color pages of this level, otherwise, the speed can't keep up, and the back color pages are all with grids, and I can't draw so delicately. Shen Xin stretched out and explained. Don't worry, although I am not a cartoonist, I know these things. Now imagine that there are these 3 photos after the catalog. Readers will definitely feel this strong sense of impact. Yanfu put the color page back on the desktop. I hope to receive good news from you soon. Not 3 weeks. It's 2 weeks, I want to get the original manuscript in advance. In order to avoid opening the skylight, Yanfu strictly controls time. I see. Shen Xin took out a marker and started to color Yi Ji's hair. Yanfu is also in charge of other authors. After staying in the studio for a while, he said goodbye to Shen Xin. The whole studio immediately quieted down, leaving only the sound of the pen rubbing against the paper. This atmosphere continued until noon, when Xiao Yu and Ruan Ying went to lunch, while Shen Xin stopped writing after drawing the 3rd page of the colored draft. The most difficult thing to draw is these 3 portraits. Although the remaining drawings are also color drafts, compared with these 3 pages, the difficulty is reduced a lot and the speed will be faster. Shen Xin stretched out, stood up from his seat, came to the workbench of Xiao Yu and Ruan Ying, glanced at the drawings they were working on, and suddenly became interested. Chapter 30, Ximu, and number 039, S Little Secret. The background difficulty of the first chapter is moderate, and the slightly more complicated scene is the school and Yugi's home. For professional assistants, this level of background is not difficult, and many of the grids have a lot of white space, and some scenes use dotted paper to enhance the atmosphere. Considering these aspects, the drawing of the scene has been greatly simplified. Even though it is not difficult, Ruan Ying is not lazy in drawing the background, even surpassing Shen Xin's expectations. In particular, his grasp of the sense of space, as well as the perspective of architecture and characters, are well handled. Is really a professional assistant. If she can be hired as a full-time assistant, her pressure should be reduced a lot. Of course, these are just random thoughts of Shen Xin. He now owes tuition fees and has no extra money. As for Xiao Yu, Shen Xin came to Xiao Yu's workbench again and carefully looked at the manuscripts he had processed. In the first chapter, more dot paper is used. Clothes, backgrounds, shadows, inner activities, and many other places all use dotted paper, and Xiao Wei also embodies the knowledge he learned in the manga school in the manuscript. As far as the level is concerned, Shen Xin can only say that it is okay, without rework. Black and white are mainly applied to the hair. Compared with the dot paper, Xiao Yu has a better level in this respect, showing the luster of the hair. In the early stage of the first chapter, there are not many places to use the effect line, so Shen Xin cannot see the level of his drawing effect line for the time being. But in the latter part of the first episode, especially when Yigui used a wooden stick to beat the boys in the training room, he would use a lot of effect lines. By that time, you should be able to see Xiao Yu's overall strength. After reading the sketches of the 2 people, Shen Xin also has a general understanding of the level of the 2 people. From the current point of view, relying on them should be able to create this cartoon, and, with the passage of time, the 2 assistants' proficiency the degree will increase, the coordination will be more skillful, and the creation time of each word should also be shorter. Although there are not many assistants, Shen Xin is particularly optimistic about the prospects of YS. On the first day, Xiao Yu and Ruan Ying stayed busy until 9 o'clock before leaving the studio. After Shen Xin drew a coloring page, she also put away the paint brushes. It takes half an hour by subway to get from work to home. Originally, Shen Xin thought that before the first episode was drawn, there would be room for free anyway, but Ximyagzun made a protest, and he could not refute these protests. If you live in the studio, it is estimated that 3 meals a day will be instant noodles, and you don't know how to pay attention to your body. Although Shen Xin promised not to do this, he couldn't help Ximyagzun not believe it. After all, she was caught by her not long ago. Of course, in addition to the reason for the instant noodles, there is another more important reason. He is not relieved to let Xi Muxin live at home alone. After arriving home, the room was completely dark. Shen Xin turned on the light in the living room. The hall was empty. However, Xi Muxin's room was still lit. "I'm back," Shen Xin said towards Xi Muxin's door. "Oh." Xi Muxin's voice came from the room, followed by a loud noise. About 10 or 20 seconds later, the door was opened, and Xi Muxin walked out of the room. Xi Muxin, wearing loose pajamas, came to Shen Xin with a hint of fragrance, and she should have just washed her hair. "Brother Xin, wait a minute, I'll heat the rice for you." With that, Xi Muxin was about to go to the kitchen. "No, it's hot. It's okay to eat some cold rice. But you, hurry into the house. It's so hot, and I will sweat again after a while." Shen Xin put his hand and took the lead into the kitchen, putting the rice and vegetables. When he came out, Xi Muxin also poured him a glass of boiled water and put it on the table. Shen Xin glanced at Xi Muxin's hand and found that her hand was stained with ink. "What's wrong with your hands?" Shen Xin asked, puzzled. "Hand." Xi Muxin looked down at his hand, subconsciously yelled out, and then suddenly remembered that Shen Xin was sitting next to him, and quickly put his hand behind him. The pen just broke, so he had something." "Really? You're not practicing dipping pens, are you?" Shen Xin suspiciously. "How is it possible? I don't even know what a dip pen is, how can I practice?" Xi Muxin shook his head quickly and denied it. "That's fine. Studying is more important," Shen Xin exclaimed. Xi Muxin's grades are very good, and Shen Xin doesn't want her to divert her energy to other places. The car accident a year ago had a great impact on Xi Muxin. It would not be overstated to say that it changed her life. Of course, if it were not the case, he would not have the chance to cross over. Therefore, he also hopes that Xi Muxin can have a good future. "I see." Xi Muxin nodded again and again. "Brother Xin, if there is nothing wrong, I will go back to the house first." "Well, go now." Shen Xin put the vegetables on the rice and took the rice into his mouth. Xi Muxin returned to his room, closed the door with his backhand, and patted his chest. "It's really dangerous, I was almost found out. I was so careless." Sighed for a long time, and Xi Muxin returned to the desk. A page of waste manuscript paper is placed on the desk. In front of the manuscript paper is a bottle of ink with a writing brush on it. After Xi Muxin sat down, he dipped the brush in ink, held the brush carefully, and applied black ink along the line draft. At the same time, he controlled the strength of the brush to spread the ink evenly in the outline of the figure. She doesn't know how to paint, let alone the background, but she learns to black out. She thinks there is nothing wrong with it. If you have more time, learn how to paste dot paper. Help Shen Xin as much as possible. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This is her little secret. Early the next morning, Shen Xin ran to the studio again and continued to draw the original manuscript. Just after noon, Yan Fu called again to ask about the progress of the first episode. When she learned that it was proceeding in an orderly manner, she also let out a sigh. "What's wrong?" Xiaoli beside her looked at Yan Fu. "Nothing, waiting for Shen Xin's manuscript." Yan Fu said. Do you think Shen Xin can really fight Toggle? It's already the 4th episode. Toggle only doesn't respond well in the 2nd episode. The other 3 episodes are the first." Xiaoli mentioned Toggle. I was a little excited. Although this manga is the signature of an enemy magazine, as a manga lover, seeing such an excellent manga still makes Xiaoli a little excited. "Have you already seen the name of YS?" Xi Muxin asked in confusion. "The name is good looking, and I also like the story of YS more, but the magazine publishes not the name, but the manuscript. To be honest, I personally think that Chen Zijiao's manuscript is of higher quality. The color of the first chapter of Toggle the Page is really beautiful. I haven't seen such a gorgeous coloring page for a long time. Xiaoli said seriously. Then I will tell you the truth, the manuscript of YS is absolutely beyond your imagination. Yanfu has an inexplicable confidence in Shen Xin. As you said, I am still looking forward to the first episode of YS. Xiaoli rubbed her hands, looking eager to try. At this moment, the editor-in-chief sitting at the innermost side of the editorial department suddenly spoke, Li Jiming, come here. A middle-aged editor's face changed, he slowly stood up from his seat, took a deep breath, and bowed his head towards the editor-in-chief. Chapter 31, Hesitation and Decision. Yanfu heard the editor-in-chief calling Li Jiming's name, and turned his head. Xiao Li pulled on Yanfu's clothes. It is estimated that Lao Li has a headache recently. Why? Have you really forgotten? Didn't Y_S the front page coloring page of The Chasing Boy? Of course, the color page in the volume is also good, but it is still not as good as the front page color page. He estimates that it is now I also have a headache. How to convey this to Teacher Gong? Xiaoli explained. Ahem. Yanfu is also a little embarrassed. Gong Guiyan is also an old author. A year ago, relying on The Chasing Boy won the first place in the New World several survey papers, he began to play big names, a little forgetful. The Boy Who Chased the Wind tells the story of a group of teenagers who like to chase their dreams. The progress of this comic is very fast. In only 6 or 7 months, the team of the protagonist won the championship of the World Middle School football match. At that time, the comics kept refreshing and readers enjoyed it. But because the plot ran too fast, it was already at the end of the story, and Gong Yan realized that something was wrong. At that time, The Boy Who Chased the Wind was a big seller in Yunhai City. If it ended directly, Gong Yan would lose a lot of money. Unwilling to reconcile, he thought of a lost trick when returning to China. The protagonist's plane crashed, and the manga naturally replaced the protagonist. Since then, the grades of The Chasing Boy have plummeted, the number of readers who follow it has plummeted, and the magazine is also anxious. In order to save the popularity of comics, the magazine thought of many ways, such as autographing books, looking for animation companies to make animations, and even contacting game companies, but they couldn't help it. The magazine also wanted to end The Boy Who Chased the Wind, and then asked the editor and Gong Yan to polish a comic. At first, Gong Yan disagreed. After a stalemate for 3 or 4 months, Gong Yan showed signs of letting go. According to common sense, even autographing books and making animations cannot raise the popularity of a comic, so the effect of color pages on the front page is minimal. It's just that Gong Yan used to be the signboard of New World anyway, and the pre-rolled coloring page was suddenly replaced with a mid-rolling coloring page. No one would be happy. The Boy Who Chased the Wind is almost over. In fact, there is no difference if you have one more or one less front page coloring page. But even so, you have to tell him quickly. If you drag on for too long, he will think you don't pay attention to him and have opinions on us. Remember, don't irritate him when you say it. The editor-in-chief waved his hand and asked Li Jiming to deal with the matter quickly. Even if Mr. Gong has an opinion, isn't it your idea? Li Jiming was dejected, returned to his desk, and finally couldn't help complaining. The editor-in-chief kept his gaze on him. After half a minute, he couldn't hold on any more, carrying the file bag, and immediately went to the magazine. On the way to Gong Guiyan's studio, Li Jiming thought a lot, but he still didn't figure out how to explain the situation to Gong Guiyan until the door of the studio, but his hand knocked on the door of the room subconsciously. Hey? After Li Jiming came back to his senses, he had already heard the footsteps coming from the door. Before he could say anything, the door was opened and a young man appeared in front of him. Editor Li? Just now the teacher was still saying that he finally got a pack of good tea and wanted to ask you to drink it. It was a coincidence that you came before 2 or 3 hours. The young man saw Li Jiming and hurriedly let Li Jiming into the house. Haha, the heart is sharp. Li Jiming laughed dryly. By the way, is Teacher Gong busy now? Fortunately, I am drawing the coloring page. Don't I have to hand in the coloring page in 2 weeks? The teacher is very concerned about coloring this time, saying that he must not let Li editor down this time. Haha. Li Jiming sighed, knowing today, why bother? If it weren't for changing the protagonist by death, the chasing boy is now estimated to be the top 3 in New World. Although it has not fallen out of the top 10, the sales volume of single-line books is less than 50,000 copies, which is not much different from ordinary comics. Yet, Lao Li, are you here? In the hall, a bald middle-aged man who was coloring with a marker pen immediately put down the pen and stood up from his seat when he saw Li Jiming come in. Isn't it time to receive the manuscript? Oh, I just take a look. You still worry about the quality of my coloring? The bald middle-aged man laughed and said. Mr. Gong, I certainly believe in the quality of your color pages, but your progress is really too slow. Li Jiming said perfunctorily. Gong Guian's level of coloring is more than the best. After all, he is not a professional art student, and he is an older generation of cartoonists. Both his style and skills are very different from those of young people. What's more, after he became famous, his coloring level has always been below the standard due to his lack of care, which also caused Li Jiming to be quite a headache. Now the ranking of the questionnaire and the number of leaflets have been kept at a very low level. Mayayan finally realized his problem, but no matter how hard he tried, the level can only return to the average level. The same is true for the color page this time. It can only be said that the color page is qualified, not too good. How's that? Don't you worry. Gong Yan's expression appeared triumphant. Li Jiming nodded. By the way, Teacher Gong, do you have time now? I want to say a few words to you. Coincidentally, I also want to buy you 2 cups of tea. This pot of tea was brought back from abroad by one of my students. You must have never had it. Li Jiming feels a little helpless. Even if he has good tea, he is not in the mood to drink it now. Gong Guian's reception room is very simple, with a red solid wood sofa and coffee table, and a purple sand tea set. Gong Guian cherishes this tea set very much, and would never put it out for practical use, but today, this tea set was placed on the coffee table before Li Jiming went in. Is anyone coming today? Li Jiming was puzzled, but Mr. Gong didn't communicate much. At least, in the past year, he hadn't seen anyone come. Gong Yan turned pale when he saw the tea set on the tabletop. This morning, people from my hometown came over, and I invited them to drink 2 cups of tea. By the way, Lao Li, didn't you just have something to say? Ah? That's it. Li Jiming's throat was a little dry, thinking about it again and again. He still bowed to Gong Yan first. www.readaloud.com. Sorry, Mr. Gong, the editor-in-chief has changed your front page coloring page to the color page in the volume. Hey? Why? Gong Yan's hand holding the tea set trembled, and his eyes opened round. It's nothing, the editor-in-chief said that next month I will give you the coloring page again, which counts as a compensation. Li Jiming explained quickly. Next month? Who knows if there will be the boy who chased the wind next month? Gong Yan was in a state of desperation. Is the boy chasing the wind coming to an end? Li Jiming had some differences, he hadn't heard Gong Yan mention it. Hey! Gong Yan suddenly noticed that he had said something that shouldn't be said, and he waved his hand quickly, but his movements seemed stiff. Didn't the editor-in-chief always want me to draw a new comic? I'm thinking about this recently. By the way, who did the editor-in-chief give the front page coloring page? Oh, a newcomer. The performance of New World has been declining recently. The editor-in-chief is wondering if there is a chance to stop the decline. Only a newcomer? Can New World really stop the decline? Gong Yan sneered. That's not clear. By the way, if you really draw a new comic, which genre are you going to develop? Li Jiming asked. I'm not sure yet, will I discuss it with you then? Gong Yan's face returned to normal, but his tone was blunt. That's okay, we'll talk about it later. Choosing the most important things, Li Jiming was not in the mood to drink tea, so he hurriedly left the studio on the grounds of not disturbing Gong Yan's painting. Gong Guiyan had a gloomy face, put away the tea set, and after thinking about it again and again, he took out a business card from a book, with a line written in the middle, President of Weekly Dreamer, Luo Ji. After a moment of contemplation, Gong Yan finally made up his mind and dialed the other party's phone. Chapter 32, Backhand. Okay, all the manuscripts for the first episode have been collected. After Yan Fu counted the manuscripts, he put the manuscripts into the file bag. The extra color manuscripts are also very beautiful. Where is it? This is what I should do. Next, it depends on Sister Yan. Shen Xin was a little emboldened. Don't worry, I know it in my heart. Yan Fu waved his hand. Well, if the editor-in-chief doesn't agree, don't force it. Watching Yan Fu walk down the stairs, Shen Xin returned to the studio again. You two, you can also go back today, thank you both for this time. In order to keep up with the progress, Jiao Yu and Ruan Ying have been coming over to help during the night of this period. Finally, on the weekend of the second week, they completed the draft of the first episode, 4 or 5 days earlier than expected. Xi Muxin also ran over on the weekend. She can't do things related to comics, she just cleans the studio, boils water and tea, and buys food. When I had free time, I stood behind the two assistants and observed their work. Shen Xin noticed Xi Muxin's behavior, thinking she was just curious about the assistants' work, so she didn't take it seriously. After sending the two away, Shen Xin returned to his workbench again, stretched out, and then took out a piece of manuscript paper and started copying the sketch. From now on, Shen Xin will start to draw the second chapter. This statement must be completed within a week, otherwise, his future updates will be very difficult. After this period of adaptation, Shen Xin's speed in drawing comics has also increased. Of course, it can't be compared with the cartoonists who have been in the comics industry for more than 10 years, but compared with the first episodes of Equation of Love and YS, the proficiency is definitely improved. Drew 4 or 5 pages of sketches in a hurry, Shen Xin raised his head and looked out the window, and found that the sky was already dark, while Xi Muxin was sitting at the assistant's workbench, holding a book, reading with gusto. Xiao Xin, what book do you read? Shen Xin asked curiously. Xi Muxin immediately held up the book. What is a script? I found it in the study. Hey! Shen Xin couldn't laugh or cry, wondering what she was doing with this book. By the way, can high school study keep up? Should be okay. Xi Muxin raised his head and thought for a moment. If he said easy, he would appear to be telling lies. Instead of this, he should be more subtle. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Shen Xin nodded slightly, wanting to say something to study hard, but then again, he thought that Xi Muxin's academic performance was already very good, and he seemed not qualified to teach her anything. Remind Xi Muxin that it is best not to fall in love early. Puff. Xi Muxin, who was reading, suddenly laughed out. Brother Xin, do you know? This sentence came out of your mouth. I feel very happy. What's wrong? Shen Xin was confused. Brother Xin, you are drawing a love cartoon of a high school student, but you still don't let others fall in love. Xi Muxin tried very hard to restrain himself, and finally did not laugh. Shen Xin opened his mouth, This little Nazai returns his body by his own way, he really can't refute it. Looking at Shen Xin with a depressed face, Xi Myugzun also put a smile away, and said sternly, "Brother Xin, you are so busy now, how can I have time to take care of this? Anyway, in high school I won't talk about it. You can decide these things yourself." Shen Xin replied, picking up the pencil and composing the picture again. "Really, why are you all right to mention this?" Because Xi Muxin was in the studio, Shen Xin did not dare to work too late. Just after 8 o'clock, she asked her to pack her clothes and prepare to go home. "So early?" Xi Muxin stood up from his seat. "It's getting late, you have to go to class tomorrow." Shen Xin explained. "How about you?" I must die here, I am a professional cartoonist now, and I should be worthy of this profession, and although I submitted the first manuscript, I still don't have enough time." Xi Muxin's mouth stretched, somewhat helpless. "Well, don't think about it, I am also realizing my dream. I am going home." Shen Xin reminded. "Oh, wait a minute, I want to find a few books to read." Xi Muxin quickly returned to Shen Xin's library and pulled out a few love novels and scripted books from it. Shen Xin blinked, and he became more confused about Xi Muxin's thoughts. The next day, Yan Fu handed Shen Xin's manuscript to the editor-in-chief. "So fast?" The editor-in-chief was taken aback, but he didn't expect Shen Xin to finish the manuscript 4 or 5 days in advance. For the past 2 weeks, Shen Xin has been busy with these 2 manuscripts, and he didn't even go to school. The 2 assistants are also very good. They work overtime every day to finish the manuscript of Chapter 1 ahead of schedule. Yan Fu explained. "Say." The editor-in-chief nodded subconsciously, but looked straight at the color manuscript in his hand. When looking at the name, he felt that the first 3 pages were definitely the biggest selling point of the first chapter, and now, the color pages drawn by Shen Xin confirmed his guess. Shen Xin's coloring is not as gorgeous as the coloring page of Toggle, but its delicacy and realism are better than that of Toggle. In other words, the combination of photograph complements each other, and the heroine is green when facing the camera. Astringency and purity were completely outlined by Shen Xin. It is difficult for him to compare the first episodes of Toggle and YS which is better, because the styles are different. But if you say which one he prefers, there is no doubt that it is YS, because only YS is published in New World. After turning over the 3 photographs, the texture of the color pages dropped sharply. This is partly because Shen Xin's level of coloring needs to be improved. The more important reason is that the first 3 pages of color pages leave a lot of space and can be colored more delicately. The following manuscripts are divided into grids, and the impact on the vision is weakened. More than just YS, the divided color pages are not as good as the full page color pages. In fact, almost all comics are like this, including Crumbling is no exception. In the serial meeting, the editor-in-chief has already seen Shen Xin's name, and has a general understanding of the direction of the story. Even so, when he read the manuscript, he still felt unsatisfied. The deputy editor-in-chief had already put down the work at hand. Yu Guang aimed at the editor-in-chief, and after the other party put down the manuscript, he could borrow it and read it. As a result, after reading it, the editor-in-chief immediately read it again, and at the same time tapped his finger on the desktop. The brain kept running. The first episode of Shen Xin's YS surpassed his imagination, and the painter was better than Formula of Love. Now, he finally has a good card in his hand, but how to play this card is really troublesome for him. Yan Fu heard the hesitating editor-in-chief, and felt confident in his heart. "Editor-in-chief, to be honest, I think the quality of YS can completely compete with Toddler. Can't we do some publicity? 2 posters are also good." "Poster?" The editor-in-chief frowned, then shook his head. "I'm afraid, the time is too late, right? It may affect the progress of the next episode. It's too late. Yan Fu put an envelope on the table again. I also let Shen Xin draw the coloring pages for the poster. The muscles on editor-in-chief's face twitched, and it felt like he had been calculated by Yan Fu, but he still picked up the envelope and pulled out the 2 colored pages inside. Seeing the content on it, his eyes brightened. Chapter 33, Poster. Cloud Sea Roaming Bookstore is the largest comic book shop in Yunhai. Every day, thousands of comic books are sold from here. Various types of comic magazines across the country will be sold here, ranging from the 3 major magazines to the small unknown comic magazines. If you really buy magazines or comics that are too niche, you can also order them here. As long as they are not out-of-print comics, most of them can be purchased. At most, it's just a waste of time. Therefore, the sales of various magazines and booklets in this bookstore have become the reference basis for various magazines in Yunhai. Roaming Bookstore also knows the benefits of having a good relationship with various magazines, and has a lot of cooperation with many magazines. For example, last time, the revision of Dreamer was promoted in the Roaming Bookstore in advance, so that many people who like comics learned about the revision of Dreamer, thus expanding the readership of Dreamer. Crumbling also took this to become the leading comic of Dreamer. "Hey, did you watch the newly released Dreamer?" a short-haired high school student said to the high school student with broken hair next to him. "Not yet. I went to self-study yesterday night. When I wanted to buy it, it was already sold out. Therefore, I will come to the Roaming Bookstore today." The broken hair high school student looked helpless. "I'm telling you, the hero named Ximenyeo followed Xiao Yuqian to school. He saw those girls in short skirts who had a lot of nosebleeds and were locked in the girls' closet. Finally, a girl just opened the closet, and the story is it's over, so boring." The short-haired student said. "Ah, you're so annoying, since the spoiler. I haven't watched it yet." The student said angrily. "Hee, don't buy it. I will bring you Dreamer to school tomorrow." "Then what magazine do I buy this week?" "New World," the boy with short hair said casually. "Don't buy it. There are no good comics in New World recently. Or, just buy Monthly Comic Futura, right? Weekly Comic Futura has been bought, boys with broken hair can only buy this magazine." "Oh, I also bought this magazine, and crime is getting better. I tell you, that notebook is really strange. It can predict the future, but it also has its limitations. It cannot predict the future of the notebook owner. Can only predict things within 24 hours. Hush 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 h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h h Hey! The monthly comic Futura has been out for 2 days, and I haven't seen you buy it. I thought you were not interested. Where is it? I only got my pocket money yesterday. How do I buy it? Besides, comics like The Punishment, you can't read it at all if you tell it. If you don't tell you, I will buy a magazine." 2 people came to the magazine area on the 2nd floor and went straight to the sales point of Monthly Comic Futura, only to find that this month's magazines were all sold out. No way, it was the same in the last issue. It should be related to crime. Tomorrow, I will bring you the Monthly Comic Futura. The boy with broken hair nodded dejectedly. It seems that this is all he can do now. Since there is no magazine of choice, the high school student with broken hair is also planning to go home. When he turned around, the corner of his eye aimed at the poster hanging on the wall, and his eyes were immediately attracted. "What's the matter?" The boy with short hair looked puzzled when he saw the boy with broken hair in a daze. "Did you see the poster on the wall? It seems interesting." The boy with broken hair pointed to the poster on the wall and said. The boy with short hair also turned his head and saw the painting on the wall as expected. A long-haired girl in a purple school uniform looked back suddenly, her clear eyes were full of purity, and the short-haired boy even felt a heartbeat when his eyes met. Damn, he's a paper man. The short-haired boy secretly pinched his legs and looked at the poster's font again. A Different High School Life Y/S, Weekly New World 42 issue, see or leave. Hey? How many issues of Weekly New World are there now? I don't know, I haven't watched it for a long time. The boy with broken hair shook his head repeatedly. Issue 41. A voice reached the ears of two people. The two boys quickly turned their heads, only to see a young man pushing the frame of the frame. I also just saw this poster. The poster is pretty. The two boys looked back at the poster again, and couldn't help nodding. This time, New World did not promote Y/S very much. It just sent some posters to a few relatively large bookstores to help promote it. However, in the New World magazine, there is a half-page advertisement. This is because Yan Fu said a lot of good things to Shen Xin in front of the editor-in-chief before arriving. Although the scope of readers cannot be expanded, if the decline can be stopped, the goal will be achieved. For this advertisement, the New World magazine also received mixed reviews, especially Li Jiming, who felt that the editor-in-chief was too partial and gave the newcomer author a color page. As a result, he gave another half page of the advertisement. Yan Fu only said a word, leaving Li Jiming speechless. The color pages of Y/S and The Boy Who Chased the Wind have been handed in. Let's see who is more suitable for the front page coloring page, okay. Manga editors are people who understand manga, and they nodded after Yan Fu's words. Although Gong Yan is an old author, his coloring pages are really not good. The controversy in New World magazine settled down a bit, while Dreamer was caught in a discussion www.readaloud.com. Hey, did you see that New World actually gave a half-page ad for a new comic? Who is this author named Shen Zheng? Wang Wenhong got the manuscript from Chen Zijiao. Just after he entered the editorial department, he heard someone mention New World and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Brother Wang is back." The female editor next door waved hello after seeing Wang Wenhong. Wang Wenhong nodded, put the paper bag on the desk, and looked at the other editors. "Is there anything interesting?" "It's not a big deal, it's that New World advertises a half page for the new comics published in the next issue." "What's the matter? Our magazine also advertised in other magazines for Toggle?" Wang Wenhong curled his lips, only dared to promote it in his own magazine, which shows that they have no confidence in this comic. Also, how powerful a new author can be. The female editor agreed. "Can't say that, Chen Zijiao is also a newcomer, right?" Wang Wenhong corrected. "Chen Zijiao is a genius of hundreds of people, can't it be compared like this, right?" the female editor retorted. Wang Wenhong smiled without saying a word, but he felt very helpful in his heart. "But, the style of this new author is pretty good and looks very comfortable," said one of the editors. "Really?" When Wang Wenhong heard this, he was also curious. After receiving New World, he watched it carefully, and suddenly realized that this style was a bit familiar. Looking at the pen name Shen Zheng, he didn't seem to have seen it before. What is the origin of this person? Wang Wenhong frowned while looking at the drawing in the magazine. Chapter 34, on sale. In the 41st issue of New World, the Iori drawn by Shen Xin is like a seed, buried in the hearts of the readers of New World. Although there are not many pictures, the readers of New World have a little expectation. But some people think that this is just a gimmick made by Weekly New World. Faced with the pressure brought by the revision of Dreamer, they forcibly throw out an introduction. Otherwise, why not be like Dreamer in major bookstores and even some magazines? What about advertising for Toggle? So, some people are looking forward to this comic called YS, and some people are watching the excitement in their hearts, quietly waiting for the arrival of Monday. For most people, the 42nd issue of New World is just the publication of a new work and the hasty ending of a comic. Compared with the previous period, the number of people who bought the magazine has not changed much, and even some readers, because New World has not launched any eye-catching works, but began to shift attention to Weekly Dreamer. Boys with Broken Hair and Boys with Short Hair made an agreement last week that each would buy a magazine and exchange reading the next day. The boy with short hair chose Weekly Dreamer without hesitation. The ancient hero Ximen Yao hid in the girls' locker room. He was very curious about what would happen in the next episode. Although the boy with broken hair is also looking forward to the next plot of Toggle, considering that there are too many magazines to buy, and he is also curious about the content of YS, he simply bought Weekly New World. After going home and eating a few bites of food, he went back to his bedroom, took out New World from his school bag, and threw the backpack under the table casually. He didn't have the habit of looking at the catalog, so he flipped through the catalog, and it was a girl in a sweater who caught his eye. Hey! This girl is so familiar, she seems to have seen it somewhere. After thinking a little bit, he remembered that she was the YS poster. Turned to the second page and saw Iori wearing a swimsuit. He immediately felt a little warm on his cheeks. Why, how is it like this? The boy's cheeks with broken hair were slightly hot, but his eyes never looked away. Swimsuit girls are not uncommon in boy manga. For example, Toggle is larger than YS, but it is not as attractive as this picture. As for the reason, he always feels that this pure-looking and beautiful girl is like a classmate or someone he knows. As for the characters in Toggle, the characters in it are a bit exaggerated, too far away from him. Until he finished reading the 3 color pages, he still had some ideas. He even felt that there were too few pages in the portrait. If he could read more than 10 or 20 pages in one go, it would be enjoyable. Despite some resentment in his heart, he continued to read. This time, his attention fell into the plot again, and it was not until after reading the first chapter of YS that he realized that it was the last page. This remark is drawn from the perspective of a boy, not only Yigui's first perspective, but even Yigui's fantasy scene. Iori calls Yigui to a sports equipment room, takes off his coat, reveals his swimsuit, and then he goes pounced on Yigui's body. Boys with broken hair have also fantasized about such scenes, so Yigui's yearning for the goddess in his dreams, he empathizes with him. At the end, the tears Iori shed when he saw Yugi outside the window made him feel heartbroken. It was as if he had done a good thing but was misunderstood by the girl he liked. It was really uncomfortable. How can this unscrupulous author make them misunderstand? And why did it suddenly end? No, I want to watch it again. After reading this for the second time, the boy with broken hair became more and more interested in knowing the next development of the story. While he kept scolding the author of out of chapters in his heart, he was also thinking about one thing: whether he should bring the magazine to school tomorrow. Those nasty boys are likely to tear this magazine apart. Alas, friendship and magazines, this is really a difficult question to choose. Or, I'll take this to school or buy another one. Also, if he fills out the reader questionnaire, can he vote for YS? Thinking over and over again, he made a difficult decision. If there are other people next to him when he is writing the questionnaire, then he will vote for other comics. If there is no one, he will vote for YS. In fact, it's not just a boy who has this idea. Most of the other readers who bought the latest issue of New World hope to buy another one. As for the reader questionnaire, considering your own image in the eyes of others, maybe it will be sent to the magazine when there is no one. But, anyway. The boy with broken hair looked at the reader questionnaire in his hand, a cardboard similar to a postcard, a bit reluctant, because there is a color picture of Iori on the back, which is very valuable for collection. I am so hesitant. Chen Zijiao has had a very good life recently. Toggle has been updated for 2 months, and the results have always been in the top 2. Of course, some people may say that the reason why he has this achievement is because of Suhan's golden sign, but if he does not have his own superb painter, it is estimated that the book's achievement will be the same. After drawing the 4-line drafts for Chapter 9 of Toggle, Chen Zijiao opened the door and put the line drafts on the desk of his assistant outside. "You two hurry up, these 4 pages must be published today," Chen Zijiao reminded. "Yesterday's manuscript still has 2 pages left to be drawn." An assistant raised his hand and reported the situation to Chen Zijiao. "This is your business, the work that could be completed yesterday, why has it been delayed until today?" Chen Zijiao said, dissatisfied. The assistant curled his lips. Yesterday's manuscript was full of pages, and there were a lot of backgrounds on the screen. It took a long time to draw that page. The original manuscript that was supposed to have been drawn yesterday has been put on hold. It's impossible to draw 6 pages a day, even if you don't sleep all night. Even if Chen Zijiao felt dissatisfied, he knew where the limits of normal people were, so he snorted and said something dirty. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly found a shoulder bag on the ground, opened his mouth slightly, revealing 2 magazines. One of them is Weekly Dreamer. Chen Zijiao has read the sample magazine and is familiar with its cover. As for the other, "What are the 2 magazines in your bag?" Chen Zijiao asked. "Oh, Weekly Dreamer and Weekly New World, isn't our opponent New World? So, if you want to know yourself and your enemy." The assistant scratched his head, watching Chen Zijiao nervously. "Who said that we are opponents? Everyone is mixed in this circle. Rather than opponents, they are opponents. Only if there are opponents, there will be progress. You read www.yuyugonshu.com. I can read New World, is it?" Chen Zijiao knew that this was a nutritious sentence, but he still asked. "Of course, no problem at all," the assistant said quickly. Chen Zijiao bent over and took out the Weekly New World, turned 2 pages, his eyes fixed on the color page, his brows wrinkled slightly, and his eyes sharpened. "Teacher Long," the assistant yelled Chen Zijiao softly, but found that the other party's attention was on New World. He kept turning the pages, but his brows became more frowning. "Shen Zheng? Who is Shen Zheng?" Chen Zijiao put the magazine on the table and asked his assistant. The assistant shook his head again and again. How could they know who is Shen Zheng? At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Wang Wenhong held the door frame with one hand and New World with the other, panting. I know who he is." Wang Wenhong took a breath, ignoring the sweat from his forehead. He is Shen Xin. "Hey? Is it him?" Chen Zijiao raised his brows slightly, his expression stern. "Yes. From the first episode, YS is indeed very good." Wang Wenhong now regrets the original decision more and more. If he had accepted the book of which at that time, it might be another situation now, but it doesn't not enough to be afraid of it. "Congratulations, Teacher Chen, Toggle has the intention to sell a separate book, and now it is negotiating." "Congratulations to the teacher first." The 2 assistants also smiled and congratulated Chen Zijiao one after another. Chen Zijiao, who was angry, heard what Wang Hong said. He was taken aback for a while, and his heart calmed down. "Single book. This is really good news." Chen Zijiao touched his nose, a smug smile appeared on his face. Chapter 35, Doubt. The editorial department of New World has been in a mess since the second day of sales of the new magazine. The sales from the major bookstores are better than those of the past few issues. This makes the editor-in-chief feel that the sales of New World may show an upward trend for the first time after falling for several months. The same is true of the facts. On the third day, major bookstores called pre-order calls one after another, and the new issue of New World had to print 50,000 copies. One day later, at the urging of the bookstore, the printing house printed another 30,000 copies, which barely met the bookstore's needs. Most of the readers who lost before have returned. The sales volume is temporarily not as good as the revised Dreamer, and the revenue that YS brings to New World is not as good as that of Toggle, but the editor-in-chief is very content. After all, he didn't pay much. Coloring page, who is it for? Only 100 posters were printed and distributed to several large bookstores, and the advertisement in the half-page magazine was only 1 page added, and 3 advertising spaces were sold by the way. Perhaps the biggest expense is the color picture of Iori printed on the back of the questionnaire. People shouldn't be too greedy, he is very satisfied with this result. The only thing that surprised him was that the number of questionnaires received did not increase as the number of magazines sold had increased. But even so, the magazine still received 60,000 to 70,000 questionnaires, and it was not difficult to extract 1,000 from them. After the results of the questionnaire survey came out, the editor-in-chief found Yanfu with a smile and handed her the statistical form. Tell teacher Shen Zheng that you must guard against arrogance and rashness. Yanwei glanced at the statistical results, brows raised slightly, which was slightly inconsistent with the expectations in his heart. Editor-in-chief, I want to go to Mr. Shen to receive the manuscript of Chapter 3 and the name of Chapter 4. No problem, these things can be handled by yourself. The editor-in-chief waved his hand, just walked 2 steps, and turned around again. By the way, many readers have sent letters to teacher Shen. You choose send some to him, right? Okay. Yanfu nodded quickly. Letters from readers are of little significance to the author's creation. They just tell the cartoonists their ideas, and some of the content even tends to be idealized. If a cartoonist cares too much about the reader's opinion, the comics he creates can easily go wrong, and in the end there is only one result left: the story collapse. Therefore, it is best not to read these letters related to suggestions, but the editors can't know the content of the letters without tearing the envelopes. They can only choose some envelopes that are pleasing to the eye. Packing dozens of selected letters in paper bags, Yanfu took the subway and hurried to Shen Xin's studio. Knocked on the door, Yanfu followed Xiao Yu into the room. Ruan Ying holds the D-pen and concentrates on drawing the background. Xiao Yu returned to her seat and picked up the mesh cutter to cut off the dot paper that needed to be pasted. The completed manuscripts are laid out side by side, spreading on the floor all around. Yanfu knows that this is drying the ink on the manuscript. Sister Yan, don't you receive the manuscript tomorrow? The manuscript hasn't been completed yet, it may take a few hours to wait. Find a seat by yourself. Shen Xin glanced at Yanfu and lowered his head. Can't you come and have a look? YS is on the market, and you are indifferent. Yanfu put the bag and the paper bag containing the letters on the ground, looked around, did not find a chair, only a stool. Pull over and sit down first. What can I care about? Shen Xin put down the dip pen, took out a paper towel, wiped the ink from his hand, and looked up at Yanfu. YS originally has the ability to attract people's attention. At this point, Shen Xin didn't tell lies. During the years when IS was serialized, it was very popular with readers, and Guizheng was also known by many readers as the most skilled cartoonist in Jump. It is a pity that Shen Xin's painter has not been able to bring out the greatest charm of this comic. He can only hope that he can make a breakthrough later. Yes. In this issue of the questionnaire, YS did get the first place, but not much ahead of the second place. Yanfu smiled bitterly. Hey? Isn't it? Shen Xin couldn't believe it. Even if his painter is not as good as the original, the story is a good one, and it is out of context. How come the number of votes won is not high? I don't know, it's just over 30 votes more than the second place. Although the magazine sales have actually increased a lot, several editors think it has nothing to do with you. However, the questionnaire sent back is also it's too little. Thinking of this, Yanfu is not in a good mood, especially that Li Jiming, who was in the office just now, said very confidently, this time the sales volume is related to YS, but it's not too big, otherwise YS will not only compare the second place leads by more than 30 votes. This only shows that New World bottomed out and rebounded, even without YS it will still increase. Bottomed out? Haha. Then why didn't the last issue rebound from the bottom? Li Jiming clearly felt resentment for Shen Xian's snatching of Gong Yan's coloring page. Yan Fu had no good impression of Li Jiming. Wait, Sister Yan, are you saying that the sales of magazines have gone up, but the questionnaires sent back have not increased? This is the first time Shen Xian heard of this. Yes, to be precise, there are 2,000 or 3,000 missing. Yan Fu also sighed. She hasn't figured out the reason until now. This is a weird thing. The more magazines are sold, the more questionnaires are sent out. Logically speaking, more questionnaires should be sent back. Ahem, I should be able to explain 1 or 2 reasons for these doubts raised by Teacher Yan. Xiao Yu, who had posted the dotted paper, sat upright, turned and said to Yan Fu and Shen Xian. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. What's the reason? Yan Fu asked in surprise. Ruan Ying, standing in the background of the painting, also raised her head to look at Xiao Yu, her eyes full of curiosity. Xiao Yu took out a tissue and wiped off the ink from her hands. A smile appeared on her face, which is rare. My neighbor is just in his first year of high school and he is also a comic book fan. I went home 2 days ago and I met him and he just bought a copy of New World. Mr. Shen's work was published in this periodical, so I also want to know what they think of this comic. As a result, my neighbor said that he bought this magazine for his collection, and he bought one before. I bought one, then why did he buy it? Yan Fu was puzzled. Shen Xian also nodded, he was also curious. He said that the previous one was torn up and used for publicity, so he bought another one for his collection. Promotion of TM. Shen Xian has a black line. Buy another collection, he can understand, but after tearing up the other one, what is it when it is used for publicity? This is an authentic juvenile manga, not a book. I asked him again, which manga he thought was the best, but he couldn't say anything about it. Then, I asked YS directly. He said he didn't watch it. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Yan Fu guessed something. YS is placed on the front page of the color page. It is impossible for readers not to know, is it because they are shy? Shen Xian rolled his eyes dejectedly. The character he painted has no due point. What's so shy about it? It's possible. After all, Mr. Shen's paintings are not the same as others. They are somewhat realistic. Many high school students have experienced crushes, so even if they like them in their hearts, they won't easily show them. Ruan Ying said suddenly. Chapter 36, Reader and Number 039, S letter. The scale of Rumble is slightly larger than that of Y/S, but judging from the current first 8 episodes, it is still a comic dominated by funny. Students can discuss plots such as funny and use this as an excuse to vote for together. Y/S is a romantic love comic with 8 classics. Except for love, it doesn't talk about other things. How can the students who are beginning their love talk embarrassed to discuss it? Even if they really like Y/S, they can only reluctantly give up their love and vote for other comics. The questionnaire survey only selected 1,000 questionnaires, and the sample is not large. It is not impossible that the first and second places are close to each other under the change of one and the other. After thinking about this, Shen Xian and Yan Fu showed helplessness on each other's faces. Speaking of the questionnaire, actually, although I bought a magazine, I didn't mean to send it to the magazine. Ruan Ying scratched her head with a smirk. Why? Shen Xian didn't want to understand. Don't you find out that the color pictures of Yazi at the back of the questionnaire survey are also very beautiful? Ruan Ying took it for granted. Xiao Yu also nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Ruan Ying. The picture behind the questionnaire was drawn profoundly. It was a coloring page of Iori wearing blue and white running along the beach. Shen Xian weakly covered his face with his hands. He never expected that the problem should lie in this place. It seems that the ranking of the next issue of Y_S is going to drop. Shen Xin picked up the dipping pen again. Don't forget that the second episode has a fruitful picture. Although it is PS, I can paint. It didn't shrink. The scale of the first episode is so small, but it only got so few votes, and the second episode is probably choking. Yanfu had a gloomy face. Although she wanted to rectify the name of Y_S, she couldn't help others not to vote. She sighed, put this piece aside in advance, and took another paper bag of letters. This is a letter from a reader. No matter what is said in it, I suggest you stick to your own opinions and don't be shaken by the content. She is really afraid that Shen Xin will be broken by readers. Shen Xin nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I still have a good idea. When writing online novels, I was often scolded, and I was more or less able to bear it. One more thing, in 2 weeks, the comic festival will begin. At that time, many awards this year will be announced, and there will also be live TV broadcasts. If you are interested, take a look, especially the Newcomer Award. It is estimated that in the future will be a competitor with you. This year's Newcomer Award. Shen Xin stroked his chin, wondering if it was necessary to watch. Yanfu waited 3 hours in Shen Xin's studio before he got the manuscript of Chapter 3 and the name of Chapter 4. After reading the name in Chapter 4, Yanfu really wanted to throw the name on Shen Xin's face and yelled at him out of chapter dog. It was in Chapter 4, and it was still out of chapter. However, having said that, the story is very smooth, and the storyboard and composition are more mature. It is the highest level except for the first episode. This is the only place that makes Yanfu feel relieved. After Yanfu checked the manuscript for error, he left first. Xiao Yu and Ruan Ying also bid farewell to Shen Xin, and Shen Xin returned home with a bag of letters after adding 5 or 6 line drafts. Under normal circumstances, Xi Muxing has already returned home from school. If Shen Xin had no memory loss, high school should be the heaviest academic, including college. Language, mathematics, and foreign language are not mentioned, and the learning of other subjects is also very heavy. Xi Muxing has not been affected too much. When he comes home every day, he looks very relaxed, either reading a romance novel, reading a script, or hiding in the house to do his own thing. What makes Shen Xin feel speechless is that in the first monthly exam in high school, Xi Muxing won the first place in his age. This result, he only got it when he was dreaming. Just like today, as soon as Shen Xin got home, Xi Muxing ran out of the room and put the food on the desk while he was washing his face. Knowing that Xi Muxing's grades were good, Shen Xin didn't plan to talk about studying with Xi Muxing again, but there seemed to be no other topics to talk about between the two, and the atmosphere fell into embarrassment. In the end, Xi Muxing took the lead in breaking the deadlock. She pointed to the paper bag next to Shen Xin and said, "Brother Xin, what's in there?" "Hey? Are these?" "It's a letter from the reader." Shen Xin replied. "A letter from the readers of Y_S?" Xi Muxing asked curiously. "Well. By the way, someone in your school should have watched Y_S, right?" Shen Xin asked rhetorically. "I don't know." Xi Muxing shook his head. "Hey? Isn't anyone in your school watching this issue of New World?" Shen Xin didn't believe it. Yanfu also said today that the sales of magazines have gone up. Someone read it, and several magazines were torn up. But I asked them how Y_S was, and they all said they hadn't read it. It's really annoying that it was on the front coloring page that it was a lie. There was disgust in Xi Muxing's eyes. Those people are probably embarrassed, right?" Shen Xin remembered what Xiao Yu had mentioned. "Brother Xin, can I take a look at these readers' letters?" Xi Muxing's eyes glowed, obviously interested in this matter. yes. Shen Xin also wanted to know what was written on these letterheads. Ximyagzun couldn't wait to choose an envelope and read it carefully. What did you say? Shen Xin asked casually. A reader who went to college said that Y_S reminded him of his crush in high school. He didn't speak at the time. Now he regrets it. I hope Iori and Yugi can have a bright future. Summarized the main content of this letter. Even if he doesn't say it, I will set this comic as happy ending. Shen Xin said to herself. A high school student said that he is also in this situation, so he is still considering whether to confess. I hope this book can give him the answer. Is this guy a bit stupid, wants to find the reality from the comics? I haven't finished reading the letter. Ximuksin couldn't help but say www.readwoon.com. Everyone's pursuit is different. Shen Xin can only describe like this. He is not good at evaluating other people's lives. An unknown person said that he likes this story very much. I hope you can draw more swimsuits, so that you can attract readers more. Ximuksin's voice became smaller and smaller. Shen Xin shook his head. I don't even dare to write the name, and just listen to their suggestions. Ximuksin nodded again and again. Yes, that's right, what do you want so many swimsuits for? I really don't understand them. Shen Xin smiled slightly. Sister, you still don't understand boys. Next, Ximuksin read a few more letters, but they didn't read them out loud. Shen Xin was curious, put down his chopsticks, puzzled. Why don't you read it? Well, the letters express the same meaning. Ximuksin said embarrassedly. What do you mean? Shen Xin wanted to know what exactly it was that resonated with these readers. They said. Ximyagzun was a little embarrassed to say it. What are you talking about? Shen Xin became more and more curious. To say that you are, out of chapter, too disgusting, this is what they said. Let you stop interrupting the comics in attractive places. Afraid that Shen Xin would not believe it, Ximuksin flattened each letter on the table. On. Shen Xin took 2 deep breaths, before returning. Sister Yan said a word to me. What are you talking about? No matter what readers say, you must stick to your own opinions and not be shaken by their suggestions. Shen Xin put down his chopsticks. So, these readers' suggestions, just listen to them. Ximyagzun looked at the table full of suggestions to stop broken chapter, and could only say sorry in his heart. Chapter 37, Comic Festival. The publication of the second chapter of YS has enabled the sales of New World to rise steadily, and the number of questionnaires returned to normal after the absence of Iora's color paintings has also confirmed Ruan Ying from the side. The previous guess. The letters sent by readers to Shen Xin, like snowflakes, float to the magazine. For this, Shen Xin has only one sentence: are they all burned? Out of context is also a manifestation of ability. In previous lives, many online novel authors have this ability. Even some traditional martial arts novels or storytelling, they will do the same. Isn't there often a if you want to know the details and listen to the next breakdown? The purpose is to attract readers. Shen Xin didn't know how to do it, so he wanted to take this opportunity to learn the skills of breaking chapters. When the complaining reader sees no answer, he vents his emotions on the internet. On a comic-related website, someone posted a post related to YS and expressed their dissatisfaction. What Diao Comics, how can Iori have fruit photos? Are you blind? That is a picture of PS, not real. That's right, when you look at it carefully, but although you know it is a picture of P, this is also a benefit, right? It's the welfare, yes. But I am worried about the last page. Although Yigui ate Iora's tofu, Iori should have seen the fruit photos too. I really want to know Iora's reaction. Obviously, the two of them already have a good impression. Why do they have such a misunderstanding? Anyway, I don't plan to watch it again. I don't like cartoonists who are appetizing. +1 upstairs, I won't buy it if I'm killed. +1. Naive, if you don't buy magazines, you will only cut YS in the middle. Although unscrupulous authors are annoying, YS is indeed a good comic. We voted for other comics to let Shen Zheng know not to interrupt the comics in the most uncomfortable places. This is a good idea, so let's just do it and don't vote for YS. So, while the sales of New World gradually improved, the number of votes for YS did not improve. The editor-in-chief of saw this post and smiled without saying a word. Perhaps this is not a good thing for YS, but it has another saying for New World. As long as there is a topic, New World can stay hot and return to everyone's field of vision. However, he wondered if readers showed aversion to YS on the internet, then why could YS still rank first in the reader survey with a small advantage of more than a dozen votes? The editor-in-chief of can't figure this out. After the new issue of New World was published, many more complaint letters related to YS were sent to the magazine, and at the same time, discussions were held on the internet again. Haha, the misunderstanding between the two people has not been solved. The author is really a god. It seems that the misunderstanding is getting bigger and bigger. Iori doesn't want to talk to Yigui anymore. What do you guys know? Girls care about their own image, especially if you follow this kind of thing. Although it is a picture, it is also disrespectful to Iori. But it was Gujinja who gave it to Yigui, and it was not Yigui who made Gujinja AP. It should be blamed on Yigui. It has caused undesirable consequences, does it matter what causes it? Hey, a few upstairs, I remember your ID, didn't you say? Don't you read it again? Suddenly someone interrupted the post. Hey, this, I won't watch YS after two people resolve their misunderstanding. Kid, haven't you had a girlfriend yet? Girls hate more real boys the most. Don't the people upstairs think that they are off topic? We are denouncing the authors out of chapter. The end of the third chapter is too much. Just as Yigui learned that there is a camera in the dressing room, the comic is over. It is really annoying. Stop talking, I guess Mr. Shen is looking for ethics. +1 upstairs. Anyway, when this misunderstanding is cleared, I won't buy New World again. I don't believe it, I guess after the next issue comes out, I will say really fragrant again. Haha, it's really superficial. Don't you know that there is something called a single book? I don't buy New World, but can't I pay for a single book? This kind of comics is suitable for buying 2 sets, 1 set to watch slowly, 1 set for collection stand-up. Shameless. Disgusting. However, it makes sense. When Shen Xin came home and saw these posts under the guidance of Xi Muxin, there was a black line, and he seemed to have nothing to do with the broken dog. What should I do? Xi Muxin frowned. Cold dressing. Shen Xin did not copy the name of IS completely, but after reading it, he drew the name according to his own understanding. Therefore, the storyboard and composition will be different from the original name, but every word says the length of the content is almost the same, just stuck in the most exciting place. The story of IS has been repeatedly scrutinized by the editors of Jump, and has also been verified by the market, indicating that it is indeed a good comic, and the sales of more than 10 million copies is the best proof. This comic has tears, but no poison. Even at this time, the performance of the comics will not fluctuate too much. The online comments are just complaints. If you really listen to them, this book is really over. Just now, Shen Xin put down his chopsticks and was about to wash the tableware when the phone rang suddenly. He glanced at the phone screen. It was a call from Yanfu. Sister Yan, what's the matter? Xi Mugzun heard that it was Sister Yan's call, and took the initiative to come over. Where are you now? Yanfu asked. Now? At home. Shen Xin said. Turn on the TV, the Comics Festival is giving awards, and the Newcomer Award is coming soon. Yan Fu hung up the phone after talking about the live broadcast channel. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Shen Xin just remembered that there was a live broadcast of the Comics Awards today. Today, I only cared about drawing comics, but forgot about it. This grand event is almost the largest celebration in the China comics industry, and the awards issued are also the most significant, almost the weather vane of China comics. If there is time, Shen Xin definitely does not want to worry about it. Xi Muxing briskly ran to the TV, turned on the TV, and many cute two-dimensional characters appeared on the big screen. Shen Xin has some understanding of the awards issued. For example, among all the awards, the most important award for individuals is the annual Best Feature Comic Award. However, the selection of this award is relatively strict. First of all, this award can be vacant. The selected comics are not of high quality, so they don't need to be selected. Secondly, this award is also related to the number of serialization issues and other factors. In addition to these, there are Best Short Comic Award, Girls Comic Award, etc. These awards are not so strict, but the attention is not too high. If the Lifetime Achievement Award is not issued, the Newcomer Award is usually the second or third last award. Xi Mugzun found the live broadcast channel and just announced the Newcomer Award. The host invited two guests, a man and a woman, to present the awards. Through the subtitles, Shen Xin learned that the two men are also the editors of two magazines, and on the big screen behind them, the pictures of the cartoonists are constantly changing. The female editor opened the letterhead, and the male editor announced the list of winners with a strong voice. The winner of the Best Newcomer Award in the 15th Comics Festival is a young cartoonist from semi-monthly Feiyu, the author of the comic Fu Ye Zai, a commentary. A young man in a grey suit stood up from his seat, waved to the surrounding audience, and stepped onto the stage lightly. Chapter 38, Wayward Ye Hexu. Shen Xin has never read Fu Ye Zai, but is very familiar with semi-monthly Feiyu. This magazine is different from general magazines. It is a colorful manga, and its style is relatively fixed. It is usually closely related to China. It contains mostly martial arts or fairy-style comics. Sometimes there are some historical comics, styles, and Datang Shuanglong biography is similar. The style of the magazine is stronger than that of Comic Futura and Manga Fly, and its different styles have also given a different readership of Feiyu, making this magazine's single-issue sales of more than 3 million copies, becoming one of the 3 major publications. The last issue. On the internet, readers' evaluation of Fu Ye Zai is not low. 2 booklets have been published, and the cumulative sales have exceeded 500,000 copies. They are indeed eligible for the Newcomer Award. The next great newcomer hasn't appeared yet, and Shen Xin doesn't know who will be his opponent. Normally, he has to wait for the release of the pamphlet, and then infer the strength of the newcomer based on the sales volume of the pamphlet. If you speculate in this way, you should be eye-catching after the new year. Shen Xin is not in a hurry, after all, Y_S has just begun to be serialized, and he still has a lot of time to improve his reputation. The final grand prize of the Comic Festival, the annual Best Feature Comic Award, was picked up by the leading publication of Weekly Comic Futura, The Legend of the Dragon King. Since a comic can only be won once, other magazines have no opinion. After turning off the TV, Shen Xin looked back at Xi Muxin, but the little girl looked at the TV with bright eyes. "What's wrong?" Shen Xin asked, puzzled. "Next year, it would be nice if Brother Xin can also go up and accept the award." Xi Muxin looked envied. "No problem, isn't it the Newcomer Award?" Shen Xin rubbed his nose. Y_S is not without a chance to win. An apartment in Hongchuan. The phone dropped on the ground, rang a bell, and after half a minute of ringing, it finally became quiet. About 10 seconds later, the bell rang again, but no one answered it. Repeated this way 5 or 6 times, and the compartment door finally opened. A middle-aged man in his 30s walked out of the room angrily, glanced at the young man who was still painting at the desk in the living room, and sighed helplessly. He picked up the mobile phone on the floor and connected the call. Compendium. Where is Yehexu? Teacher yet? The middle-aged man turned his head, the young man wearing a headset, squatting on a swivel chair, holding a G-pen, and moving fast on the drawing paper. He is painting. Drawing? Then why don't you answer my phone? The assistant scratched his head, not knowing how to explain it. Should you not wear headphones? Give him the phone. The assistant quickly moved the phone away from his ear, and the roar from the microphone made the phone vibrate slightly. The assistant walked to Yehexu's side and yelled "Ye teacher" softly. Unexpectedly, Yehexu, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly stood up, just pressing the assistant's chin. The assistant screamed, squatting on the ground with his hands under his chin. Yehexu also fell from the swivel chair and hugged his head tightly with his hands. Hey, what's the matter? The voice on the phone was very anxious, but both of them covered their injured parts and groaned in pain. After about half a minute, the assistant's chin felt sensation. He picked up the phone on the ground and held it up to hit Yehexu's body. However, he couldn't help but see Yehexu curled up with his arms around his head. The assistant was about to give him the phone. Yehexu suddenly sat up, his eyes lit up. That's how it feels. He lifted up the swivel chair that fell on the ground, squatted on it again, and touched the table with both hands. Hey, where's my G-pen? The assistant also looked around and found a G-pen on the floor. Teacher yet, here is the G-pen, and the phone number for the compendium. The assistant put the pen and mobile phone on the manuscript paper. That just now really killed his life. Until now, he hasn't spoken too sharply. What's the matter with you? It was you who hit you just now? I said, why did it seem to hit something? Yehexu took off the headphones and made a clear expression. The assistant wanted to cry without tears, needless to say, just took it and bumped it on the headset. Completed phone. The helper pointed at the phone and said. She? What can she do? Yehexu looked confused, and pressed the phone's hands free. Hey, Jian Xiaomei, what can I do? I'm busy now. Why don't you come to the manga festival today? Oh, I forgot about it. At that time, I suddenly had an inspiration, so I stayed to paint. Yehexu thought for a while. It should be for this reason. Set this aside in advance. Next year's newcomer awards, do you want to participate? Don't, people who are not good will not win. Manga Fly has no good newcomers, and Comic Futura is even worse. By the way, I heard that the three major publications evenly divided the newcomer awards of the past 15 years, and they will give it to others next year. Right? No. Our magazine will not talk about it first. How do you know that Manga Fly has no newcomers? Maybe one will pop up in a month or two. At that time, even if you want to participate, it will be too late. Besides, the small magazines are not bad. The newcomer www.readaloud.com Chen Zijiao who painted together is also quite good. Oh, you said that the book painter? He is good at painting women, other aspects are very general, and I heard Suhan said that crumbling is her practice work, there are some pits in it. I don't know. Can he fill in these pits? In case he can't fill it, crumbling is probably over. Yehexu thought for a while and put on his headphones again. Then there are other people, and others are also very good. Hey, hello Jian Xiaomei heard no one talking, his scalp numb. Hey, you bastard, don't you wear headphones again? You wait. I will find you when I am. Toot. The assistant held his chin and spread out such a master pen, really helpless. Don't care, go to bed quickly, the compendium will come over when you can decide. The assistant returned to the bedroom to rest. After an unknown period of time, he finally felt sleepy. He was about to fall asleep when he saw it. Suddenly, he heard the sound of boom outside the door, and there was no sleep. Needless to say, the compendium is here. The assistant sighed, and could only get up from the bed. Yaeheksu, wearing noise-cancelling headphones, didn't know what was going on. He didn't notice a person standing beside him until a stack of magazines was suddenly pressed against the manuscript he had drawn, and he raised his head, only to see a short hair. The girl is lowering her head, looking at him glaringly. This woman is in her early 20s, with thin eyebrows, bright eyes, and thin lips under her raised nose. He was wearing a black and white shirt with sleeves. Because it was too hot, he unbuttoned a button, pinched his waist with one hand, and held the table with the other. I bought the most recent issue of the magazine. This is only a part of it. There is still, I don't believe it, there is no new person that you dare to be interested in. Chapter 39, Opponent. This night, Jian Xiaomei did not go home, let alone sleep. Instead, he asked his assistant to bring up all the magazines downstairs, and then picked out the comics drawn by the authors he had never seen before. No. The painter is not solid. Yaeheksu sat cross-legged on the floor, flipped through a magazine, and threw it behind him. Where is this one? Jian Xiaomei threw the next one he had picked to Yaeheksu. After the other side looked at it twice, he discarded it again. Jian Xiaomei, when you recommend the manga, can you take a look at the storyboard? At least you have to have a similar level. Yaeheksu complained. I'm so sorry for the garbage that made you look twice more. Jian Xiao said with gritted teeth. Well, it will be fine next time. Yaeheksu nodded, and took the magazine from Jian Xiaomei. Change your sister. Jian Xiaomei couldn't wait to throw the book on Yaeheksu's face. What? What's wrong? Jian Xiaomei, who was angry, asked in a puzzled way. Crumbling suddenly became interesting. Yaeheksu touched his chin and looked at the cartoons spread on the floor. Hey? Are you interested in competing with him? Jian Xiaomei was overjoyed and asked quickly. No. Yaeheksu shook his head. Compared with before, the quality has not improved much, but the future development of the plot makes me feel interesting. How interesting? Jian Xiaomei asked. Broken, or not? The first 10 episodes are mainly funny, but this new character is a female knight in this world. By the way, have you seen the script of Together written by Su Han? No. What's the matter? Jian Xiaomei puzzled. Well, it's nothing. This heroine is a new character, and I don't know how it will affect the story behind. Yaeheksu looked up and thought, after all, I am not the original author. Jian Xiao nodded her eyebrows. If what Yaeheksu said is true, there should be signs of deviating from the outline. In the process of creation, the author often produces some fantastic ideas. If the author writes or draws these ideas into the work, it will be inconsistent with the previous outline, and further, may be extended to a completely different outline. It's normal for creators to deviate from the outline, but they must pay attention to controlling the direction of the story. Otherwise, the story may not come back and go to unknown territory, and then the story will collapse. This is Manga Fly, and it is also the magazine we need to watch out for the most. Look, are there any newcomers that need attention? Because of being an old opponent, Jian Xiaomei is quite familiar with the manga artists of Manga Fly. There are certainly no powerful newcomers in the comics being serialized, but the short story is hard to say. Is the same as the 3 major magazines, Manga Fly is only slightly weaker than Comic Futura. Of course, the strength is not to be said. The newcomers who can serialize on it are all good. Hey! Yaeheksu arched his body and quickly flipped through the latest issue of Manga Fly. After reading about 2 or 3 short stories, he closed the magazine. How is it? Jian Xiaomei asked. There should be good newcomers, but not in this issue. Ye Hexa said. How do you know? Jian Xiaomei puzzled. The short stories in this issue are good, but the overall quality is a little bit worse. Mangafly may use these people as a stepping stone to bring out a newcomer. Compendium, the recent issues of Mangafly will all be sent to me. Let's see who this person is. Ye Hexa said to Jian Xiaomei. No problem. Jian Xiaomei was immediately wary. Then, what do you think about the next new serialization of this magazine? I think it's pretty good. What magazine? Ye Hexu asked. Weekly New World. I haven't heard of it. Ye Hexa thought for a while, but didn't have any impression. The local magazines sell hundreds of thousands of copies, right? Jian Xiaomei explained. This way. Ye Hexa took the magazine and turned to the page with Jian Xiao's eyebrow folded. Ys? Shenzheng? He should be a newcomer, but... But what? Jian Xiaomei asked. Ye Hexa did not speak anymore, read the third episode of Ys without saying a word, then stood up from the ground, took New World and returned to his seat, spreading the magazine on the drawing, again from front to back. After reading through it, he turned to Jian Xiaomei and said, I want the previous issues of New World. Do you think that comic is okay? Jian Xiaomei asked in surprise. I have to read the previous 2 words before I can make a judgment. Hurry up and look for it. Ye Hexa's cheeks were ruddy. It's late at night, where can I find it? Jian Xiao pinched her waist and raised her eyebrows. Besides, there are probably no previous magazines on the market. New World is a weekly magazine. Unsold magazines must be recycled by the magazine. Unless some stores deliberately leave it behind, it is difficult to buy the previous magazines. Ye Hexu opened his mouth, his expression dimmed. It's also, if the magazine can't be sold, it's the magazine's business. Just looking at this, Ys is absolutely fine. Sitting on the sofa, the sleepy assistant suddenly became more awake and hurriedly sat up straight. Teacher yet, compendium. I have something to say. Okay. Ye Hexu and Jian Xiaomei simultaneously looked at the middle-aged assistant. Actually, I bought the previous 2 New World. When the assistant said this, there was a rare slight redness on his cheeks. What nonsense! Take it out quickly. Jian Xiaomei couldn't wait to kick his assistant's ass. Without a word, the assistant slipped into the bedroom and took out 2 magazines from under the bedding. 2 teachers, you must be careful. Jian Xiaomei took the assistant away as soon as he returned to the living room. I will give you a set of Ys pamphlet. Jian Xiaomei said impatiently. Ye Hexu also jumped off the swivel chair and took over New World from Jian Xiaomei. Oh, I used the color page in the first chapter. It's really bold. Ye Hexu opened the magazine and saw Iora's portrait. He was taken aback for a while, and then chuckled again. This cartoon should be the signature of New World, right? Jian Xiao frowned. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com with a serious expression, staring at the magazine in his hand, and not long after reading the second episode, do you think how is this comic? Excellent manga, it's just a bit weird. Ye Hexu rubbed his chin, seemingly thoughtful, but his eyes were extremely bright, and a flush appeared on his cheeks. Why is it weird? The storyboard is different. The storyboard for the first episode is obviously more natural. The storyboard for the third episode is a bit worse, and it feels less smooth. If he can always keep the name of the first episode, there will be no suspense for the Newcomer Award next year. Hey? The quality of this comic is very high, but would you say that is too exaggerated? Jian Xiaomei questioned. It's not an exaggeration. Ye Hexu showed a rare smile on his face, and read the third episode again. The third episode has a slightly poorer shot. Even so, only a few of the newcomers can reach this level. However, it is also possible that the preparation time for the first episode is relatively long, and the time for the third episode is relatively short, which caused this situation. Yehexu took the second episode over again, read it carefully, and his eyes became more and more excited. I have decided to participate in the Newcomer Award next year. Yehexu closed the 3 magazines and barked with a smile. Really? Jian Xiaomei finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Yehexu's painting. You finally agreed. Tomorrow? No, this morning, I will tell the editor-in-chief to move crime to weekly comic Futura. No, Yehexu shook his finger, I want to use new comics. YS has taught me a lot, so I will use my own comics and YS to compete for the Newcomer Award. Finally, it will not be so next year. Boring. Chapter 40, Challenge. Shen Xin got up very early because there are other things to do today. Yesterday, Yang Bo called him when he was about to go to bed and said that the head teacher had not seen him for more than a month, and he missed him very much. Said it was missing, but in fact, I wanted to find an opportunity to communication with him alone. Considering that since the beginning of the 2nd grade, class time has not exceeded 1 week, Shen Xin feels that it is necessary to visit the class teacher and old classmates. After washing, Shen Xin poured a glass of milk and held 2 slices of toast. He was about to leave the house, but the phone rang. Sister Yan. Shen Xin saw the name Yan Fu on the screen and was taken aback. Didn't he just make a call yesterday? Unknown, Shen Xin answered the phone. Hey, where are you? Before Shen Xin could speak, Yan Fu's voice came out of the microphone. At home, go to school right away, what's wrong? Hurry up. Turn on the computer and watch Yehexu's Weibo, come on. Yan Fu said anxiously. What? Yehexu? Isn't he the cartoonist of punishment? What does it have to do with me? Shen Xin became more confused, but he still heard what Yan Wei said, turned on the computer, and found Yehexu's Weibo. Hello everyone, today I recommend a very good looking comic YS to everyone. Maybe you have never heard of it. I only learned about it last night, but I want to tell everyone that I watched this comic all night. From the outline of the story, to the storyboard, composition, rhythm, etc., including the 3 hand-painted portraits. I really learned a lot. In order to reward Mr. Shen, I made a decision to compete with Mr. Shen in the Newcomer Award competition next year. As for the entries I chose, I believe everyone will know soon. Mr. Shen, we will see you in Hongchuan next October. Seeing Yehexu's Weibo, the milk in Shen Xin's mouth almost squirted out. What happened? Kind of similar to the meaning of a challenge book. But he hasn't met Yehexu, why is there an extra opponent inexplicably? What made him even more helpless was the following message. Someone mentioned that Toggle is also a good-looking comic, but Yehexu completely disagrees. In the end, the person at end. Implications, Yehexu didn't put Chen Zijiao in his eyes at all. How does it mean that someone puts it on a fire? In particular, Chen Zijiao should be even more uncomfortable with himself. Sister Yan, what does he mean? Shen Xin swallowed the toast into his stomach, frowning. I don't know. Anyway, he has made such a fuss, and he does have a certain propaganda effect on YS. However, Crime only published 2 stories, and he has only published a few short comics. It is estimated that the influence is very limited. However, this Weibo proves another thing. What? People in the editorial department always say that the results of Weekly New World have nothing to do with you. Now Yehexu has proved them wrong. Shen Xin learned that the editorial department is not monolithic. Fortunately, Shen Zheng is just a pseudonym, and the only people who know that he has this pseudonym are Yang Bo, except for Chi Muxin and his painting assistant. Therefore, it has little impact on his life. After bid farewell to Yan Fu, Shen Xin also hurriedly left home. As soon as he entered the school, the class bell rang. The head teacher stood on the podium and was preparing to teach. Shen Xin had to arch himself, sneak into the classroom through the back door, and sat beside Yang Bo. The head teacher is an old man who is over 50 years old, wears reading glasses, reads while holding the textbook, and writes on the blackboard at the same time. Shen Xin stayed for 2 classes honestly, and he was relieved until the head teacher said that the get out of class was over. Hey, I thought the head teacher would talk to me. Shen Xin patted his chest, feeling like a survivor. If it weren't for me in front of the class teacher and scornfully saying good things for you, do you think he would spare you? Yang Bo snorted coldly. Shen Xin curled his mouth. This guy talked to people when he saw people, and talked to others, who knows which words are true. Since you are all done, what do you want me to do? I am very busy. Shen Xin stuffed the textbook into his school bag. The next class, you can't attend yet? Yang Bo asked. No more. How can I have so much time for class? It is necessary to draw both the name and the line draft, and sometimes also the background and effect lines. Although the plot is not original, Shen Xin still wants to show this comic in its entirety. If you need to create original comics in the future, you will also have some experience. Moreover, Ye Hex's Weibo posted today also made him a little concerned. Originally, his attitude towards the newcomer award was not so strong, but after reading Weibo, he also had an idea he must become the newcomer king next year. Shen Xin, can you discuss something? Yang Bo rubbed Shen Xin and whispered. What's up? I want to go to your studio. Hey? Why do you want to go to the studio? Go, almost fooled by you kid. Shen Xin picked up his school bag. Let's talk, what's the matter? Yang Bo looked around and found that everyone was going to other subjects, so he patiently said, you are also very busy now. I called you to the milk tea shop. I guess you don't have time. We just said on the road, maybe not finished. I'm in your studio. I always think there is nothing good. Shen Xin glanced at Yang Bo suspiciously. But it's definitely not a bad thing. Perhaps it was a guilty conscience. Yang Bo finally added another sentence, at most, it's a little more troublesome. After followed Shen Xin out of the room, Yang Bo continued, we are now in our sophomore year. We should consider things after graduation, right? Yet. Shen Xin nodded. He is now a professional cartoonist, and his life is a bit settled, but he can't explain what's going on in the future. So, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com now. I am also starting to think about my future, but it's not going well. Yang Bo rubbed his hands. What's wrong? Shen Xin asked puzzled. Remember, when you borrowed the camera from me, I was painting. Yang Bo reminded. Oh, then you seem to have said that you took the chairman's job. What then? It's been brushed off. Yang Bo drooped his face. She said that the role I set didn't have the feeling she wanted. How does she want to feel? Shen Xin asked puzzled. Girl, to be precise, it is a high school girl. She said my paintings are too mature, not as pure as a high school student. You don't need this money, right? It has nothing to do with money. This is an opportunity for me. If I can make her happy, maybe I can have a chance to join her father's company. Apart from anything else, I feel that being an illustrator is fine. Yang Bo followed Shen Xin out of the teaching building. After listening to Yang Bo, Shen Xin's view of Yang Bo changed drastically. At first, he thought that Yang Bo would consider whether to enter a postgraduate entrance examination or employment until graduation, just like other college students, but Yang Bo obviously considered more. What does her father do? Shen Xin asked. Game. It is said that it is the chairman of a large game company. I don't know which one it is. But one thing is certain. If I can join her father's company, I will have a job after graduation, even if I graduate. The days will not be too harsh. Therefore, I must be recognized by the president. Yang Bo clenched his fists and said proudly. Oh, what does it have to do with me? Shen Xin was puzzled. Yang Bo grabbed Shen Xin's hand and looked at Shen Xin. Lovely, help me design a character. Chapter 41, Yang Bo and number 039, S request. After Shen Xin went to college, Yang Bo helped him a lot. Even now, he can serialize on New World because Yang Bo told him that there are magazines to accept submissions at the fan meeting. Therefore, Shen Xin felt that it was okay to help Yang Bo design one or even several characters. It's just that Shen Xin has now signed a contract with Weekly New World. Although the contract does not say that he cannot draw personal settings for other people, the contract is very disgusting and it is usually useless. When it is more true, the lawyer will treat it. The corners, even every word, every punctuation, will be counted in. More things are worse than less things. Shen Xin doesn't want to involve too much with things outside of the comics, but Yang Bo is definitely going to help with this favor. It's just that he really needs to think about how to help. On the way back to the studio, Shen Xin didn't speak. Yang Bo saw Shen Xin frowning, and didn't say anything. After getting out of the subway station, Shen Xin asked Yang Bo, "You only need to set it up by yourself, right?" "That's right. It's okay to set up your personality, but there are some things I want to make clear." Yang Bo's face tense, staring at Shen Xin. "This is not a place to talk, go back to the studio first." Yang Bo looked around, pedestrians were coming and going and the noise was not small, so he nodded slightly. Shen Xin's studio is a bit remote, and from the outside, it feels like the building is relatively old, but the inside and outside are very different. "Fuck, old Shen, I didn't see it. The space inside is so large, and the grass is so clean, it would cost a lot of money, right? There are so many equipment." Yang Bo looked around and found everything he used for painting. "It's not much. The place is more partial, so the rent is relatively cheap. The equipment was here before I came. My sister took the time to clean the room." After paying the cost of the first few words, after Shen Xin paid the rent and the wages of the two assistants, there was still surplus in his hand, but the balance was not too much. If a cartoonist wants to make a lot of money, he relies on royalties after the booklet is released, and royalties are temporarily out of his reach. "Look for a chair to sit down. Today, there is no one else here except me." Shen Xin hung up his backpack and found a seat to sit down. After seeing Yang Bo pull a chair, he said, "I can help you design a persona, but I can't say to anyone that I painted it. Don't worry about this matter, I am not directly giving her the original manuscript, but according to the person you painted, combining your own situation, and redrawing." Yang Bo said, patting his chest. As an art student, Yang Bo is still very confident in imitating drawings. Shen Xin nodded. Yang Bo's approach is more secure. "Explain what you want." Shen Xin still has the original manuscript and name to be drawn, time is tight. And Yang Bo doesn't directly use humans to create drafts, so Shen Xin is ready to pick one directly from the anime characters on the earth. She said, "Female high school students, but they must have the characteristics of high school students, quiet and pure. Like Iori?" Shen Xin asked. "Yes? Of course you can, but shouldn't it be used directly?" Yang Bo scratched his head. "Of course not. I remember that you designed the characters in the game." Shen Xin asked. "Yes. This time it seems to be the game that the president made himself. Therefore, the funds may not be too sufficient, so I can only make a gal game. It should be a love game." Yang Bo speculated, "Is there no script?" Yang Bo repeatedly shook his head, "There is a script. But I am still under investigation and have no chance to contact." "Ugh." Shen Xin sighed helplessly. "Yang Bo, This kid has been working hard for 2 or 3 months, but the result has not passed the inspection. Don't talk about it, make a picture quickly. Shen Xin returned to his desk and pulled out a manuscript paper dedicated to the cover. After Yang Bo uttered the qualifiers of female high school student, innocent, and gentle and quiet, Shen Xin's mind came up with a person, the heroine of How to Raise a Passerby Girl, Kato Benefit. By the way, do you know who wrote the script? Shen Xin quickly typed the script with a pencil. It seems to be Su-han, right? Bang! Shen Xin's pencil suddenly broke. Why is Su-han again? From Toggle, to Crimination, and then to the Unknown Gal game. Su-han is really active. However, in online novels, it is not uncommon for authors to have double or even triple play. Therefore, it is quite normal for Su-han to produce 3 scripts at the same time. Ahem! Isn't Su-han a mystery writer? Shen Xin muttered. I heard that she and the president were young, so the president asked her to help. For this reason, Su-han wrote a relaxed script, but he was not satisfied and almost deleted it. Then he wrote a love script. Of course, I haven't seen the script yet, so I don't know what the game is about. Yang Bo said. What does he talk about? It doesn't have much to do with myself. Are you sure you will draw another copy for your own reference, right? Shen Xin was a little worried. Of course, this is not an exam, just give a score. This is a game making, and the screen has to be drawn repeatedly. If I can't draw it, it won't work even if your painting looks good. Yang Bo frowned, expression the game is anxious, but, I hope you don't draw too hard. Shen Xin doesn't listen to Yang Bo's nonsense www.readaloud.com anyway. Yang Bo is also a professional art student. It shouldn't be difficult to paint after imitating a person. Draw a good color page, and Shen Xin used a disposable needle pen to hook the line. The lines drawn by this type of pen are relatively stable, and the ink flowing from the nib is also water resistant, so it can't be used to hook the line better. After the lines are good enough, the next step is to color. Yang Bo has been sitting in a chair, waiting for Shen Xin uneasy. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he really couldn't wait any longer, so he stood up again and walked quietly to Shen Xin's side. At this time, the ink line has been drawn, and Shen Xin is holding the marker and is coloring. The girl in the painting wears short hair with ears, a white beret, and a pink sweater with a white one-piece dress inside. The snow-white stockings were put on the slender legs, and the scars on the skin and stockings were clearly visible. The feet that were gripped lightly touched the ground, matched with the white stockings, fascinating infinite reverie. The breeze suddenly rises, and the skirt rises accordingly. The girl presses the beret on the top of her head with one hand and the skirt with the other. A shy expression appears on her face. I see pity. Old Shen. Seeing this painting, the energetic Yang Bo couldn't help but make a sound. Okay. It's a pity that you don't go to draw the book. Yang Bo's expression on clothes was heartbroken, as if he had missed 100 million. Shen Xin felt depressed, and speeded up the drawing speed. After the sketchy drawing, he handed the person to Yang Bo. Remember, don't tell anyone else. No problem. Yang Bo vowed to make a promise, picked up the manuscript, and hurriedly left Shen Xin's office. Chapter 42, Visitor. Influenced by Yehex's Weibo, YS has gradually begun to be discussed. Some comic friends also want to see the level of the comics praised by Yehexu. As a result, they ran to major bookstores, only to find that the previous issues of Weekly New World had been sold out, and although the latest issue of the magazine was on sale, I only looked at the third issue and did not understand the cause and effect. Iori is more attractive. Because of the suspense set up in each of the words, the first 3 words have a strong connection. Just looking at one of the words will really feel confused. The focus of other readers is not on YS, but expecting that Crimination can be moved to Weekly Comic Futura. Yaehexu directly denied this statement impossible. It didn't take long for a gossip came out. Yaehexu was going to publish a new work in Weekly Comic Futura instead of moving Punishment to Weekly Comic Futura. Later, Jian Xiaomei, the editor in charge of Yaehexu, also confirmed this rumor. Yaehexu's Weibo made the two groups of people have completely opposite emotions. Yan Fu finally exaggerated, and in the meeting, he also had the confidence to challenge other editors. Other editors, like Li Jiming, were dissatisfied in their hearts, but they were helpless. After all, Yan Fu also paid a lot for YS. Whether it's the color page on the front page, the posters, or the posters, Yan Fu won them all without hesitation. The perseverance and courage alone made him sigh. And after Chen Zijiao learned of this Weibo, he was so angry that he didn't say a word for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help posting a Weibo with that. In October next year, you will know that your opinion is wrong. As a result, Yaehexu didn't return at all. Chen Zijiao was depressed for the whole afternoon, and Yaehexu's words were more like a thorn, leaving him like a throat. The only thing that satisfies Chen Zijiao is that the performance of Toggle is very stable. Especially, after the new character was added, the popularity of Toggle has risen again. It received nearly 600 polls from the questionnaire, and dropped the second place by nearly 2 times. The current Toggle is in the right format, and the booklet has been negotiated. Next year, he may not be able to compete with Yaehexu for the title of New King. As the protagonist of that Weibo, Shen Xin was devoting himself to draw the manuscript of the 5th episode, and didn't care about Weibo for the time being. Xiao Yu and Ruan Ying are also busy with their work, painting black, white, and pasting the dotted paper one by one before placing them on the wall to dry. Ding dong! Ruan Ying just put the original manuscript on the floor, stretched out, and heard the doorbell ring. She glanced out the window. The sky has dimmed, who will come by this time? Ruan Ying glanced at Shen Xin. Shen Xin also looked confused. Sister Xiao Yun? Ruan Ying asked. No, she is still in class. Shen Xin shook his head. Will not be Yan Fu, the two of them just talked on the phone in the afternoon. If something really happened, he would have been notified long ago. Excluding Xi Muxin and Yan Wei, Shen Xin also didn't know who would ring the doorbell at this time. Ruan Ying opened the door and saw a young man with yellow hair standing at the door. Hello, I'm looking for old Shen. The yellow-haired young man was sweating profusely and his face flushed. Old Shen, you mean Teacher Shen? Ruan Ying saw the young man nodding, and turned to Shen Xin and said, Mr. Shen, someone is looking for you. Who? Shen Xin was confused. Old Shen is me, in a hurry, the young man shouted with his throat. Shen Xin heard this sound and rubbed his forehead helplessly. It was sheepskin again. Ruan Ying let go, and Yang Bo stepped into the studio. Is there something you can't tell me at school? Shen Xin sat up straight, frowning slightly. It's not he who is looking for you, it's me. A girl's voice came from outside the door. Since it was already dark, Shen Xin didn't pay attention to the situation outside the door. It was not until the girl spoke that Shen Xin realized that there were other people outside the door. Who are you? Shen Xin frowned. Shen, you haven't been to school for a long time, have you? Otherwise, how can you not hear my voice? While talking, a girl in black walked into the studio. This girl is not too tall. She wears a black butterfly hairpin at about 1.65 meters. She has black curly hair falling to her chest, her skin is fair, but her cheeks are rosy. Her eyes are big and they are blue. I don't know if she wears cosmetic contact lenses. But there is no doubt that this kind of look is very attractive to ordinary people. The facial features are exquisite, with the face shape of a goose egg, it is like a character out of a comic. She is dressed in black clothes and the skirt is not too big, so walking in the crowd does not appear abrupt. Considering the thickness of the sole of about 3 centimeters, the actual height of a girl should be just over 1.6 meters. Noting that Shen Xin had been looking at herself, the girl also showed a faint smile on her face. Shen, this is the first time we met. No, to be precise. This is the first time I met you, right? Considering that only you know my identity here, please allow me to introduce myself. I am the president of the Student Union of Yunhai University, Ji Yingxuan. Please advise. Ji Yingxuan's voice is very soft, which makes people sound very comfortable, and the chuckle on her face narrows the distance between her and others. Shen Xin had never spoken to Ji Yingxuan before. In his memory, Ji Yingxuan was an unsmiling person. In the lectures facing the teachers and students of the school, he often behaved competently and decently. It can be said that many boys dream idols. President Ji, I didn't expect you to come to me. After seeing Yang Bo and Ji Yingxuan appear at the same time, Shen Xin had a rough guess about the two people's intentions. The two will rest in the living room first. Teacher Qiao and Teacher Ruan, we must finish the 5th chapter today. Qiao Yu and Ruan Ying nodded their heads again and again, and at the same time they admired Shen Xin very much as expected of Mr. Shen. They just missed the class for 2 months and shocked the president of the student union. I don't know if it will affect future work. Shen Xin only felt that the two people's eyes were a little strange, but he didn't have time to think about the reason, so he took Ji Yingxuan and Yang Bo into the reception room. Yang Bo saw Shen Xin with a look of embarrassment, while Ji Yingxuan was sitting on the sofa, looking at Shen Xin with a smile. What's the matter? Shen Xin glanced at Yang Bo. Sorry. Yang Bo folded his hands together. I imitated the persona you drew. I took a few drafts and prepared to hand it to the president, but accidentally stuffed your persona in. As a result, the president picked it up directly. Of course, I strongly deny your personality, but I can't help it. She believes it's not mine, brother Shen, I must help my brother. Shen Xin can't laugh or cry, this Yang Bo is really looking for trouble. It's not a pick. It's obviously 2 levels of human design. The things you drew are similar to puppets, they are like carved out, without any vitality, and they are thrown on the ground. www.readaloud.com. I won't even look at it. Ji Yingxuan raised her head, her eyes bent. Shen, your painting is pretty good. You want to be a character for my game? Ahem, I heard that classmate Yang has been preparing for this opportunity for several months. I may not have so much time and I am very busy. Shen Xin glanced at Yang Bo with a face. Brothers can only help you. Here it is. Yang Bo lowered his head, his expression depressed. You don't count as preparing for such a long time. Only in the face of mediocrity, I will be so strict. Even if you let Yang Bo imitate it for a week, he may not be able to grasp the main points of it. Classmate Shen, after I looked at your persona, I have determined that your persona fits my game best. So please don't shirk. This should be the trouble caused by excellence, right? Sister, of course I want to give it a try, but you can see that I am very busy now, and my daily drawings have made me tired of dealing with it. I don't have time to take care of the game's personality. Please forgive me. What Shen Xin said can be regarded as truthful, the serialization workload is very large, otherwise, he would not miss class almost every day. Okay, you go busy first, after the work is over, we are talking in detail, I have time to wait. Ji Yingxuan did not mean to leave, Yang Bo also smiled bitterly. It is so straightforward to say the painting, why can't you let me go? It really doesn't work, and I can only recommend Yang Bo to Ji Yingxuan directly later. Shen Xin whispered in his heart and returned to work in the living room, while Yang Bo quickly explained to Ji Yingxuan, President, he is actually very good at talking, just. Ji Yingxuan took off her shoes and lay on her side on the sofa with a chuckle. Student Yang, remember, if he agrees to be my painter, I will hire you. Chapter 43, Be Alone. Ji Yingxuan's sudden appearance disrupted the rhythm of the studio. Originally, Shen Xin planned to ask Xiao Yu and Ruan Ying to draw a line frame for the manuscript of Chapter 6, but now it can only be delayed until tomorrow. Xiao Yu and Ruan Ying bid farewell to Shen Xin after drawing the manuscript of Chapter 5. As soon as they left the house, they saw two bodyguards in suits and leather shoes standing on both sides of the door, almost screaming in fright. The two big men glared at them, and they hurried down the corridor. What the is Mr. Shen's stall? It's terrible. They didn't feel alive until they walked out of the building, but they sweated a lot on their foreheads. Shen Xin put ink lines on the pictures in Chapter 6, raised his head and glanced at the clocks hanging on the wall. At 21 o'clock, he stood up, found the hair dryer, and blew on the original manuscript just drawn for a few minutes. After confirming that the ink was dry, he put the manuscript of Chapter 5 in the envelope and waited for it to be delivered to Yanfu tomorrow. After all the matters were dealt with in an orderly manner, Shen Xin knocked on the door of the drawing room. This is his studio, but there are girls in the room. In order to respect each other, Shen Xin still thinks it is better to knock on the door first. Please come in. Ji Yingxuan's voice came out, and Shen Xin was not polite, and directly pushed open the door. Ji Yingxuan looked lazy, with her right hand supporting her forehead, lying on her side on the sofa, black stockings extending along her long legs, hidden by the black skirt. Yang Bo, who was sitting on the single sofa, was holding a book in both hands and stepping on the ground with one foot. He felt relieved when he saw Shen Xin coming in, and quickly got up and stuffed the book into the bookshelf. Shen Xin glanced, and the book Yang Bo took turned out to be Pink Circle. This guy. Is the heart big or not? The script of the game is in the car. I will give you the script after a while, said Ji Yingxuan. I haven't said yes yet. Shen Xin immediately explained when he glanced at Yang Bo with a sad face beside him. Why? Of course, the funds for game production may not be sufficient, but I can wait until the game is released, and then replenish the missing money. Ji Yingxuan asked. It's not about money, and I am not short of money now, or that I used to be short of money, but that time has passed. Shen Xin spread out his hands. Then what are you missing now? Ji Yingxuan asked. Time. Now the serialization of YS has made me tired, and I will also win the Newcomer Award at the Comic Celebration next year. What I lack the most right now is really time. Shen Xin said. If you just create a character, you don't need to color it. It should save a lot of time, right? Ji Yingxuan asked. I'll find someone else to color it, right? But, what do you want to mark? Color. As for other conditions, if I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you. Other conditions? Apart from the time it takes, Shen Xin really can't think of other conditions. Glanced at Yang Bo inadvertently, but found that Yang Bo lowered his head, his complexion kept changing, obviously he was also engaged in a psychological struggle. Yang Bo, you. Yang Bo looked up at Shen Xin, who was a little embarrassed, and made up his mind, don't worry about me. He also knew that he had caused too much trouble to Shen Xin in this matter, and he couldn't make Shen Xin feel annoyed anymore. I'm only in the 2nd grade now, and I have time to contact other jobs in the future. Although it is regrettable that I did not participate in the production of the game, but there will definitely be opportunities in the future. Old Shen, don't worry about my business. Yang Bo made after the decision. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Xin looked at Ji Yingxuan again, and found that her expression had not changed, still looking at Shen Xin with expectant eyes. I repeat, I am looking forward to cooperating with you. If I don't agree today, I will come later. Ji Yingxuan put her smile away and said seriously. You are really a piece of brown candy. Shen Xin had a slight headache. For the quality of the game, I can't do much. Ji Yingxuan said with a chuckle. Well, let me take a look at the settings and text first. If the text doesn't work, the cooperation will stop here, how about? Shen Xin asked Xiang Ji Yingxuan. Look at the text. When she heard Shen Xin let go, Ji Yingxuan didn't show a look of joy, instead she was a little panicked. Let me remind you first, the text was written by Su Han. Do you know Su Han? I know, what's the matter? Shen Xin suddenly felt that Ji Yingxuan was a little strange. You only need to know, so the quality of the book she wrote must be no problem. Ji Yingxuan made a guarantee. That's hard to say. Shen Xin shook his head slightly. Her mystery novels are very strong, but if you are not making a reasoning game, I still doubt the quality of the script. Different types of novels have different rhythms. The writer of mystery fiction, writing martial arts or romance novels, is certainly not as good as the old handwriting. You'll know when you look at it. Ji Yingxuan's eyes moved away, her smile a little stiff. When Shen Xin walked out the door, he was also startled by the two bodyguards outside the door. Looking back at Ji Yingxuan, who couldn't help but laughed, she realized that this was the person she had brought. I thought you were calm at all times. Ji Yingxuan smiled lightly. I am also afraid of being beaten. Shen Xin said depressed. The 3 comic capsules do not have the effect of strengthening the body, so his current physical fitness is still a standard otaku. The most are running and jogging, tai chi, the others are enough. There were 2 cars parked downstairs. 2 bodyguards opened the doors for Ji Yingxuan and Shen Xin. Yang Bo wanted to go there, but was stopped by the bodyguards and led into another car. Shen Xin sat in the back of the car. Yu read www.yuyukanshu.com filled the cabin with a light fragrance. I can finally get a little more freedom. Ji Yingxuan took a breath and leaned lazily against the car window. I haven't been so tired for a long time. Then your life is really leisurely. Shen Xin teased. That's not, the so-called rich second generation is not fun and enjoyment? What else can you do? Ji Yingxuan smiled lightly. At most, it's just plain clothes, to scare you guys. Are you really scared? Asked the side. During the meeting, did you not feel the pressure on me? Ji Yingxuan asked in surprise. Coercion? You read too many novels, right? Besides, how could I feel this when I was in the last row? Shen Xin chuckled. Then, how about? I will let you feel it now. Ji Yingxuan suddenly came over, the tip of her nose was only 1 or 2 centimeters away from Shen Xin's cheek, and the light scent became stronger. Shen Xin learned that the scent in the carriage came from Ji Yingxuan, and he didn't pay attention to it because of the large space in the studio before. No more. Shen Xin frowned, and moved a little away from Ji Yingxuan. It's boring. When Ji Yingxuan noticed Shen Xin's behavior, she spread her hand out bored. I didn't expect President Ji to have such a sensual side. Shen Xin teased. It depends on who it is. If it is you, I don't mind. Ji Yingxuan's mouth curled slightly, she took out an envelope from behind and threw it to Shen Xin. This is the text written by Su Han. Wait a moment, you look at the quality of the text. Add a chapter at 8 p.m, apologize to the readers, but this person is still going to be next, please forgive me. Chapter 44, Chat. Shen Xin took the document bag. The weight was not light, it should have 100 pages, in other words, the text is almost hundreds of thousands of words. The text of other games may be slightly smaller, but Gal game depends on dialogue, and there is definitely more than so much text. This shouldn't be all, right? Shen Xin asked. Of course not, this is only the first part. Ji Yingxuan said. How many parts are there in total? Shen Xin asked. It's not too much. There are 5 parts, 680,000 characters. By the way, there are character settings inside. Ji Yingxuan said. Shen Xin opened the file bag and took out the manuscript inside. It has been set into 2 volumes, one of which has only a few pages and should be character settings, and the other is very thick. It's too dark now. Shen Xin can only wait until he gets home, read it carefully, and then put the text into the file bag. I have a question. Shen Xin put the file bag on one side, but looked at Ji Yingxuan. What? Ji Yingxuan wondered. Your father is the chairman of the game company. It shouldn't be difficult to ask him to find an illustrator. Anyway, in the end, the money you make still falls into your hands. Shen Xin puzzled. If Ji Yingxuan is just an ordinary rich second generation, then she asked herself to talk about the past, but she is obviously not. Her father is the chairman of the game company, and there are countless resources at his disposal, so there is no need to look for him specifically. Make money? If you can make money, it would be great. Ji Yingxuan leaned against the car door, showing fatigue on her face. If you want to make a best-selling game, you have to be affected by many factors. When making a plan, the game may be popular at the time, but by the time of the release date, no one is sure what will happen. Even the capital investment in the production period may not be able to return to the end in the end. These words let Shen Xin see the other side of Ji Yingxuan. As for why you are called, the main reason is that the price is higher. After all, everyone is a classmate. Your asking price should not be too harsh, and the painter is also very good. If I can negotiate, then I will make a lot of money. Shen Xin had a black line. He thought that Ji Yingxuan would say something like, I am optimistic about your personal design, your painter has conquered me, etc. I did not expect the reason to be so direct. However, Ji Yingxuan did not deliberately say something hypocritical because she wanted to invite him, indicating that she is a very real person. Besides, there is another reason, this is my game, not my father or someone else. Ji Yingxuan's tone faded, but her eyes were unusually bright. Wait. You mean, this is your game? In other words, the people who participate in this game are not employees of your father's company. Shen Xin was surprised. Of course, I am learning programming. Convenient classmates are also interested in making games. Xiaosuo provided me with scripts. I also have experience in making games and have a better understanding of related processes. You said, why do I need to make games? Go to other people for help. Ji Yingxuan smiled slightly. In the dark night, Shen Xin could still feel the enthusiasm in her eyes. If this is the case, even if Yang Bo is involved in the production of the game, he will not have a chance to enter your father's company. Shen Xin finally figured out this matter. Yes. I have never told anyone that people involved in game production will be allowed to enter my father's company. Ji Yingxuan curled her eyebrows and smiled slyly. But compared to entering a large company, isn't it more important to have a complete experience in the production of a game? This is true. Zheng Ke nodded repeatedly. He is now based on Katsaka Masawa's IS and is actually accumulating experience in comic creation. Actually, I have been thinking about one thing. Ji Yingxuan said. Okay. Since I am sensible, I have dreamed of making a game that is popular with players. Therefore, after I entered the freshman year, I made a pixel game and made a little money. Now, I put all this money into the new game. I know that people say that my family is rich, which is of course true. But even so, all the expenses related to games are earned by me typing on the keyboard and programming. I desperately want to get out of the shadow of my parents. Come out and prove yourself. But why do people whose backgrounds are not as good as me want to rely on others? Is this my fault? Hearing what Ji Yingxuan said, Shen Xin was taken aback first, then laughed again. What? Did I make a mistake? Ji Yingxuan asked. No. No. Shen Xin waved his hand again and again. I'm just curious. What? You in school are not smiling, and in private you are somewhat casual and even frivolous. Once you are connected with the game, you appear to be extra serious. Which one is the real you? Shen Xin asked. Guess. Ji Yingxuan cast a wink at Shen Xin. If you want to get to know me, then we need more contact. Should I read the script first before talking? Shen Xin turned off the topic. Ji Yingxuan glanced at Shen Xin sullenly, her expression a bit boring. Actually, the script is nothing good. When I was making a pixel game, I was thinking about what the next game might be. Considering the funding and technology, for personnel and other factors, Gal game is a better choice. At the time, Xiaosu was still writing the Book of Seven Sins. After knowing my thoughts, he tried to change and wrote a semi-finished product. After reading it, I was not satisfied because the audience of the Gal game is boys, who are in love. The game is king. Xiaosu chose to give up www.readaloud.com. Only recently did she know that she had sold this semi-finished product. Later, she wrote this script. Shen Xin felt speechless. This woman named Suhan was really messing up. Now two works he is most familiar with have her shadow. Suhan is really amazing. Now that I only know, there are already 3 works produced in different formats. The Punishment of Monthly Comic Futura, The Shakedown of Weekly Dreamer, and Your Game. Shen Xin sighed. It is not difficult for authors to write 3 scripts at the same time. On the Earth, there are also double opening and triple opening for online novel authors. However, limited by energy, Shen Xin can only draw YS and he has no limits. Oh, by the way, Xiaosu's semi-finished product seems to be crumbling, because I changed the name, I am not sure. Ji Yingxuan suddenly remembered, and added. Only then did Shen Xin realize that together turned out to be a semi-finished product. If so, the follow-up development of Toggle will be very interesting. Shen Xin suddenly became interested in Toggle. But even so, I still can't prove the quality of this script. Shen Xin tapped the file bag twice. Haha, then wait for you to read it, and then make judgments. Ji Yingxuan laughed dryly. According to the address provided by Shen Xin, the driver quickly sent Shen Xin outside his community. After the car stopped, Shen Xin got out of the car. Before he could say goodbye to Ji Yingxuan, he saw that Ji Yingxuan got out of the car too. Hey? Are you not going home? Shen Xin asked back. Of course, I have to make sure whether you will agree to me. Ji Yingxuan said seriously, today, you must give me a result. Suhan and number 039, S game text. Episode 41-44 has been revised. It is recommended that those who have read the previous novel before July 14 read it again, because there will be some differences. When Xi Muxin saw Ji Yingxuan who was following Shen Xin and entering the living room, the book in his hand fell to the ground with a click, his mouth opened slightly, and he was speechless in surprise. After Ji Yingxuan nodded slightly to Xi Muxin, she sat on the sofa, but the little girl was still at a loss. Finally, under Shen Xin's reminder, she remembered the guests at home and quickly made a cup of black tea for Ji Yingxuan. Came to the kitchen, Xi Muxin secretly asked Xiang Shen Xin, brother, who is this girl? So pretty. She? The student council president of Yunhai University. Shen Xin took out a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator. The president of the student council? What did she do here? Did you get caught for what? She didn't come to visit her home, right? Xi Muxin said in a panic. What are you talking nonsense? She wants me to make a character for her game. Shen Xin said casually. Then why bring her here? Xi Muxin bulged his cheeks, somewhat unsatisfied. These things can't be discussed in the studio, right? Shen Xin asked. Xi Muxin blinked, and Shen Xin seemed to be right. Put the teacup in front of Ji Yingxuan, and Xi Muxing immediately moved onto the couch next to her. After Ji Yingxuan said thank you, she lifted her teacup gracefully and took a sip. Shen Xin sat down and put the file bag on the table. Okay, can you read the text of the game now, right? Ji Yingxuan nodded slightly, please. Xi Muxin also leaned over, looking at the text in Shen Xin's hand eagerly. What's wrong? Shen Xin asked puzzled. No, I just want to take a look. Xi Muxin said with interest. This is a love script. Shen Xin reminded. Oh, I have been reading romance novels recently, and I also watched YS. Isn't it also romance? Qi Muying asked. That's really the case. Shen Xin scratched his head, and the love novel that Yan's sister brought was almost read by the little girl. Ji Yingxuan raised her head and looked at Xi Muxin, feeling a little surprised, then lowered her head and looked at the black tea in her hands. Shen Xin stopped arguing with Xi Muxin, and focused on the text, while Xi Muxin's eyes were fixed on the script. The Trouble of Choice. Shen Xin read the title lightly, feeling that the title of the book is not good. He prefers this line of words to be the title of a chapter rather than the title of the book. Then, Shen Xin turned over the title page, and together with Xi Muxin, they scanned the text quickly. Different books have different reading methods. Books like classics need to be chewed slowly, while online novels don't need to be so elaborate. The text of the game is slightly different from the online novel, but Shen Xin just wants to know the outline of the story, and only seeks to understand the meaning of it, so the page-turning speed is very fast. Before crossing, Shen Xin read a lot of online novels. Basically, he can read over 1 million words a day. The reading speed is very fast. Of course, this is also due to the irrigation method of online novels, and 1 or 2 chapters less. Nothing is missing at all. I remember that some authors missed a chapter and apologized back to the readers. The reader said, "It doesn't matter, the rhythm is just right." This makes the author very embarrassed. For about half an hour, Shen Xin looked at the main idea of the text 7 or 788. Xi Muxin took the text from Shen Xin and continued to sort out the text flow. At first, Shen Xin felt that the title of the book was not good, but now I have to admit that the title of the book still matches the story. In the game, the character controlled by the player is an ordinary high school boy, but he has an enviable luck. The male protagonist and his childhood sweetheart's female neighbor are classmates, the same table as the male protagonist's favorite girl, his fiancé is the student council president, and the head teacher is the same female character as the eldest sister next door. With so many girls appearing in the first episode, isn't it just a troublesome choice? Only in the first part of the game, there are 4 girls who are closely related to the male protagonist. As a gal game, Shen Xin thinks that this number should be fine. Players' different choices in the game will affect the favorability of different characters, so that they can choose different side missions and achieve different endings. This part also requires a lot of text. At the same time, the length of the game can also be controlled within an appropriate range. Shen Xin then picked up the role setting. The character setting is very thin, only 5 or 6 pages. After turning a page or 2, Shen Xin suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly turned over the character setting and counted the number of characters on it. There was a black line. There are 11 characters in this game. Except for the male protagonist, the rest are all girls, and most of them are around 15 or 16 years old. Senior sister, what does the following text look like? Shen Xin asked Ji Yingxuan. Similar to this part. Ji Yingxuan raised her head, but her eyes were a little faint. What do you think of the text? To be honest, it's not very good. If you want me to paint, you'd better change the script, at least it will satisfy me. If you don't want to change the script, then you can find another person to set the character. sorry. Shen Xinyi face apologetic. Is it really bad? Ji Yingxuan asked quickly. Senior elder sister is also a person who has played games. Even if it is a gal game, she should have more contact than me. There are 10 female protagonists in a gal game, and the settings are similar, and there is no new sense. At least, the character, appearance, and origin of the characters, these should be different. Cute, arrogant, quiet, and indifferent. There should be one for every type of female character, so that the player will only think about the second week after one of the characters in the Raiders' other characters. To be honest, Shen Xin was a little depressed. After Crossed, in his field of vision, the author who appeared most frequently was Su Han. Toggle is acceptable, after all, anti-traveling rarely appears in this world, and it is considered an innovation. And Crimination allows Shen Xin to connect her with the big field thrush. Therefore, he also has high expectations for this text. Ji Yingxuan's previous attitude has actually told Shen Xin that there may be problems with this work, but he still has a fluke mentality, but he did not expect it to be like this. www.readaloud.com. It is indeed the case. Ji Yingxuan's eyes were faint, she held up her teacup, and took a sip of her tea. I can also see that these things are more like novels than game text. But it's okay for me to type the code, but writing an article is not enough to read. I can't change such a large text at all. Then find someone to write. Shen Xin said casually. Who do you want to write? No one wants to write such a large text. Moreover, Xiao Su's energy is also devoted to Crimination, there is no time for him to take care of it. Ji Yingxuan sighed. Shen Xin thought for a while, what Ji Yingxuan said was also the truth. Even if it is a college student, few people will be exposed to the creation of game text. That, may I say a word? Xi Muxin raised his hand quietly. Of course. Ji Yingxuan nodded. Xi Mugzun took a deep breath. Didn't Sister Su Han ever fall in love? Hey! Ji Yingxuan was surprised at first, then raised her head to think for half a minute. It seems that there is no, can you see it? Yes. Although the female character and the male protagonist are related, when the male protagonist is talking to one of the female characters, the other female characters standing next to them feel that they should be taken for granted. I don't feel jealous at all. It's not normal. Xi Muxin said. That's right. Because Xiaosu has never been in love, so I don't know what the state of the lovers is. Ji Yingxuan nodded and looked at Xi Muxin's eyes, which became brighter. Sister, you shouldn't talk about it. Are you in love? Shen Xin immediately became alert and looked at Xi Muxin vigilantly. Where is there? The blush instantly climbed to the root of Xi Muxin's ears. This is all written in love novels, and Xinge's cartoons are also mentioned. I have just been returning, summary recently. Chapter 46, Chi Mu, and number 039, S Train of Thought. I didn't expect my sister to have such research on love novels. Ji Yingxuan seemed to have discovered the new world, and his attention immediately shifted to Xi Muxin. No, I just think it's fun, just take a look. Xi Muxin waved his hand again and again. Senior sister, compared to these trivial matters, do you still find a way to find someone to rewrite the script? Shen Xin said. Trivia? Xi Muxin bulged his cheeks, very dissatisfied. In comics, she can help Shen Xin in limited places, but in novels or scripts, she feels that she should be useful. Ji Yingxuan put down the cup, thinking about who he should call to revise the script. Of course she knows the importance of game text. Especially the gal game, there is no battle system, the reason why it can attract players, in addition to the excellent character design, is the text. It is not an exaggeration to say that the text is almost the soul of gal game. However, now I want to revise the text drastically, but I really don't agree. Su Han did not have the energy to take care of these, and other writers she knew who could write scripts or novels would probably not appreciate this game similar to Playhouse. Not to mention Shen Xin, it is already very reluctant to find him as a character. If he is asked to write a script, he will definitely be kicked out. Ji Yingxuan glanced at Shen Xin unwillingly. Yu Guang glanced at Xi Muxin who was beside Shen Xin, and Xi Muxin also happened to look at her, as if he wanted to talk but stopped. By the way, sister, what do you think of this script? Ji Yingxuan thought that since Xi Muxin could see the problem, there might be a better solution. Me. Xi Muxin didn't expect Ji Yingxuan to call her, and coughed quickly. I don't know. She is still a high school student and can't do this. Shen Xin persuaded. Hearing what Shen Xin said, Xi Mugzun was dissatisfied again, thinking of Shen Xin just now about trivial matters, he was a little angry. Who said I can't do it? I think I'm okay. In recent months, Xi Muxin disagrees with Shen Xin's views for the first time. Shen Xin looked surprised, while Ji Yingxuan was delighted. Hey, sister, don't you want to try it? Shen Xin smiled bitterly. Well, I want to try, whether I have the potential in this respect. Xi Muxin said seriously. But, this is a lot of work. Shen Xin, who has been an online writer, knows that writing is very boring. A person facing the computer, typing on the keyboard, constantly changing his mind, and then writing push street works, that kind of life is difficult. I'm not afraid. Brother Xin, I also want to contribute to this family instead of relying on you alone. Xi Mugzun's tone was firm, giving Shen Xin no room for rebuttal. Shen Xin was a little embarrassed, turned his head to look at Ji Yingxuan. Can she do it? I don't know. After all, the decision is in your hands. But if she wants, I will help her. No matter whether the text is qualified or not, I will pay the corresponding salary. After Ji Yingxuan finished speaking, she closed her eyes, waiting quietly for Shen Xin's decision. Xi Muxing looked at Shen Xin eagerly, and Shen Xin was helpless. You too, alas. Shen Xin rubbed his temples. I know, but I have two conditions. If you can agree, I won't object. I promise. Xi Muxin said immediately. Say. Ji Yingxuan opened her eyes. First of all, Xiao Xin, you are still a student now and cannot affect your studies. Shen Xin told Xi Muxin. Xi Muxin nodded. I will still be the first in grade for the next exam. This, do what you can. After all, there is only one first in grade. You don't need to be first every time, but you have to allocate time by yourself. As for the second condition. Shen Xin turned to look at Ji Yingxuan. I know the production time is very tight, so don't put pressure on her. No, game production is not just text, but there are many other things. Let's figure out the character setting first, and when you make the character setting, I will ask Yang Bo to make posters, so the time won't be too long. Tight. Ji Yingxuan said seriously, but the follow-up may be more troublesome. After all, even if the text is written, it must be constantly revised. Then you are looking for a Chinese student to help. After all, you can use it in the future. Shen Xin suggested. Also. Ji Yingxuan nodded, agreeing with Shen Xin's statement. By the way, sister, what are your thoughts? Xi Muxin nodded. I had an idea when I was reading the text just now, but it is not the same as the text of Sister Su. Hey? Come and listen. Ji Yingxuan originally only hoped that Xi Mugzun could revise the manuscript a little bit, especially the atmosphere between lovers. This is what Su Han lacks, but he did not expect that Xi Mugzun could have his own ideas. If it can be used, it would be great. She also knows that Xi Muxin is too young, has no love experience, and is not very thorough in thinking about things, so the ideas proposed may be very good, but they may not be practical. UU Reading www.uugonshu.com. I think female characters can set up a club. In high school or university, don't there often be clubs? Xi Muxin said. That's right, but what is this club you are talking about? Ji Yingxuan asked, puzzled. Dating in love. Among girls, there will always be some people who can't find a boyfriend for various reasons. For example, they are introverted, have a high vision, or are commensurate with boys as brothers, and are usually carefree. These girls are all excellent, but they have never been in a relationship or have failed in a relationship. Such a group of people can form a club and find the goal of the relationship. Finally, they agree to find the same boy to see who this boy would like, said Xi Muxin. Ji Yingxuan frowned slightly. Her brain is good, but is it really suitable? In other words, how does it combine with the troubles of choice? From the current point of view, there is very little intersection between the two. After thinking about it for half a minute, Ji Yingxuan said, your idea is good, but in this way, all the text written by Xiao So can't be used. Yes. This story has nothing to do with Sister Sue's text, and may need to be rewritten. Xi Muxin hesitated. If the text is rewritten, the production cycle of the game will be prolonged, and the production cost will exceed the budget. Ji Yingxuan was a little embarrassed. Shen Xin nodded slightly. Ji Yingxuan's words are true. Many games are made because the production cycle is extended indefinitely, which makes the production cost soar. Even if Ji Yingxuan pulls the sponsorship, she still feels pressure. Maybe, you don't need to rewrite the script. Shen Xin couldn't help but say when seeing the frowning Xi Muxin and the pensive Ji Yingxuan. Hey? Ji Yingxuan and Xi Muxin looked at Shen Xin in the same way. Chapter 47, Modified Ideas. Don't rewrite the new script? What are you going to do? Jian asked in surprise. Xi Muxin looked at Shen Xin puzzledly. For the sake of Xiao Xin's face, I will make an exception and talk about my thoughts. Isn't there 4 female characters in the first part? 3 of them are students and 1 student is a teacher. 2 more are drawn from the following chapters. Girls form a club, and the only teacher can act as an instructor. What's the difference between this and what Xiao Ming said? Ji Yingxuan wondered. Xi Muxin nodded repeatedly. She also wanted to know the difference between the two. Of course there is a difference. The purpose of creating a society is different. What Xiao Xin said is to create a society for the purpose of dating. They and the protagonist did not know each other before, but the purpose of the society I was talking about was to compete for the male lead. I've known the male lead from the beginning. Everyone wants to associate with the male lead, but they don't want to give others a chance. Wait, if this is the case, the text written by Su Han can be applied to this framework. It is necessary to delete some characters and content related to them, and then rearrange and add branch tasks for the game. Ji Yingxuan suddenly realized. In this case, it can really shorten the time to organize the script. Shen Xin, you really have a better idea. Xi Muxin blinked, looking confused. Is this reformation of Brother Xin just to shorten the time to modify the script? Of course there is more than that. The most important point of the method Shen Xin said is to give players a sense of substitution. The game we are doing this time is gal game, and the target players are boys. If it's the kind of proposal you said, several outstanding girls have formed a club because they have never been in love, and then choose a boy as the love partner. If you are that boy, how would you feel? Ji Yingxuan asked. Lucky, should this sense of luck be passed on to the player? Yes, it can be passed to the player. Yes, I became her boyfriend because of luck. But at the same time, the player may also have another idea that I is a test product. It was for trying to fall in love that I found me, not for other reasons. Shen Xin's idea does not have this many worries. The reason why so many beautiful girls form a club is because of and everything they do is to make me happy and win me. If you it's this boy, doesn't it feel different? Ji Yingxuan's cheeks were rosy and her eyes glowed. This is her biggest mood swing tonight, the reason is that the game has new ideas. Xi Muxin nodded slowly, it seems to be the same thing, and there is indeed a sense of vanity in my heart. Brother Xin, how did you think of writing this way? Shen Xin rolled his eyes. I am also an internet writer anyway. Although I am only a third rate, I still know some basic points. In the script written by Su Han, the number of characters on the stage should be greatly reduced, and the events related to the characters can be retained and used as a branch of the game to be spread on other characters. Shen Xin reminded Ji Yingxuan. That's right. Ji Yingxuan nodded, this is better than what I said. You only need to adjust the structure of the story, and make small-scale adjustments. You should be able to adjust the story up to a month. Wait for the script to be written. Okay, let's set the character again. In this way, I will go to the editor-in-chief and communicate with him about the person setting. If he disagrees, I will proceed from the loopholes in the contract. You don't have to be so troublesome. Just draw a few sketches, and you can just leave it alone at that time. Shen Xin waved his hand. No. Ji Yingxuan categorically denied Shen Xin's statement, personal design is very important to the production of the game. I don't allow such an important role, because of a leaky contract, I was forced to move behind the scenes. And, for you, this fame is also very important, right? Shen Xin silently. For a manga artist, reputation is the guarantee of manga sales. Only by letting more people know your name can you have a chance to sell manga. So, don't worry about this matter, I will definitely arrange it. Ji Yingxuan did not give Shen Xin a chance to interrupt, and directly finalized the matter. But I am looking for cooperation in the negotiation of New World, maybe I have to postpone it a little bit. After all, the text hasn't come out yet, and I'm not very good at negotiating. Shen Xin nodded. After all, he decided to deny cooperating with Ji Yingxuan after reading the script. Therefore, Ji Yingxuan's approach is better for both parties. Seeing that Shen Xin and Ji Yingxuan have finalized the cooperation, only some details have not been discussed, Xi Muxing is a little anxious. Wait. Brother Xin, say that, am I useless? Hey? Shen Xin and Ji Yingxuan looked at Xi Muxin's faces with puzzles. Just delete a few characters, and then add the scenes of the deleted characters to other characters. Anyone can do these things, right? Xi Muxing was unhappy. Ji Yingxuan shook her head repeatedly. Of course not. The point you just said is correct, because Xiaosu has never been in love, so the character creation is very unsuccessful. When facing the male protagonist, he can't grasp the feeling of being in love at all. The character is too sensible, it should be related to her good at mystery novels. I need to reflect the content of love in the text. The character of the character also determines the image of the character. As a cartoonist, Shen Xin should be able to understand how important the character is. Shen Xin nodded. Although he knew that this would increase the workload of Xi Muxin a lot, what Ji Yingxuan said was the truth. Really? Xi Muxin's eyes brightened again, and there was even some joy in his heart. But the scrutiny of the script is an iterative process. Sometimes a character may be remembered by readers because of a sentence. Therefore, I hope you will be prepared to change the script. But rest assured, I will also help. Don't worry. Ji Yingxuan comforted. No problem. Xi Muxin clenched his fists. I must be able to write a good script. However, Brother Xin, when you say those girls form a club for the purpose of competing for the male lead, I was thinking about a question, since the heroines all like the male protagonists, and they should be enemies to each other, then why do they even form a club? Shen Xin was taken aback, he just said casually, never thought about this problem. Yes, I want to know too. Ji Yingxuan asked seriously. Well. Shen Xin wiped the sweat from his forehead. How did I know? I just thought it would be fun. Of course, there must be a reason. Shen Xin's mind spins quickly. Xi Muxin nodded, like a good student listening carefully. For example. That's right. Shen Xin snapped his fingers. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. For example, because of the protagonist, they repeatedly caused uproar in the school. In order to ensure the tranquility of the school, the principal felt that a few of them should form a club. Can only be active in a certain area, which is better for other students. After finished speaking, Shen Xin secretly admired himself for being able to correct the loophole in such a short time. Is this okay? Xi Muxin looked incredible. No problem. Unless it is a reasoning game, other types, such as development games, can have small logical loopholes. Shen Xin's idea seems to be telling a joke, but it does work. Ji Yingxuan nodded said. Okay, that's it for today. Shen Xin stood up from the sofa. The follow-up thing is your business. Please don't contact me again until the script comes out. Yes, it's late, I should go back. Ji Yingxuan stood up and bowed slightly to Shen Xin and Xi Muxin. Is your housekeeper back? Shen Xin asked. It doesn't matter, I just need to contact her. As for the contract, I respect what you mean. After a few days, I will bring the contract and clarify the pros and cons. If you think this is a constraint, you don't need to sign it. But it should be your benefit, and I will never be in arrears. When Ji Yingxuan just walked out the door, like two people said. Shen Xin nodded slightly. The contract is a guarantee of the interests of both parties. But some people really don't like signing contracts. Therefore, Ji Yingxuan is indeed asking for their opinions. Since it involves business matters, should I sign the contract? When there is a problem, it is easy to talk. Shen Xin said. Okay, then we will see you in a few days. Shen Xin sent Ji Yingxuan out of the community, until Ji Yingxuan got in the car and turned home. Chapter 48, Have a meeting. Ji Yingxuan is very efficient, so she called in the morning of the next day and told Shen Xin that the school had done it. Shen Xin also took a deep breath, and now finally can put time on the comics. Since Xi Muxin had to rewrite the script written by Su Han, he couldn't finish it in a short time. Shen Xin has not increased his workload in the recent period. The drawing of YS is still proceeding in an orderly manner. The contradiction between Yugi and Iori comes to an end in Chapter 5. Yigui took the stick and rescued Iori. The cliché hero saves the beauty, but in Shen Xin's pen, or to be more accurate, it is Gui Zheng's name, which makes the whole story no longer routine. Iori still hasn't changed his views on Yugi, and Yugi, who has been misunderstood, hardly loses his temper with Yugi. On the second day, Yigui started an argument with the girls in the class because of the question of whether the boys were inferior. The relationship between the two people seems to have reached a freezing point. It was the newcomer welcome party which gave the two a chance to reconcile. Iori also took advantage of this opportunity to apologize to Yigui. This time, there are no broken chapters, but the discussion caused on the internet far exceeds the previous chapters. The two people just got together like this. The misunderstanding is finally eliminated, it's really not easy. Yes, more importantly, there is no broken chapter. I burst into tears, but I feel that I am missing something. Well, should I buy the next issue of the magazine? God TMD is unbroken. After Yugi and Iori reconcile, what kind of development will happen, are you not curious? Will you go out on a date to determine the relationship? Will you go to an amusement park? What will happen between the two things? Aren't you curious? Hey? Really? I guess, based on Mr. Shen's character, I guess there will be another misunderstanding. Hey? No, two people can get together obviously. When Mr. Shen was drawing the last frame, he probably still said something in his heart for details of expectations. Please see the next breakdown. It's too much, wicked teacher Shen. I originally planned to pay only for the book. The editor-in-chief of Weekly New World is very satisfied with the response to Chapter 5 of YS. Moreover, with the resolution of the conflict between Yugi and Iori, the sales of the magazine have reached the peak of the last 3 or 4 months, almost equal. Dreamer is the same, and because of the last 2 episodes, Yigui has been in the limelight, especially in order to protect Iori. The masculinity shown by the group of people who were secretly photographed made him a topical figure in New World. The YS questionnaire also surpassed 500 votes twice in a row, almost locking the number 1 position in New World. The editor-in-chief smiled, and his face was red again. Meeting for a meeting. The editor-in-chief walked to the door of the editorial department and patted his hands twice. Xiaoli, who was on her lunch break, suddenly sat up straight. Saliva. Yanfu handed out a piece of paper. Xiaoli blinked, took the paper immediately, and wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. What happened? It's a meeting. Yanfu whispered. Hey? Oh. Xiaoli then remembered that it was Friday, and immediately got up from her seat. This time is just a routine meeting. It is mainly used to summarize the situation. It does not involve the serialization and cutting of works. The look of each editor is relatively relaxed. Enter the conference room, and after the editors sit down, the editor-in-chief and the deputy editor-in-chief also sit down. Okay, let's summarize the progress of the work during this period. The latest issue of the magazine has increased by 60,000 volumes over the previous issue, which is basically the highest point in recent months. Of course, it includes your hard work and sweat. Let me express my sincerest respect to you all here. No matter how many truths there are, the opening remarks always have to be said. After the other editors took 2 symbolic shots, the editor-in-chief also shifted the matter to the topic. This success is due to you, but the cartoonists have also paid a lot, especially YS. I think this is the 5th time that YS has won the first place in the questionnaire, right? Now almost it is the first brand of New World, and it also has a tendency to compete with Toggle for the number 1 boy cartoon in the Sea of Clouds. After Chapter 5, the first big plot of YS is also over. From the current point of view, reader questionnaires and online, all the comments from you agree with the ending this time. Xiao Yan, you have done a good job recently. Yan Wei nodded slightly. Actually, she didn't do anything. She just accepted the manuscript and name as usual, and did not interfere with Shen Xin's creation. As a responsible editor, her task is to ensure the quality of the comics. Since the quality of the comics is not problematic, she does not need to interfere too much. What she needs to do now is to help Shen Xin obtain the largest promotion resources. That, Editor-in-Chief, I think the first story is over. Can we go to the next issue and give some resources? After all, the next is the beginning of the second story. To a certain extent, www.readaloud.com determine the result of the next story. Yanfu said. The other editors heard Yanfu's words, and they were speechless. Directly ask the editor-in-chief for resources. General editors may not have the courage, but whoever makes YS stand up in the limelight should ask for more resources. No problem in principle, but the manuscript for Chapter 6 has been completed, right? So, time is not allowed to give the color pages. Wait for the next issue or the next issue, right? The editor-in-chief touched his chin, thinking about the color. The layout order of the pages. Although the color pages for the next month have been distributed, works like YS can be replaced with other comics at any time if necessary. I don't think this is good. The deputy editor raised objections. If it's just an ordinary narrative, I find it difficult to attract readers anymore. It's better to read what Teacher Shen said. If he thinks which words are suitable for the color page, advance tell us that this can maximize the effect of color pages. At first, other editors thought that the deputy editor-in-chief was against the editor-in-chief, but the latter words disappointed them. This sentence is equivalent to a suggestion that Shen Xin is qualified to request color pages from the magazine. It's okay, after all, too many color pages will put pressure on Teacher Shen's body. After some consideration, the editor-in-chief agreed with the words of the deputy editor-in-chief. However, I think YS may not be able to use color pages in the near future, but other ways can be used to promote YS. If Mr. Shen has time, we will deliberately launch the color of Iori on the cover of the next issue of the magazine. Painting, also, the Chinese New Year is coming soon. Should we launch a desk calendar? Since everyone likes Iori who is in swimsuits, why not let Mr. Shen spend more time drawing some girls in swimsuits, the deputy editor-in-chief suggested. Other editors have a black line, and all the good things are given to YS. Chapter 49, Strategy. I have an objection. Just when everyone was lamenting Shen Xin's luck, Yan Fu raised objections. Sister Yan, what are you doing? What a good opportunity is this? Xiaoli muttered below. Although the others didn't say anything, the expression on their faces also showed this meaning. This is a great opportunity for publicity. The editor-in-chief reminded. I know, but the reason why readers buy a magazine is because there are comics they like in the magazine, and this comic is not necessarily YS, so instead of giving away the desk calendar of YS, it is better to give away a mixed copy. A desk calendar for comic characters. As for YS, a poster with a calendar printed on it can be sent near New Year's Day, which may be more meaningful. Yan Fu said. Other editors nodded one after another, agreeing with Yan Fu's proposal. Since everyone has eat, so I felt acceptable to Yan Fu's request for a poster. That's fine, but I think readers of YS should be looking forward to Iori's desk calendar. Actually, they should be looking forward to these welfare. The deputy editor speculated, touching the scum on his chin. The editor-in-chief of also nodded regretfully. He also wanted to take a look at the desk calendar of YS, but since Yan Fu took the initiative to propose a desk calendar that mixed various comic characters, he could not refuse it. Ahem. If you really want to launch it, it's not impossible. Yan Fu turned to the front and was turned to the YS calendar again. Other editors were still thinking about how to compete for the desk calendar page, but Yan Fu's words woke them up. What does mean? Yan Fu is still thinking about the desk calendar? The editor-in-chief of did not expect Yan Fu to withdraw the topic again to the desk calendar, and said in confusion, then what do you mean? Editor-in-chief, YS has now been updated to Chapter 5. If we look at it more quickly, we can finish Chapter 8 before December. Can we launch a single book on Christmas and New Year's Day? Use the desk calendar as a New Year gift, added to the first pamphlet, and presented at random. The other people present heard Yan Fu's words and looked at Yan Fu with a stunned expression. As expected of Sister Yan, I just said how could she give up such a good opportunity? But what does it mean to give it away at random? Xiaoli puzzled. The editor-in-chief of was also lost in thought. With the results of YS, it will be sooner or later that the pamphlet will be launched. Moreover, from the public opinion on the internet, it can be inferred that many netizens are very interested in pamphlets. In this case, it is better to take this opportunity to celebrate New Year's Day. Christmas previously, there was a separate book, but why do you want to give it randomly? Even if you give a simple desk calendar for each copy, it won't cost much. The editor-in-chief puzzled. Editor-in-chief, if you want to send it, just send it. Yan Fu explained with a chuckle, you think, the same comics, if some booklets have desk calendars, and some don't, they will definitely be discussed online. Matter. At that time, YS and New World will become popular, and their reputation will rise. Hey, a good desk calendar is not small in size, and it is not the same thickness as the single-line book. Blind people know where there is a desk calendar, and it will definitely be a slow-moving single-line book. Li Jiming snorted. Yan Fu sighed and shook his head helplessly. Everyone knows the scratch card? Put a scratch card in every single book, and the single book is plastic, so you can only know if you have a chance to get a desk calendar if you buy the single book and hang up the scratch card. Individuals have a chance of winning. Even if some people can't get a desk calendar, they can only blame themselves for bad luck. The people present looked at Yan Fu's eyes, full of surprise. Is simple to say, but not everyone can think of it. There is a drawback in doing this. What if someone buys 10 and 8 copies and still doesn't get it? This will have a negative impact on YS. The deputy editor thought for a long time before putting forward his own opinion. It's also simple. If the online response is better, we can sell this desk calendar separately before these people become disgusted. Yan Fu said the solution. Others heard this before they knew Yan Fu's thoughts. If you just equip each book with a desk calendar, only readers of YS will benefit, and if people start discussing desk calendars and discuss YS by the way, it is likely to attract readers who were not originally YS. Yan Fu has only one purpose, which is to maximize the benefits of YS and benefit New World by the way. As for other comics, she should have never considered it. If this is the case, the next issue of the magazine cover, poster, desk calendar, all the color manuscripts together, it will take about 15 sheets. Can Mr. Shen draw such colorful pages before December? The editor-in-chief looked up. With Yan Fu? Of course. I think this is definitely not a difficult task for Teacher Shen. Yan Fu chuckled. In this case, you should try your best to urge it. If you do it, you must do the best. Before the single book goes on sale, we have to warm up a week in advance. The editor-in-chief reminded. Yan Fu nodded. The momentum of YS is very good now, but I still want to remind you that you must be careful and don't follow the old path of the chasing boy. In case you get overwhelmed and the progress is too fast, YS may go downhill. The deputy editor reminded. Ms. Shen has already shown me the name of Chapter 7, no problem. If there is an accident, I will definitely talk to him. Yan Fu said. After sat down, a smile appeared on Yan Fu's face. All the benefits that YS can get so far have been obtained. Then, when the single book is released, there should be good sales. At the same time, the YS desk calendar is also around. No matter how much it is sold, Shen Xin must be given a sum of money. It should not be too much, but no matter how small the mosquito's legs are, it is meat. Sister Yan, the editor seems to have something on my mind. Xiaoli pressed to Yan Fu's ear and whispered. Yan Fu quickly looked at the editor-in-chief www.readaloud.com. Sure enough, the editor-in-chief kept tapping the desktop, as if thinking about something. The entire conference hall gradually became quiet, except for the sound of the editor knocking on the table. Lasted a full minute before the editor-in-chief stopped. He looked around at the editors on both sides, and finally fell on Li Jiming. Speaking of the Wind Chaser, it's almost over, right? The editor-in-chief asked. Yes. There are 2 more words, it will be over. Li Jiming lowered his head, not dare to let out the atmosphere. Xiaoli snorted coldly, and whispered, it's finally over. It's the end of the year, quickly finalize Mr. Gong's new contract. Since the grades are not good, we will keep this year's contract gold. Look at the results of the new comics, and you have to cheer and let him quickly come up with good works. The editor urged. Li Jiming lowered his head and said nothing. How? Difficulty? The editor-in-chief asked. Still did not speak. What the is going on? Talk. The editor-in-chief was completely angry and slapped the table hard. Li Jiming suddenly stood up from his seat. Sorry, Mr. Gong is not ready to sign a contract with New World anymore. What? You say it again. The editor rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard. Ms. Gong personally said that he has been in contact with Dreamer and he will be serialized on Dreamer next year. Li Jiming's face flushed, and his author's words to leave New World can only prove his inability. Xiao Li pressed her mouth, holding back her smile, while Yanfu rubbed her forehead. This is the third person poached from New World by Dreamer in the past 6 months. Chapter 50, Short Comics and Judges. Yanfu thought it was just an ordinary summary meeting, but because of Gong Yan's job change, the meeting lasted until 8 o'clock. When the meeting was adjourned, it was dark. Yanfu thought for a moment, and decided to tell Shen Xin the content of the meeting the next day. The next day, Yanwei came to Shen Xin's office early and knocked on the door. Xiao Yu and Ruan Ying are working at the desk, and Shen Xin is also focusing on the original painting. Looked up and saw Yanfu coming in, Shen Xin smiled and leaned back in the chair. Sister Yan, why do you have time to come over? Of course, because there are important things, they are all related to you. What's the matter? Shen Xin asked in surprise. Yanfu first told Shen Xin about the desk calendar, and finally said, although this is an excellent publicity opportunity, it also depends on your time. If you really can't spare time, we will think of other ways. It's really nervous. Shen Xin knocked on the table twice, lost in thought. It's only 20 days before December, which is equivalent to less than 2 days before drawing a color page. Yes, it's really difficult. Yanfu sighed. However, there is no room for manipulation. Shen Xin suddenly changed his tone, which made Yanfu a little surprised. Can you? Yanfu asked in surprise. Well, I just need to find another person to paint specifically. Shen Xin touched his chin and said his thoughts. Where can I find a short-term assistant? Yanfu was a little embarrassed. The cartoonists who serve as assistants also need to support their families. They are eager for a long-term job, and this kind of assistant job of less than a month is more like part-time work. I can ask my classmates for help. Zheng Ke thought of Yang Bo. Afterwards, he started to make games. He would definitely not do the coloring of the human settings and the drawing of the game by himself, but leave it to Yang Bo. Now I call Yang Bo to help, so that he is familiar with the process. When the game is really at the stage of production, Shen Xin only needs to draw some drafts, and Yang Bo is responsible for the rest. This is fine, anyway, you can decide by yourself. There is one more thing left, that is, Gong Yan, the author of The Boy Who Chased the Wind, has changed jobs. Yanfu said. The Boy Who Chased the Wind. Shen Xin's eyelids twitched. His only impression of this cartoonist is that he killed the actor in the middle of the story. Sports comics, the main character is invincible in the midterm, and it is not without remedies. The outstanding representative in this regard is Captain Football. Dakanji and Wakabayashi are both very talented, especially when two people are in the same team, they are better than other teams. In order to increase the suspense of the story, Takahashi created injuries to these talented characters. To a certain extent, the character's strength is compromised, and at the same time, readers also understand that if the character fully recovers, the strength will also rise to a higher level. Therefore, the damage of the protagonist's strength does not affect their enthusiasm for reading. Suddenly crashed and changed the protagonist. This way of writing is very poisonous. Therefore, Shen Xin consciously blacked Gong Yan, and he would not read any comics he drew in the future. What does that matter to me? Shen Xin asked, puzzled. Although The Boy Who Chased the Wind was popular in the middle and late stages, Mr. Gong is also considered the backbone of New World. New World is not like Weekly Comic Futura and Manga Fly. Even if the author leaves, there will be newcomers. Come in quickly. Teacher Gong's departure means that next year's feature-length series may be one less person. Okay. Shen Xin nodded again and again, but still did not hear what Gong Yan's departure had to do with him. If New World wants to remain competitive, it must find other ways. Your success also allows the magazine to understand how terrifying the potential of the newcomer. Therefore, the magazine is preparing to hold a short comic contest, and the winner will be serialized. Opportunity for comics. Short comic contest? Is this true? Xiao Yu, who was blacking out, heard Yan Fu's words and immediately stood up. In his excitement, ink drops from the brush splashed on the manuscript. He quickly took out a piece of paper, dipped it in the ink drop, and covered the ink with correction fluid. It's true, do you want to participate? Yan Fu asked rhetorically. Yes. It would be great if you can take this opportunity to serialize. Xiao Yu nodded repeatedly. He spent so much thought, including studying in a comic school and working as an assistant at Shen Xin, for serialization. Yan Fu looked back at Shen Xin, frowning slightly. She never thought that Xiao Yu would suddenly want to participate in the short comic contest. In this case, Shen Xin's serialization would definitely be affected. Shen Xin nodded slightly. For most people, being an assistant is just a means to improve themselves, but if you want to verify whether your strength has reached the serialization level, you still have to submit more articles. This kind of competition is an opportunity to prove yourself. If I am you, and I will also participate. You must cheer. Xiao Yu nodded excitedly. When will the game start? Shen Xin asked curiously. Next month, in the latest issue of the magazine, there should be an announcement. Let the contestants prepare in advance. Yan Fu interrogated his fingers, feeling a little regretful. If Xiao Yu leaves, she will find a new assistant, but Shen Xin is right. Most people are willing to be assistants because they still have a dream of becoming a professional painter. It's just that, before your official serialization starts, I hope you don't quit your job here. I am about to draw 15 illustrations, and the pressure is a bit heavy. Shen Xin asked. No, I might quit my job as an assistant to another teacher. By the way, Miss Yan, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, can you help me read my name? Xiao Yu looked at Yan Wei expectantly. I see. After you finish painting, give me your name? Ruan Ying, do you want to participate too? Xiao Yu asked Ruan Ying, who was painting. Ah? Me? No. Ruan Ying raised her head and smiled at Yan Fu. I only want a stable income now. Although the cartoonist might get rich overnight, he is also under great pressure. I have to pay attention to reader surveys every month, worrying about whether I will be cut in the middle. My heart is really tired. It's not as good as it is now, I just need to work hard. I remember you are already married, right? Yan Fu asked. Yes, because I have children, I want a more stable income. Ruan Ying lowered her head and continued to paint. Yan Fu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Ruan Ying left again, her head would be really big. Wait, Sister Yan, what does it have to do with me for holding a short comic contest? Shen Xin wondered. It was an unexpected event that Xiao Yu wanted to participate in the short comics contest. Yan Wei didn't expect it at first, so she said that this matter was related to him, rather than referring to Xiao Yu's participation. The selection of the short story contest is actually divided into 4 parts. First, the submitted manuscripts are judged by the editor, and particularly bad works are eliminated. Second, the cartoonist selects relatively high-quality works, and again, the editor-in-chief decides to publish it. Which short comics, and finally, the editorial department synthesized the reader questionnaires of several magazines to determine which ones were eligible for serialization. Yan Fu sighed. Mr. Shen, the editor-in-chief designates you as the representative of the cartoonist and judges. Entries. Hey! Shen Xin blinked his eyes. Why did he join the judges inexplicably? What? Xiao Yu also opened his mouth wide, and it turned out that Shen Xin turned out to be a teacher of the judges. Chapter 51, New Work by Kaoru Kano. Does sound a bit exaggerated. Shen Xin only started to contribute short articles to the magazine in August, and in November, the new book had just published 5 stories. Despite his good results, he is a newcomer after all, and it is a bit strange to be a judge. However, this is also the difficulty of small magazines. Although magazine also has core authors, none of their works can be compared with the popular YS. In addition, another reason why the editor-in-chief made Shen Xin a judge is the power of role models. When Shen Xin, who has just turned 18, has grown into the signature author of New World, other young people will definitely have a concept, they may not lose to Shen Xin. Once this sense of competition is formed, it is very likely that works no less than YS will be produced. Whether or not the editor-in-chief was wishful thinking, after he made a decision, Shen Xin's workload increased again. Fortunately, after Shen Xin made a call to Yang Bo ran over without saying a word and acted as Shen Xin's color page assistant, which relieved Shen Xin's pressure. After Shen Xin drew the line draft of the color page, Yang Bo put the line draft on the transcribing table and copied a copy, and then traced and colored the copied line draft. Originally, Shen Xin and Yang Bo agreed that they would paint color pages in the studio throughout the weekend of November. But after trying for a long time, Yang Bo called Ji Yingxuan. He, Yang Bo, also has to skip classes openly like Shen Xin, and then nest in Shen Xin's studio, practicing painting and coloring pages, and ask Ji Yingxuan to open the business of skip and skip classes. When Shen Xin is free or eating, Yang Bo also asks some knowledge about coloring pages. Because of the experience of drawing doujinshi, Yang Bo will also help, but he is not as proficient as Xiao Yu. As for the cost, Shen Xin also wanted to pay Yang Bo the normal assistant fee, but he declined. If I go to other cartoonists and ask about comics or coloring pages, they will definitely have reservations. After all, these are also the basis for their survival, but there is no such consideration here, and the assistant fee is regarded as tuition fees. China has always had the tradition of leave one hand, and many industries taboo this. Therefore, Yang Bo thinks so, there is no problem. Shen Xin felt that it was not appropriate to let Yang Bo help for free, so he planned to settle the remuneration together before Yang Bo left. Back home, Xi Muxin hurriedly opened the bedroom door, and after showing his face, he returned to the bedroom. This made Shen Xin feel helpless, but Ji Yingxuan's time is relatively tight, and Shen Xin can only hope that Xi Muxin can put his body first. On Monday, Chapter 6 of YS was officially published, and at the same time, the booklet of Together was finally released. Yang Bo went to the bookstore. In addition to buying the bookstores of New World and Crumbling, he also bought the weekly and monthly magazines of Comic Futura. The latest issue of Weekly Comic Futura finally published Yehex's new work, which is different from Crime. This work is Yehex's original fantasy comic The Hunting Abyss. The story tells that in a certain city, a bottomless rift suddenly appeared, from which various monsters sprang up and swallowed the entire city in an instant. Various countries sent troops to encircle and suppress these monsters, but they were also swallowed by the monsters. In the end, in order to avoid human death, the joint forces were forced to throw countless bombs into the abyss and blow up the abyss, but still left a hole. Just when people thought everything was over, the monsters did not die. Some smaller monsters crawled out of the cave and continued to survive on this land. In order to live a normal life, people built a wall outside the entire city, trapping monsters in the wall. After a few decades, people discovered that killing monsters can get skins, horns and other items, thus refining weapons that can kill monsters, and the crystal core of monsters has high commercial value. Therefore, it was born. Kind of profession hunters, people who make a living by hunting monsters in this deserted city. Of course, not everyone is capable of hunting. If ordinary people rush past, it must be a dead end. Therefore, there is a hunter assessment. Hunters of different levels also have different activity areas. Basically, the monsters that are active outside are the weakest, and the most powerful monsters are in the abyss. Only very few people can enter. Shen Xin read the whole story in one breath, still feeling unfinished. This cartoonist named Yehexu created this comic, which is really beautiful. Yang Bo's spirit shone, his face showed extreme excitement. There is only one thing, it's really too good. It's okay. There are 55 pages of this sentence. Shen Xin felt a lot of emotion after reading it. This manga is a bit like Giant. It is different from Giant in that human beings become hunters from prey, and the prey is not unarmed. On the contrary, every kind of prey is very powerful. In terms of style, Giant is a bit darker, while Hunting the Abyss is a hot-blooded comic. Shen Xin can even infer the general trend of the early stage. The protagonist should be assessed and promoted. The early stage team was trained in the city outside the abyss. Then because of something, he entered the abyss. The rhythm of this comic is very good, with a degree of relaxation. In general, Shen Xin thinks this comic is very good, and he also sees Yehexu's talent in creating comics. If the opponent of the Rookie Award is Yehexu, it is really not very good. After playing Hunting Abyss, Shen Xin took out Monthly New World. Crime has published 4 episodes so far. As the story progresses, the role of Book of Prophecy is gradually revealed, and the difference with Death Note has gradually become clear. The Book of Prophecy has a fixed number of pages and can only be predicted 100 times. The pages torn from the Book of Prophecy do not have the function of prophecy. www.readaloud.com at the same time, write it on the title page from the moment of the name. The Book of Prophecy has only one owner, but the Book of Prophecy cannot predict the future of the owner. Shen Xin likes the reasoning of punishment, but doesn't like the style of punishment. From the first episode, the protagonist has been bullied, but what is strange is that the evaluation of this comic in Monthly Comic Future is surprisingly good. However, when you think about it, it makes sense. Some readers just like abuse comics, such as Yang Bo, who bought it from a magazine and read it twice. In general, Yehexu didn't let him down. He was really strong. Moreover, he was able to express the passion of juvenile comics with a delicate style of painting, and his rhythm was well controlled. Crime is also good looking. The match between Suhan and Yehexu is better than Toggle. Coupled with its popularity in novels, the sales volume of the booklet is estimated to be not too low. As for the leaflet Toggle, the first volume is more relaxed, and its style begins to change after Chapter 8, so the leaflet does not reflect this change. Sheep's Skin. After reading the 2 magazines and the booklet of Toggle, Shen Xin looked up at Yang Bo. What? Yang Bo looked up puzzled. I want to ask, what about the new issue of Dreamer? Shen Xin asked. Hey? Ah. Yang Bo tapped his forehead. Sorry, I forgot to buy it. I don't usually watch Dreamer. Wait a minute, I'll go right away. No, I'm just curious. Actually, it won't matter until the booklet is released. Shen Xin said casually. What are you curious about? The trend of the story. I wonder what kind of development a semi-finished story will have. Shen Xin smiled lightly. Chapter 52, The Situation of Toggle. Okay, Teacher Chen, is it time to discuss the name of the next episode? Wang Wenhong pushed the door into Chen Zijiao's classroom, and when he saw Chen Zijiao who was painting, he whispered. Chen Zijiao turned the swivel chair and handed the painted name to Wang Wenhong. Wang Wenhong glanced at Chen Zijiao and found that Chen Zijiao's brows were frowning, and he seemed to be worried. Teacher Chen, what's the matter with you? Wang Wenhong asked concerned. Oh, It's okay. With these few words, the voter turnout for Toggle has dropped a little. By the way, Brother Wang, what about the turnout rate? Chen Zijiao looked expectant. Ahem, okay. Don't pay too much attention to it. Serial comics usually span several years and cannot remain high forever. Just like a human body, it is impossible to maintain a healthy state for a year or two. There will be some headaches, colds, tonsils, etc. Don't worry too much, just keep it at a relatively high level. Serial comics are like a marathon. The winner is not the fastest runner, but the perseverance. To the last person. I drank the chicken soup too, and then it's time to officially work. Wang Wenhong's gaze swept over the name. Some time ago, together faced the first branch point. In the story, a person died. Some people suspected that the murderer was Xi Menyao, but Xi Menyao was innocent. Because the plot was too abrupt, Wang Wenhong and Chen Zijiao added a paragraph to the middle, leading to a female hero, and they wanted to use their identity as a female hero to switch to the genre of selling meat and fighting. But Su Han's script is not the case. Instead, Simon Yao finds the murderer and turns to conspiracy and fighting. The two look very similar, but they are actually quite different. Selling meat fighting is similar to One Riding 1000 and Ran Flash Kagura. Chen Zijiao is good at drawing books, and this type of manga is very popular. Su Han is good at reasoning, and the story is rigorous, especially in the later stage of the story, this characteristic becomes more obvious. But Su Han belongs to the author who digs holes and does not bury them, so many small points are not mentioned. And she reminded Wang Wenhong that if there is any problem, you don't need to contact her and solve it yourself. These are the conditions negotiated at the beginning. Wang Wenhong is not a good student either. If he doesn't understand, he must have a good talk with her. As a result, Su Han really ignored him. Thinking about it again and again, there is no way Wang Hongwen and Chen Zijiao can only add a plot. Then the trouble came out, there was no way to deal with this female character. This is also the main reason for the decline in the quality of Toddler during this period. It seems that you have already decided. Wang Wenhong looked up at Chen Zijiao. That's right, since Su Han doesn't want to discuss this work with us too much, why should we listen to her? Next, we will completely push the plot to Ruman. Chen Zijiao said seriously. This is fine, but the story must be carefully considered. Wang Wenhong rubbed his chin and turned over the name again. From now on, it will begin to test the two people's ability to make up stories. The publication of Chapter 6 and Chapter 7 of YS pushed the enthusiasm of readers to a climax. In the Sea of Clouds, the popularity of YS is gradually approaching that of Toggle, and on many domestic BBSs, YS also has a certain reader base. A post I see YS going towards gradually became popular. Iori went to Yigui's house, which is exactly the same as my previous guess. But I think, is this development too fast? After all, the two people have just reconciled. Also, I'm afraid Teacher Shen won't be able to hold it. If two people are together, the whole book will not be interesting. It is possible that dog food will be given out continuously. It is also possible to converge and divide. Isn't the general trend of the world that we must divide for a long time, and we must unite for a long time? Hey, if this is the case, I'm afraid I will abandon the book. Hush, you blind people, the 7th chapter introduces a new female character, don't you care? I took a look. You mean the girl who appeared in Yugi's room, right? She only wore her underwear, and she seemed to have just woke up. Ah, is there no misunderstanding again, right? Evil Teacher Shen, if two people fail to get together because of this, I must send him a blade. By the way, the blades in Mr. Shen's house should be enough for a lifetime, right? Yes, this is the price of fooling us. A post has a high number of posts, and it is basically discussing the future direction of the story. In fact, most of the posts related to YS are related to the plot, but there are a few that are about another thing. There is one such post in the top posts in the YS section. According to rudimentary and reliable sources, the YS booklet will be released in early December. It contains beautiful color pages and a mysterious gift. For comic lovers, the booklet itself is already very interesting, and the mysterious gift is even more interesting. Is the source of intelligence reliable? Yes, YS happens to be the 7th episode. Even if there is a separate plan, it can't be so early, right? I think the content is enough. 7 episodes are almost 200 pages. Plus the color pages of the first episode, the content is enough. I don't care. If it can be published, I will buy 10 copies, 2 for collection, 1 for myself, and the rest for others to read. Hey, I've been doing this for a long time. Before, someone had recommended Toggle to me, but I was instigated by me. They are now loyal readers of YS. Toddler is very boring lately, it seems to have become a fleshy man. It's not like he was a meat man from the beginning, but the meat has been more thorough recently. Before, there was a funny support, now meat and fighting, it feels strange. However, Suhan's level shouldn't be just like this. Her works are all interlocking. Like crime, it's very attractive. Who knows, anyway, Toddler is very boring recently. Don't mention that manga www.readaloud.com or guess the gift of YS. I guess it is a gal game. From the current point of view, Iori is definitely not the only female character. I hope that there will be a game that can capture other characters. Stand by. +1, it's better to have customs clearance benefits, just follow what you see. Shen Xin looked at the content and couldn't laugh or cry. Gal game may have it, but it is not YS, and the production cycle will be relatively long. As for welfare, of course it is the carefully crafted desk calendar. Including the cover, it would take about 13 pages of color pages. If Shen Xin is alone, it will definitely not be done now, thanks to Yang Bo. He spent most of the 2 weeks drawing color pages. After Yan Fu got the color pages, he sent them to the desk calendar production company as soon as possible, and soon received samples. So beautiful! After returning home, Xi Muxin saw the desk calendar Shen Xin brought back at a glance, and hugged him quickly. The cover is the color page of Iora's swimsuit standing by the sea, with blue water and blue sky, light breeze blowing, and long hair fluttering. Iori held his forehead with one hand, and stretched out 5 fingers with the other, as if to say hello to the front. Is a 12-page continuous color page. In addition to Iori, there are Yigui and the girls who came out in the first volume. Behind these color pages is a Wenchwood baffle with carved images behind it, which looks extra luxurious. This calendar should be expensive, right? Xi Muxin's eyes were bright. I heard that the market price seems to be 50 yuan, right? Shen Xin heard Yan Fu say. So expensive? Xi Muxin asked in surprise. Sister Yan said, this is called Faith Recharge. Shen Xin scratched his head. Chapter 53, Choose Person. Xi Muxin helped Shen Xin bring the dinner up and sat beside Shen Xin with a smile. I don't even have time to meet in the past, why are you so free today? Shen Xin looked at the smiling Xi Muxin with a guilty conscience. The script has been revised. Xi Muxin said. Really? When will it be written? Shen Xin asked. I sent it to Sister Yingxuan last night. She told Suhan to take a look. If there is no problem, I will go to the studio to find you tomorrow. So fast. Shen Xin thought that it would take almost a month to modify the text. After all, there are so many texts, and he didn't expect it to be done in just over half a month. It's not too difficult, only the previous settings are changed, and the latter is just copy and paste. Sister Yingxuan also helped a lot. She was making changes during the day. It seems that time is still relatively tight, otherwise Ji Yingxuan would not be so anxious. So, she is going to the studio soon? Shen Xin curiously asked. Yes, it should be tomorrow, right? Sister Yingxuan will give you the text. Shen Xin nodded. Sister Yan shouldn't be here tomorrow weekend. Ji Yingxuan is here, just in time. By the way, Brother Xin, Suhan is looking for you. Hey! The rice in Shen Xin's mouth almost came out. He blushed, swallowing the rice with difficulty, took the clear water that Xi Muxin handed over, and took a few sips before he came over. Why is she looking for me? She doesn't know me. Shen Xin asked puzzled. Well. She thinks your idea is very interesting, so I want to communicate with you. Xi Mugzun said with a smile. In the studio? Shen Xin asked. Yup. She ran to the sea of clouds deliberately. What do you think, Brother Xin? Xi Muxin waved his hand, of course it's on the phone. Shen Xin glanced at the little girl sullenly. He thought he would be able to see Suhan soon? Unexpectedly, it was the voice version. From now on, you must finish speaking in one breath, or you will be suffocated. Shen Xin exhorted. Didn't you learn it from you? Your comics are out of context like this. Shen Xin rolled his eyes, and it turned out that the problem was with him. The next day, Shen Xin came to the studio early. Qiao Yu and Ruan Ying greeted Shen Xin and started work. Before long, Ji Yingxuan took Yang Bo and knocked on the studio door. Shen Xin led the two people to the reception room. The manuscript in it was proofread by me and Xiao Xin. Yesterday, I asked Xiao Suo again and asked her to look at it for help. Of course, just looking at the structure, she didn't dare to move her in terms of character. After all, she has something in this respect. Past convictions. Ji Yingxuan added at last. Shen Xin smiled without saying a word, using reasoning style to describe the love story. I am afraid that only Suhan can do it. This modification is more in line with Shen Xin's expectations. Including the teacher, there are 6 heroines in total. The boy's childhood sweetheart has an arrogant personality and a double ponytail. His fiancée is the student council president, with outstanding looks and arrogant personality. The table-mate has a quieter personality, even a little introverted, and some passers-by. The other 2 girls, one is a French lady who came to study in China, with noble temperament, the other is lowly, with a height of only 1.5 meters. As for the teacher, she is usually unsmiling, but she is a mature woman who is cold on the outside and warm on the inside. The outline of the story is also supplemented on the basis of the previous discussion. More importantly, each girl has different personalities and different weaknesses, which in turn makes the game more playable. If you compare it with anime characters from the Earth. Same table, quiet, passerby game. Isn't this the protagonist Kato Megami of How to Raise a Passerby Girlfriend? And the president of the student council, with a arrogant personality and outstanding looks. Zayas Haikyushiu? Sundara girl with double ponytails. Shen Xin originally thought Arya in Arya the Scarlet Ammo was quite suitable. But since passerby heroine chose 2, I just choose Ying Lily. The teacher has to be unsmiling, cold on the outside and hot on the inside. The sister of the hero in Infinite Stratos, Chibana Kaitu? The French eldest who is studying in China, or is it counted as Cecilia from Infinite Stratos? The last lowly has more choices, like Palace Tiger Izaka Dehi, Hestia, Connor. Hey, Connor doesn't seem to work. Shen, what do you think of the script? Ji Yingxuan fell into deep thought after seeing Shen Xin after reading the script. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, she still had no intention of expressing her position, and she couldn't bear it. Hey? Not bad, much better than last time. Then our cooperation. I was just thinking about how to design characters. Shen Xin's cheeks were slightly red. After all, the characters he had just thought of were not original. Ji Yingxuan let go of her hanging heart a little, and then asked a question she was very concerned about how long will you be able to design a character? About a few minutes, ahem, maybe a few days, right? Fortunately, the reaction is fast, otherwise it almost shows off. Even if you can draw a character in tens of minutes, you have to pretend to be a few days. That's good, I will go to New World on Monday to seek cooperation. Before that, please think about the image of the character in advance. Ji Yingxuan said seriously. No problem, as long as you get the contract, I will start designing the line draft immediately. The characters are all in Shen Xin's mind. At most, they have a unified style of painting, and then design the costumes. No. The costumes just use the school uniforms in How to Raise a Passerby heroine. Besides, there is one more thing, Xiao Su wants to say a few words to you. Well, Xiao Yun already told me yesterday, but I don't know her, why does she want to talk to me? I don't know. She asked me yesterday, whoever thought of this idea, I told her it's you. Ji Yingxuan called. Isn't it scolding me? Shen Xin smiled bitterly. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After all, he said that Su Han's script was worthless. That's not enough, Xiao Su admires talented people, and hates self-righteous guys, so many people can't get in touch with her. This is too individual, right? Shen Xin rubbed his forehead. Soon, Su Han answered the phone, and Ji Yingxuan handed the phone to Shen Xin. Hello, hello. Shen Xin said. Hey, is this Mr. Shen? A cold voice came from the microphone. I am, are you looking for me? Listen to the sound, you are younger than I thought. Your idea is very good, I can't think of it. Thank you, your crime is also very nice. Well, thank you. Speaking of crime, guess where I am now? Do not know. I'm not a fortune teller. Shen Xin felt depressed. The conference center of Comic Futura, I have seen your YS, it is very interesting, I also want to try, who has a better script? Plus you helped Xiao Xian, in order to thank you, I decided move crime to the weekly magazine. Hey? In this way, Yehexu should be under a lot of pressure, right? Shen Xin asked in surprise. Hunting Abyss and Crime are published together in the weekly magazine, and ordinary people must be too busy. Yehexu should not be the Biantai of the new wife Ag. So, I want to change to a new painter. We will see you in Hongchuan next October. After finished speaking, Ji Yingxuan hung up. Everyone's eyes in the room moved to Shen Xin. Shen Xin shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know what Su Han was thinking. Chapter 54, Signed Book Sale. The breakup of Yehexu and Su Han did not cause much fluctuation. A few days later, Shen Xin learned from Ji Yingxuan that there was a more important reason why Su Han was separated from Yehexu. Yehexu drew the hunting abyss without communicating with her. I feel underestimated. Therefore, rather than defeating Shen Xin, Su Han is more inclined to step on Yehexu. This kind of plot, I didn't expect it to happen by my side, but I was a supporting role this time. Ji Yingxuan also negotiated with the president of New World. After 3 rounds of negotiations, the results of the negotiations were finally finalized. New World agreed to Shen Xin as the character design of the Gal Game 100% in Love, and Ji Yinxian needs to carry out a big publicity for YS at the necessary moment. 2 weeks after, Shen Xin is still not free. This kind of inactivity is not only from comics, but also from personal settings and Weibo. Since the previous persona has appeared, Shen Xin has a general impression. Therefore, it is not difficult to draw. As for the role of Lori, I chose Ilya Sophie von Ein in Fate Zebern. As for Weibo, it was forced to open under Yanfu's oppression. You are now a professional cartoonist, how can you do without your own Weibo? It's okay to talk about the progress of the cartoon, and send 2 photos of cats to increase fans. How to without a cat? Shen Xin felt depressed. In the few days it was opened, not many people paid attention, and Shen Xin was also happy. But in the next week, both the magazine and the official Weibo announced Shen Xin's Weibo account. In just 1 week, the number of Weibo users reached 100,000. Most of the netizens left a message below, asking Shen Xin not to be a broken dog, and eagerly asking Shen Xin when will the pamphlet be released. These 2 answers, one is impossible and the other is don't know. What makes netizens even more angry is that Shen Xin showed the desk calendar of YS on Weibo, which has attracted readers' anger. Even some readers who are picky have suggested that this desk calendar should be given as a gift at random. This proposal was endorsed by a group of supporters, and Yehexu was included in this group of good deeds. Magazine took advantage of this craze and announced that it would draw 100 readers from the official Weibo, and each would reward a signed version of YS. This reward has brought this craze to its peak. In this atmosphere, the first booklet of YS is finally on sale. The largest comic book store in the Sea of Clouds, the big screen on the wall of the roaming bookstore has been counting down from 10 days ago. The relatively large shops in the city are also full of portraits of Iori. Even the Yunhai subway station is full of YS advertisements. Even office workers who don't read comics very much know that there is such a comic called YS. On the day the comics were released, readers lined up early. As the main sales point of YS, Roaming Bookstore and New World magazine jointly invited Shen Xin to sign and sell books on site. From behind the scenes to the front, Shen Xin is really uncomfortable. You have thought about it a lot, do you think you are more famous? And, after you win a newcomer award, will you still be on TV? What is this scene? This is what Yanfu said when persuading Shen Xin. Shen Xingxin thought it was true and ran over stupidly, only to find that the roaming bookstore was already full of people. At a glance, there were at least 500 or 600 people, and among them, there were also quite a few girls. Didn't you say that there are not many people? Shen Xin asked Yanfu back. Did I say that? Please, I mean, do you think you are more famous? Yes, you are very famous now, especially in the comic circles of Yunhai. Shen Xin looked at Yanfu with a sly smile, and couldn't say a word for a long time. Did Chen Zijiao sign the book for sale? Shen Xin remembered that a booklet of Shakedown had just been published a month ago. No. Why? Shen Xin puzzled. He feels that Toggle is no worse than YS. Do you think he is embarrassed to come out and sign a book with a pen name like that? Crumbling, dragon playing in the water, is a little bit in the second, this is the importance of on a pen name. Mr. Shen, the book signing has already started. The store manager ran over and said to Shen Xin and Yanfu. I know. Sister Yan. Okay. Wait a minute. When someone scolds me as a dead dog, be sure to help me. You asked for it. Yanfu said through gritted teeth. Am I also for the magazine? Shen Xin felt wronged. Putting on the baseball cap, Yanfu picked up a black flat mirror and put it on Shen Xin himself. Okay, there is a lot of literary spirit at once. Yanfu said with a smile, go ahead, readers have been waiting for a long time. Watching Shen Xin leave, Yanfu also secretly followed. It's joking. If the readers really take things out of context, she still wants to protect Shen Xin. Shen Xin followed the manager to the desk where he signed the book. He just bowed slightly and immediately burst into applause. Ms. Shen is so young. Like a big brother. And also wearing glasses, looks so gentle. The cheers from the readers echoed in the bookstore. This is too enthusiastic, right? Thank you all for your busy schedule for coming to this new book launch. Then, shall we start? As soon as Shen Xin sat down, the boy with broken hair at the front came over with 3 separate books. Hello, Mr. Shen, I am your loyal reader. I have read every word of YS carefully, and I bought 2 copies of every issue of the magazine. 2 books? Yeah. 1 book of preaching education, 1 book for collection. The boy with broken hair excitedly put the single book on the table. God TM preaching education, what I painted is not a book. Needless to say, among the 3 books, there is 1 for collection, 1 for personal reading, and 1 for preaching education. Although Shen Xin has never done this, it does not prevent him from knowing. Thank you, please support me a lot in the future. Shen Xin thanked. After sending away the short-haired boy, a junior high school girl came forward with 2 books in her hand. Shen Xin rubbed his forehead awkwardly. Little sister, didn't you buy it for yourself? No, I bought it for my brother. The middle school girl smiled sweetly. Fortunately, it didn't affect her. Said it was a juvenile manga. In fact, Shen Xin always felt that it would be more appropriate to read this book after high school. 2 days ago, I picked up a copy on the official account of New World. Teacher Shen, I like your manga the most. The middle school girl said with a smile. Thanks a lot. I think too much. Shen Xin sent away one reader after another, his right hand also began to sour, raised his head and glanced at the team, showing no sign of decreasing. At this time, Yanfu was not idle either. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After confirming that no one was bothering Shen Xin, Yanfu picked up the camera, took a few photos from a height, took a few side shots, and turned around and posted it on Weibo. Mr. Shen signed the book sales site, and there was a huge crowd. Thank you for your support to Mr. Shen and YS. The official WeChat account of New World reposted it with a thumbs up gesture. Yehexa reposted it and sent out a red heart and the words "Congratulations, Teacher Shen, I will catch up as soon as possible." Suhan also saw this Weibo and wanted to forward it directly, but found that it was Yehexu in front of him. After taking Guan Yehexu, he forwarded the news from the official microblog of New World. Suhan and Yehexu reposted this Weibo at the same time, causing other netizens to guess Shen Xin's identity. Who is this person? I don't know, the novel industry has never heard of this person. La Xie never pays attention to the novel world, which shows that this person is a cartoonist. Then why did Teacher Su also repost it? Then I don't know it. Oh, I remember, he is the author of the comic YS. How about YS? Does it look good? I don't know, I only read the 3 major magazines. If you buy a copy, don't you know? It's only 20 yuan. Ji Yingxuan read this Weibo, just wanted to forward it, and suddenly remembered that Shen Xin had been skipping classes and was recognized by others, and the influence was not very good. Although she is not afraid of such things, it is better to do more than to do less. Thinking of this, Ji Yingxuan posted a text Weibo. I wish Mr. Shen Zheng, the new book YS is a big hit. And behind this Weibo, at Chapter 55, On-site and book purchase. Teacher, please drink water. After seeing Shen Xin sweating profusely, the staff of bookstore immediately handed over 2 mineral water. Shen Xin frowned slightly and glanced at the readers who were still in line. Aren't you 500 or 600 people? Why are there more and more people? His right hand is sore and swollen. Although he is always painting, it is the first time he writes uninterruptedly like today. The signing of the book began at 11 a.m., and after 3 or 4 hours of signing, the number of people in line still did not decrease. Yanfu, who stayed in the backstage, couldn't stand it, and said to the store manager beside him, "Store manager, don't let the readers line up anymore. Hey? It's selling now." The store manager was rather regretful. The fire is not good either. Yan Fu refused. The cartoonist's body is also very important. If you get tired, it will be a loss to the magazine and the bookstore. The store manager was a little depressed, but what Yan Fu said was also true. If Shen Xin gets tired, their bookstore will have a lot of trouble, so he ordered the clerk to prohibit customers from queuing anymore. Some customers just join in the fun. They don't know much about YS. They just think that if they can get a signed book, they might be able to show off in front of their peers. Now that they are not allowed to line up, they have no intention of continuing. Line it down. But more people are readers. When they hear that the readers behind cannot line up, they have different expressions. Readers before the cut-off line are secretly grateful, and readers after the cut-off line are depressed. Everyone, I'm really sorry. We also know that you deliberately went to the roaming bookstore in order to find Mr. Shen to sign, but Mr. Shen has signed for nearly 4 hours and is really tired now. If you still choose to buy, the bookstore has decided to give away a copy of the poster and bookmark of Y/S as a separate edition of YS. Hearing what the clerk said, most readers also said that they could understand, and they scattered. After signing the last pamphlet, Shen Xin leaned weakly against the back of his chair, unable to even lift his right hand. Thanks. Yan Fu handed out a bottle of mineral water with a smile on his face. Well, Sister Yan, you have hurt me miserably. I have never been so tired when I write a composition for the college entrance examination. Shen Xin felt weak and took the mineral water with his left hand. Of course, where are the words enough for writing? Yan Fu said with a smile. Then, how many books did I sign? Shen Xin asked. Do not know. What? I'm not the store manager. The statistics of the data are carried out by the store. Yan Fu said. Yes. Shen Xin nodded slightly and drank a bottle of mineral water. After taking a break, the store manager hurried over, too, it turned out. How many volumes? Shen Xin and Yan Wei asked in unison. You two really have a tacit understanding. The store manager said with a smile. Shen Xin and Yan Fu looked at each other and smiled. According to the data obtained so far, as of 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a total of 1,722 copies of YS have been sold, of which, Mr. Shen signed 1,392 copies. The store manager said excitedly. Hey? I thought I had signed 10,000 copies? My hands are almost exhausted and broken. Shen Xin held his forehead with his hands, a little frustrated. Satisfaction, right? Cartoonists don't just write names like writers. You still have to draw simple strokes. It's not easy to sign so many copies. Yan Fu patted Shen Xin on the shoulder and said soothingly. This is true. In fact, in this year's roaming bookstore's autograph sales, this result is already the second best. The store manager smiled. Yan Wei nodded slightly. As an editor in the industry, she also has a certain degree of cooperation with roaming bookstores. She also knows a little about the relevant news. How many volumes is the first place? Shen Xin asked curiously. The number 1, more than 6,300 volumes. There were really a lot of people here, and the streets outside the bookstore were full of people. The store manager recalled. So many. Shen Xin was shocked. He only signed more than 1,000 copies, and his hands were almost gone. He didn't draw a stick figure, he signed it directly, the store manager said. This is also a lot. If I can come to so many readers, I guess I will sign it directly. Shen Xin sighed. Don't be so greedy, okay? 1,400 books are already very high. Moreover, this is your first half year as a professional cartoonist. After that, your grades may be higher. The opponent is a giant. The same exists. So, boy, you are already very good. Yan Fu tapped Shen Xin on the shoulder and said, "Who is that person?" Shen Xin was a little curious. The winner of this year's Best Feature Comic Award, the iconic cartoonist of Comic Futura, Teacher Wang Yun's and his Legend of the Dragon King. Shen Xin also knows that he is indeed no better than Wang Yun's now. "Okay, that's it for today, thanks to the store manager." Yan Fu waved to the store manager. "Yan editor, you'd better prepare first. I think it might have to be reprinted." The store manager laughed, "One of the most popular booklets in this year's roaming. It is impossible not to reprint it." "I hope, but you also know that the magazine has high expectations for this set of books. I originally applied for the first edition of 100,000 copies. As a result, the sales department only gave 50,000 copies. Although they were sympathetic to their difficulties, in case of unsaleable sales, all the losses will be borne by the magazine, but even so, I still want to use their outstanding results to slap them in the face." Yan Fu said, depressed. Shen Xin doesn't know much about sales, but he also knows that the first edition of 50,000 copies is already very high for newcomers. It took a week for Together to digest the sales of 50,000 copies. Moreover, the base camp of YS is still in Yunhai, and the Yunhai market is really too small compared to Hongchuan. Ximyagzun is very depressed. www.readaloud.com today is Shen Xin's signature book sale, but he can only be trapped in the classroom. This is also no way. After all, if she skips class and goes to the book sales scene, Shen Xin will find out that she will definitely have to be criticized. "Sign or something, you can sign it when you go home." But what she wants is not an autograph, but to take a look at the book signing. Hope not to be too cold. If there are only 100 or 200 people, or even dozens of people, would it be too cold? Well. But there are many students who are absent from class today. There are about 5 or 6 boys and 2 or 3 girls. I don't know why I was also absent from class, and didn't even hand in the request for leave. There are less than 50 students in a class. There were not many students, but now I feel even more empty. So annoying." Ximyagzun pouted, and transferred all the anger in his heart to the exercises. Immediately began to study at night. When Ximyagzun thought he was going to do the exercises by himself again, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Ximyagzun raised his head in surprise, and several classmates rushed into the classroom quickly. Among them was her desk mate, a girl with a double ponytail. "Why did you go today, Xioxia? Don't ask for leave." Ximyagzun asked puzzledly. "It's too late, so I'll be respectful of the lack of it." Xioxia at the same table took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "What is so urgent?" Ximyagzun was even more puzzled. Xioxia smiled, and pulled out a book from her school bag. "Of course I want to sign it." "Eh?" Ximyagzun moved his gaze to the comic, and saw 2 large English letters YS written on the cover. It turned out that I went to Xing's autograph book sale. Chapter 56, Heat. Seeing Ximyagzun's sluggish expression, Xioxia suddenly scratched her head. "By the way, you don't seem to read comics much, but this comic is really good. I've seen some." Ximyagzun laughed dryly. Not only did she read everything 3 or 4 times, but she also read the manuscript, but she didn't want to get everyone's attention because of Shen Xin's relationship, so she could only endure her inner impulse. "By the way, you just said that you went to the book signing site of YS." Xioxia nodded, "Yes." "Are there many people?" Ximyagzun asked nervously. "If it's not too much, will I be back this late?" "Just waiting in line, I waited 2 hours before I saw Teacher Shen. He was really handsome and young. I guess he should be very happy to be his girlfriend." "I don't know. Does he have a girlfriend?" "No." Ximyagzun heard other girls praise Shen Xin so much, and she suddenly felt sweet in her heart, and said casually. "How do you know?" Ah, I guess it casually. The cartoonist is so tired, how can I find a girlfriend? Xi Muxing explained quickly. Also, I don't know if anyone cooks for him. Does the nutrition keep up? Xioxia worried. This, you don't have to worry about it, right? Xi Muxin laughed twice. However, Xinge should be very happy that so many people have signed the book sales. Just as Xi Muxin was thinking about it, another rush of footsteps came from the corridor. Many students raised their heads, but saw a boy with broken hair and a boy with short hair rushing into the class. Xioxia curled her lips when she saw the boy with broken hair. Lu Hao was the first to line up, and in one breath, let Teacher Shen sign 3 copies, which is really annoying. Hey, did he go too? Xi Muxin glanced at the boy sitting in the last row. Even though Lu Hao's seat is back, his student grades are not bad, and he has been hovering in the top 5. He claims to be Mr. Shen's top iron fan, and most people in the class have read the magazines he bought. You also watched it? Xi Muxin asked curiously. Me? I don't watch it. Dirty. Xioxia looked disgusted. I heard that they played with YS. What did you fight? Xi Muxin asked puzzledly. I don't know. Xioxia turned her head, her cheeks flushed. Xi Muxin was confused, and before he could ask clearly, he heard screams coming from the back row. Hey? Why didn't you sign it? Xi Muxin turned his head, but saw a boy holding a booklet of YS with a look of anger on his face. You guys think too much. The signed book is for collection, not for teaching. Just look at the regular version. Lu Hao looked complacent. By the way, how about Teacher Shen? Isn't it a fat house? Chi Muxin's cold eyes moved instantly to the person who was speaking. Are you going to die? Of course not. Very handsome, okay? Moreover, he was very good at talking. He kept signing. He didn't even drink his saliva in the middle. After the signing, I asked for a group photo, but he did not refuse. He also asked if I had eaten. Very heartwarming. Lu Hao clenched his fists. I am determined, and I will definitely be the #1 fan of Teacher Shen in the future. Hey? Lu Hao, didn't you say that there will be a scratch card inside? Hey? What did you say? I have already hung up. Have you any gains? He bought 4 copies and scratched 1, and he also asked Teacher Shen to sign it. This should be the first desk calendar signed by Teacher Shen. The boy with short hair at the same table looked envious. 50,000 copies of YS were first released, but only 2,000 desk calendars were available. Most people can only see the true contents of the desk calendar from the internet. Although Shen Xin posted pictures of the desk calendar on Weibo, most of them are far-sighted. Moreover, a Weibo can only post up to 9 pictures, and there are basically no close UPS. But it's different on the forum. The lucky guy who got the desk calendar took pictures of every detail of the desk calendar online. The pictures on the cover are so beautiful, should these color pages appear for the first time? That's right, the characters on each page of the desk calendar are dressed in clothes suitable for the month, which is a good occasion. Not only that, the desk calendar also marks the time of the high school entrance examination and the college entrance examination, and it feels very heartwarming. The back plate is also made of chicken wing wood. Should you hold a lot of weight in your hand? I really want to have a portion for myself. Can't you get a copy of the Evil New World? It won't cost you a few dollars. Don't say that, the entire desk calendar is beautifully made, and it should cost a lot of money, especially the carvings on the wenge wood, which is very difficult to make. If you have one, the price of the single copy is estimated to be as high as 100 yuan. This way, YS should be a collector's edition, not a regular price. Then hurry up and publish the collector's edition? I really want a desk calendar. Definitely not. The collector's edition is used to install X, which can't support sales at all. Don't make a fuss. Someone posted a desk calendar signed by Teacher Shen in the next post. Envy, jealousy, and hate. Which it? The book friends left the post and saw a post that may be the first YS desk calendar in history, or it may be the last. Many netizens clicked on posts one after another. I don't want to pass the gate. After Yunhai signed the book, I was lucky to get a desk calendar, and then asked Teacher Shen to sign on it. Lucky. By the way, Teacher Shen is really good to talk. Is the signed post on the first floor? Look. It's already good luck to get the desk calendar. The host not only got it, but also asked Teacher Shen to sign it. Oh, why am I not in the sea of clouds? Upstairs, shouldn't I ask, why is Teacher Shen not in Hongchuan? Yes, the three major journals quickly invited Mr. Shen over. But then again, if Mr. Shen is in the three major magazines, I am afraid that it will not be as popular. A joke, the Weibo of Teacher Su, Teacher Yet and Yuzhen Technology are reposted at the same time. Why is there no popularity? Someone led the war. Hey, don't mess with me, I'm also a fan of Teacher Shen. The discussion about desk calendar on the internet, as Yan Fu guessed, www.readaloud.com, has gained popularity on the internet, although this popularity is only maintained in the circle of comics. Ye Hexu, Suhan and Yuzhen Technology's assistances were beyond Yan Fu's expectations. The popularity of YS continues to rise, and sales volume should also be good. On the third day of the sale of YS, Yan Fu's work was at his desk, absent-mindedly looking at the name of the new episode of YS, but he was thinking about the sales of the single-line book. She really wants to know the results of YS. Moreover, in order to support YS, the magazine has also paid a lot of money. Not to mention the advertising expenses, just 2,000 desk calendars are a lot of money. This money must be followed up. In the sale of desk calendars, draw them out. Once there is a problem with sales, not only YS will be unlucky, but also her and the magazine. Sister Yan, something on your mind? Xiaoli asked in a low voice. Well, I don't know the sales volume of YS. If the sales volume fails, I guess I have to resign. Yan Fu said with a dry smile. Don't worry, don't forget, it took a week to republish works as popular as Crumbling, Xiaoli reminded. Of course I know, but I still can't hold my breath. Yan Fu gave a wry smile. Now she feels like after the college entrance examination is over, waiting for the college entrance examination results, that kind of anxiety is haunting her all the time. Those in the sales department, can't you just let your mouth go? Yan Wei sighed helplessly. Just then, a young man in a suit walked into the editorial office. People are coming. Xiaoli patted Yan Fu on the shoulder, cough cough, just her face is not pretty. However, he seems to be like this all the time. Yan Fu glanced at the man's zombie face, and couldn't help feeling nervous. Chapter 57, Xiao Yu and Number 039, S Short Stories. Xi Muxin changed to Xi Muhan, Yan Fu changed to Yan Fei, I hope everyone knows. Seeing the zombie face enter the editorial department, everyone in the room stopped their work and looked at him intently. The editor-in-chief stood up involuntarily. The editorial department is only the selector of the content. The editorial department considers which comics can be made as single-line books, but how many copies of the first edition, as well as the subsequent printing quantity, sales, etc., are all handled by the sales department. Take Shen Xin's signature book sales as an example. The editorial department puts forward its own needs, and the specific implementation is carried out by the sales department. It's just that few people can get this kind of treatment. From this point of view, YS has indeed been recognized by the magazine. How many copies are sold now? The editor-in-chief asked when the zombie face walked in a little bit. The market has digested 70%. The manager asked me to inform you that YS will be republished by another 50,000 copies, said the zombie face. 70% sales rate is not common, because books have to go through printing, transportation, and other processes, which requires a certain amount of time to prepare. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if you sell about 50% of the single book, it is necessary to prepare a reprint to avoid a blank period in the middle. The sales department did not expect that the magazine would sell so fast, and when it was reflected, it had sold nearly 70%. Hey? So fast? Yan Fei asked in surprise. There is no way. This time not only the sales in Yunhai City are more, but the bookstores outside Yunhai also have good sales, said the zombie face. The editor-in-chief clapped his hands excitedly. Tonight, I will have a treat and go to the pub for a drink. Manga that will be reprinted in 3 days is rarely seen in the history of New World. The editor-in-chief is wise. I won't be drunk today. By the way, why don't you call Mrs. Shen? The editor-in-chief also looked at Yan Fei. May I ask? But it is unlikely that it will be New Year's Day soon. Teacher Shen may also want to draw more manuscripts and take a day off. It's also, the manuscript fee, the contract is about to be signed, right? Both the contract fee and the manuscript fee will go up. The editor-in-chief said excitedly. Oh, well, good, if there is no problem, I will finalize this matter with him today. Yan Fei said quickly. By the way, there is also the desk calendar. From the current point of view, readers seem to have a higher demand for this aspect. The editor-in-chief thought of this again. Well, production has already started, the first batch of 5,000 copies. We don't have much experience in making peripherals, so it's better to be conservative. Also, after all, the next issue of the magazine will give away a simple desk calendar, which may make some people change their minds. The editor-in-chief nodded again and again. The desk calendar is not just needed. Perhaps with a donated desk calendar, fewer people will need a desk calendar like YS. Anyway, the purpose of the hype has been achieved, even if the sales volume is average, it doesn't matter. Yan Fei opened her mouth slightly, but nodded helplessly when she thought of the difficulties of the sales department. From her point of view, the production of 5,000 copies is indeed too few, because the readers of the single-volume books are not consistent with the readers of the magazines. But the manga artist's income is mainly in royalties, not in peripherals. Even if there are a few thousand copies, it is not a big problem. Of course, the most important reason is that she does not have the power to negotiate terms with the sales department, and the only authorized editor-in-chief Yan Fei glanced at the little fat man who was talking with the zombie face still seemed too weak when communicating with other departments. Up. Yan Fei left the office and called Shen Xin. After the release of the single book, Shen Xin was also busy a lot. The accumulated manuscripts had to rely on overtime to complete. Shen Xin only asked Yan Fei and the editorial department's invitation. The next issue, can I be absent? Shen Xin asked. Impossible, YS separate editions are selling big. You should try harder at this time. Lack of publication or something, this is a privilege that only elderly cartoonists enjoy. Yan Fei retorted. Who said this? Middle-aged cartoonists can also, such as, an old thief. In the evening, I will go to your house to see you to discuss the contract, and by the way, the short magazine review. After hanging up, Yan Fei returned to the editorial department. The zombie face has left, and the atmosphere of the entire editorial department is completely different. The main reason is that you don't have to worry about being angry with the editor-in-chief. The editor-in-chief called out Yan Fei alone and refinalized Shen Xin's contract. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yan Fei knocked on Shen Xin's door with the finalized contract and short comics that needed to be reviewed. Ximuhan opened the door. Yan Fei was taken aback when she saw the little girl. Today is Friday. No, take the exam tomorrow, and rest tonight. Xi Mohan obediently took the cake from Yan Fei. Sister Yan, why are you still buying cake? The first volume of the new book YS will be reprinted soon. Of course, congratulations in advance. From now on, you will be the rich little woman. Yan Fei pinched Xi Mohan's little nose. With brother Xin by my side, I have never been wronged. Xi Mohan wrinkled his nose. Give me the stack of documents, too. This is a short comic that needs to be reviewed by Mr. Shen. If it is heavy, I won't give it to you. At this time, Shen Xin also came out of the studio. Congratulations, the reprint is out. Yan Fei smiled. That's also thanks to Sister Yan. Shen Xin also smiled. Let's talk about business first. After Yan Fei sat down, she first took out a document. This is the contract for next year. The editor-in-chief asked me to hand it over to you. Starting from January 1st, single chapter drawings will cost 400 yuan a month. Zhang, the color page is 600, and the contract fee increased by 10%. I originally wanted him to increase the royalties, but the editor-in-chief said that it is best to get the newcomer award so that he can mention the royalties to the president. In other respects, just and the last one is exactly the same. Shen Xin read it roughly, and it was indeed the same as the previous one, so he signed it. Next, it's this short story competition. Yan Fei put away the contract. Let me talk about a bad thing first. Xiao Yu's short story is not very good. Has he ever looked for you? Well, I have read his manuscript, and I don't think it is suitable for publication in a juvenile magazine. Shen Xin nodded and said. Xiao Yu's cartoon is a dark fairy tale about a group of dwarfs who often pretend to be injured, tricking pedestrians by the roadside into a hut deep in the forest to commit murder. Even, there is a description of the two brothers and sisters trapped in the cave, holding each other's swords, and only one person survived. Although the ending of the story is that the hunter hunts down the dwarves and justice is done, the content of the story is too dark. Therefore, Shen Xin suggested that Xiao Yu change her name slightly. Xiao Yu believes that this story is a warning to the world not to take the words of others as true, which is deeply enlightening. That time meeting was similar to leaving unhappy. He gave me the manuscript. Yan Fei sighed. He passed my brother. Xi Mohan asked in surprise. It's not too much, right? The normal program should be handed over to the editor before it can be handed over to me. For this story, do I have reservations? I am not sure whether it can become popular. As long as comics are interesting, people will watch them. The content in the story is not very friendly to middle and high school students, at least the life and death choice of brothers and sisters should be cut off. It's not uncommon for magazine editors to see missteps, so Shen Xin can't guarantee that she doesn't. After all, it is not one or two people who determine the success or failure of a work, but the reader. Is that right? Don't interfere with his manuscript. I will discuss with him in detail. If it is qualified, I will tacitly agree with you and submit it directly to the editor-in-chief. If it is not qualified, I will tell him clearly. Yan Philip was a little tangled. Shen Xin nodded. Yan Fei meant obviously, not wanting Shen Xin to be a villain, but letting the magazine come forward and reject Xiao Yu. In this case, I only have one condition. I hope you don't irritate him when you tell him this. Shen Xin said. Assistant and YS have run in well. If Xiao Yu is hit and makes some extraordinary moves, he will also have a headache. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yan Fei nodded slightly. Chapter 58, Chen Zijiao and number 039, S Calculations. Chapter 58. Snapped. A loud noise came from the room. The assistants who stayed outside to paint were silent. They really can't stand this kind of environment, especially after the publication of YS, the whole studio has completely changed a world. Every time Chen Zijiao looked at them, his eyes were filled with hatred, as if the two of them had taken away his treasure. Boom! The door of the room was suddenly opened. Chen Zijiao's eyes were bloodshot, and his shirt and fingers were stained with black ink. Is the draft finished? Chen Zijiao glared at the two assistants angrily. No. No. The assistant looked flustered, and the ink dripped from the dipping pen splashed on the manuscript paper. There is still one page of the background that hasn't been drawn. What? The background is not well drawn. Chen Zijiao's eyes widened. Then why? The quality of the background on YS is higher than yours, instead of affecting the speed of comics? Why? Tell me. The assistant looked at Chen Zijiao's hideous face, and the chair involuntarily moved back half an inch. I'm sorry, I can't compare to him. Can't compare to him, and dare to ask for such a high salary. Chen Zijiao's complexion flushed. Go, you get out of here. I'm here, you don't need to dispose of unusable garbage. The assistant patted the table and yelled at Chen Zijiao. Why? I don't want to do it a long time ago. The assistant put away the tools angrily, and raised his to Chen Zijiao. Seeing this scene, another assistant quickly lowered his head, pretending that he didn't know anything, and continued to draw the ink line. The dumbfounded Chen Zijiao watched his assistant leave angrily. He couldn't say a word for a long time. After a while, Wang Wenhong with a confused face appeared at the door. What's wrong? Wang Wenhong asked puzzledly. Go away. Brother Wang, you can help me find an assistant. By the way, this assistant, I won't ask for it anymore, and I suggest you don't find a job for him. Chen Zijiao turned sullenly and turned into the studio. Wang Wenhong frowned slightly and glanced at the other assistant. Wang Bian. The assistant stood up from his seat. Wang Wenhong waved his hand and motioned him to sit down and continue working. He took a deep breath and entered Chen Zijiao's studio. The painting room is in a mess. Ink spilled all over the floor, and scraps of manuscript paper also spilled on every corner of the floor. Dip pen, ruler, and even the drawing board fell to the ground, leaving only a crumpled copy of YS on the table. What result? Chen Zijiao turned his back to Wang Wenhong, and pressed his hands on the table. 6th place. Wang Wenhong said bitterly. Where is the single-line book? Chen Zijiao turned around and looked at Wang Wenhong. The bloodshot eyes were particularly obvious against the whites of his eyes. Today the magazine said that it would increase the promotion of Toggle, and at the same time, the third reprint should be able to save it. Wang Wenhong took a deep breath and repeated what the President Luo Ji said at today's meeting. Save. Chen Zijiao opened his mouth slightly, and his eyes were a little lost. Could it be that To Frozen can only be described as save? Why didn't Suhan come here to help, that stinky woman? Isn't this her work? Hearing Chen Zijiao's hysterical roar, Wang Wenhong closed his eyes, and after reciting 3 numbers silently in his heart, he opened his eyes and looked at Chen Zijiao. Do you want to hear the truth? Wang Wenhong asked. Nonsense, am I still thinking about listening to lies? Chen Zijiao glared at Wang Wenhong. Then you don't think about the Rookie King. The most urgent goal now is Shen Xin and his YS. Wang Wenhong gritted his teeth. Of course I want to kill him. I want to trample him under my feet. Chen Zijiao said. This is not enough. Wang Wenhong shook his head. It's not enough just to step on him. Let me say an exaggeration. By next June, at most only one instinct of Together and YS will survive. Hey? Why? Wang Wenhong was surprised. Why? Haha. The reason is very simple, the market. Do you think Yunhai is Hongchuan? Not at all. Yunhai digests the comics and the volume of the booklet, which are 2 orders of magnitude from Hongchuan, and the level of attention is completely different. Next June will be the moment when the major awards will start to compete. The major magazines will use all their strength to promote their ace works. The competition at that time is so cruel. Although the previous 15 newcomer awards were evenly divided by the 3 major publications, I speculate that both Toggle and YS are good, and I think I have a chance to be selected for next year's newcomer award. However, the market of Yunhai and the market of Hongchuan, the gap is too big. Even the entire Yunhai comic market may not be able to launch a super work that can compete with the 3 major publications. So, you know your situation now, don't you? Just stepping on YS is not enough. If you want to stand out in the domestic market, you must drain the blood of the Yunhai comic market. Or, you use Toggle destroy YS, otherwise, wait to be destroyed by YS. Chen Zijiao was a little dumbfounded. He only expected to win Shen Xin, but he didn't expect the reality to be so cruel. Next June, only one of Toggle and YS will survive. What's the matter? Afraid? If you give up voluntarily, then there is no way. Wang Wenhong shrugged his shoulders. What a joke! If only one work survives, it must be Toddler. Chen Zijiao slammed into the table. Fortunately, you are not a fool. Wang Wenhong sneered. Well, after drinking the Chinese medicine, it's time to talk about business. President Luo Ji is going to put another round of commercials for Toggle. The sales volume of Toggle should be there will be an increase. In the near future, you quickly find the climax of the story, and success or failure depends on this. Chen Zijiao nodded repeatedly. I will, After half talking, he suddenly remembered something. What's wrong? Wang Wenhong was surprised. I drove Gao Hang away. Chen Zijiao rubbed his forehead. Hurry up and call him back. Wang Wenhong glared at Chen Zijiao, with an impulse that children can't be taught in his heart. No. Chen Zijiao shook his head. www.readaloud.com. Actually, there is one thing that I particularly care about. Do you know what it is? What? Wang Wenhong asked. Level, the assistant's level is not good. He, and the idiot outside, not as good as Shen Xin's assistant. You can tell the difference between the two from the booklets of Crumbling and YS. Especially in the background, the gap is more obvious. Chen Zijiao handed the separate copies of Toggle and YS to Wang Wenhong. The painting style of Crumbling and YS are 2 types. YS is more realistic. At first glance, it doesn't just look good, but after a long time, it will look particularly comfortable. On the other hand, Toggle is the opposite. The character image is exaggerated and the background happens to be a weakness. This is indeed a problem. What are you going to do? Wang Wenhong asked differently. First of all, of course, rewrite the name. Besides, I want 2 assistants from Shen Xin. Digging assistant? Wang Wenhong said in surprise. Dig helpers. Even if they are given double salary, I have to order those 2 assistants. Especially the background of the painting. I want to see, without the assistants, how Shen Xin drew YS. Chen Zijiao grinned. Wang Wenhong sighed, and shook his head helplessly. Then you don't need to dig 2, just dig 1. Wang Wenhong puzzled. It costs a lot of money to dig 2 people in a row. This is called slashing from the bottom of the pot. I want to see Shen Xin panicking when he suddenly realizes that there is no assistant. Moreover, once the quality of 1 or 2 words drops, I have a chance to return to the lead. Wang Wenhong frowned and Chen Zijiao chose the worst path. In this way, it is estimated that Shen Xin and Shen Xin will be completely torn apart. Chapter 59, Yanfei and number 039, S Troubles. YS is a big hit. On the weekend of the first week of release, YS completed its 2nd reprint. This speed is among the top in the history of New World. Desk calendars were also selling well. 5,000 copies of desk calendars were put on the market, and they were quickly sold out. Although the magazine has added other mixed magazines to the new issue of New World, readers do not appreciate it. Compared with the desk calendar of YS, the desk calendar presented by New World is simply too pediatric. In addition, the magazine has forgotten to consider that readers who purchase YS may not necessarily purchase New World. Some readers will only pay for the single copy. So the magazine had to order another 5,000 copies. Seeing that the surroundings of YS were also driven, Shen Xin was also relieved. After all, Yan Fei has paid a lot for this comic. If the sales are too bad, her face will not look good. After the contract is renewed, starting from next month, the contribution fee will increase, and the income will also increase. Shen Xin is also thinking about waiting until next month to give 2 assistants a salary increase. This period of time, 2 people are indeed very hard. But now that the manuscript fee and royalties have not been in his hands, even if he wants to increase his salary, he is helpless. Xiao Yu took a peek at Shen Xin, frowned slightly, and continued to lower her head to black. "Are you worried?" Ruan Ying asked in a low voice. "Well, my short comic, no news yet." Xiao Yu was a little anxious. "Why don't you let Mr. Shen take a look first? He can draw high-quality YS, should you be able to see the quality of your work?" Ruan Ying whispered. Xiao Yu smiled awkwardly, bowed his head and said nothing. Of course he has looked at Shen Xin, and he also knows that what Shen Xin said is correct, but he thinks that there is no problem with the subject he expressed. This time, he did not hand it to Shen Xin, but directly submitted it to Yan Fei, hoping to get recognition from Yan Fei. Yan Fei's thoughts are the same as Shen Xin. Although Xiao Yu made justice at the end of the comics, the story is dark, especially the choice of life and death of the brothers and sisters, which is testing the bottom line of human nature. This kind of work cannot be serialized in the juvenile comics at all. Yan Fei and Shen Xin both had a negative attitude towards this comic, which made Xiao Yu had to give up the final idea, and could only delete the paragraph related to his siblings and submit it to Yan Fei again. This time, Yan Fei accepted the manuscript, but also clearly told him that whether the manuscript can be published in the magazine, the key is not her, but the person above it. Can work? Xiao Yu feels increasingly uneasy thinking about this. "How about," asked Teacher Shen. Ruan Ying asked in a low voice. "Yet." Xiao Yu nodded, and as soon as she got up from her seat, the phone rang. Shen Xin raised his head and looked at Joey in surprise. Xiao Yu quickly took out the phone from his trouser pocket, glanced at the phone screen, and immediately opened his brows. "Teacher, it's a call from Sister Yan." Xiao Yu was very nervous. Shen Xin nodded slightly. Xiao Yu immediately connected the phone, and after a few simple conversations, she looked up at Shen Xin. "Teacher, Sister Yan asked me to go to the magazine now." "Yet?" Shen Xin nodded slightly. "But these jobs?" Xiao Yu said, pointing to the drawing on the workbench. "It doesn't matter, I can do it myself." Zheng Ke said. "I'm sorry today." Xiao Yu quickly packed up his tools, put on his backpack, and rushed out of the studio. Shen Xin looked at Xiao Yu, who closed the door, and sighed, "Wishing you good luck." Generally speaking, if the submission fails, the editor usually just makes a phone call, but Yan Fei promised Shen Xin that she would try not to irritate Xiao Yu as much as possible. Therefore, she thought about calling Xiao Yu to the editorial department, but this would happen too. One question: Xiao Yu probably thinks that his comics have a chance to be published in New World. Is really distressed. What should I tell him? Yan Fei rubbed her temples with her hands, feeling a little headache. "Sister Yan, what's the matter with you?" Xiaoli puzzled. "No. I just thought of something that might happen later, and I have some headaches." Yan Fei rubbed her face. "Can you tell the truth?" Xiaoli said with a smile. "I'm afraid that Xiao Yu will affect Teacher Shen because of this incident." Yan Fei sighed. But you have to face Xiao Yu, right? Xiaoli reminded. Yes, that's why I was afraid that he could not bear it. Yan Fei frowned slightly. Sister Yan, I think you are a little bit paranoid about your encounter with Teacher Shen. You want to be perfect in everything, but you must also be aware that there was no such opportunity. The reason is that Teacher Gong Yan suddenly changed jobs, so, we are thinking about selecting a more talented newcomer from the newcomers. If he fails to seize this opportunity, he will just go back to the beginning and have not lost anything. Instead, he has got a chance to experience. What can he have? Loss. Also, submission failure is something that a manga artist must go through. There is nothing wrong with this. In fact, few signature writers who can serialize in magazines have no experience of failing in their contributions. Even Shen Xin, www.readaloud.com, was rejected by other magazines before publishing Formula of Love. It's just a pity, the most promising newcomer for serialization turned out to be a cartoonist under Li Jiming. I feel uncomfortable thinking about this. Xiaoli said angrily, bulging her cheeks. He doesn't have a signature author, so he should be more dedicated to cultivating newcomers. Yan Fei waved her hand. At this time, the landline placed on the desk suddenly rang. Yan Fei answered the phone and heard the news that Xiao Yu had arrived at the front desk. She immediately got up, picked up the envelope containing the manuscript and hurriedly left. In the living room, Xiao Yu had already sat down, and when she saw Yan Fei coming in, she quickly stood up. Sit down. Yan Fei nodded slightly. After Xiao Yu sat down, Yan Fei thought a little bit and felt that Xiaoli was right. Long-term pain is not as good as short-term pain. Just say it directly. Both sides will not entangle, and then they will decide to speak according to Xiao Yu's attitude. Content. Thinking of this, Yan Fei took a deep breath. I'll just say it straightforwardly. Unfortunately, your work failed to pass. Hey! Xiao Yu's inner heat instantly cooled down. Hey, wait, you mean I'm not qualified? That's right. Yan Fei lowered her head. Hee. I thought I could pass? Why did Sister Yan let me come over? I said it directly on the phone, isn't it all right? Xiao Yu smiled stiffly. Yan Fei sighed slightly, she also wanted to call Xiao Yu directly. I want you to take a look at the comments of the editors. For you, these contents can make you grow up. As an editor, I hope that the author will go up every step of the way, instead of being defeated by setbacks. The envelope of the manuscript was placed on the table. Xiao Yu looked at the envelope filled with words and swallowed hard. Chapter 60, Bet. When Xiao Yu returned to the studio, it was already evening. Shen Xin saw Xiao Yu with a tired face. He didn't know what Yan Fei said to him, but he could see that he was in a bad mood. Also, the submission is rejected, it is strange to be in a good mood. After coming to this world, Shen Xin was fairly smooth sailing, but before crossing, his manuscripts were often rejected. That, or else, do you take a break today? Shen Xin said. But there is no manuscript to draw. Xiao Yu said in surprise. I won't have any problems with the top today. Don't worry, the reward will not be deducted. Shen Xin said with a smile. Xiao Yu listened to Shen Xin's painting and smiled reluctantly. Thank you, Teacher Shen. Ruan Ying heard Xiao Yu's words weak, and she guessed one or two. She also showed helplessness when she watched Xiao Yu leave. Xiao Yu carried a backpack and returned to the dormitory. Had no intention of eating, but he was lying on the bed and couldn't sleep, so he sat up again and took out the manuscript in the backpack. Each editor's comments were like steel pins, pierced in his heart. The road in the future, how should I go? Xiao Yu leaned back in the chair and looked up at the ceiling, feeling confused. The door of the room was knocked suddenly, and Xiao Yu immediately sat up straight. Is my door knocked? Just when Xiao Yu was surprised, the knock on the door sounded again. Who? Xiao Yu asked. Wang Wenhong. The person outside said suddenly. Wang Wenhong? What is he here for? As an assistant, Xiao Yu has heard about the editors of all major magazines in Yunhai, and also has contact information. Assistants like him basically belong wherever they have a job. Therefore, always pay attention to the editor's trends and recommend yourself at any time. But he rarely interacts with the editor of Dreamer, and it is not clear why Wang Wenhong came to him. Opening the door, I saw Wang Wenhong wearing a black coat and carrying gifts standing outside the door. Wang Bian, why did you find me here? Xiao Yu was puzzled. Private matter. Wang Wenhong pushed the middle frame of the glasses. This is not a place to talk, can I enter and talk about it? Oh, please come in. Xiao Yu quickly gave way to Wang Wenhong. Wang Wenhong put the gift on the table and took the chair from Xiao Yu. How have you been living recently? Wang Wenhong looked around. The decoration in the room was very simple. Apart from the wardrobe, there was only a table and a chair. Xiao Yu now has nowhere to sit, so she can only sit on the bed. There are a lot of tools and comic books for drawing comics. It seems that Xiao Yu has spent a lot of money on them. It's okay. There is nothing wrong with normal life. Xiao Yu glanced at Wang Wenhong and said, Wang made up, isn't it to say this? Hey! Wang Wenhong touched his chin, since you like to be straightforward, I won't talk nonsense. Can you come to me? Be the assistant of Toggle. Digging people. Xiao Yu snorted coldly. It's not impossible for you to understand this way. Wang Wenhong admitted straightforwardly. Editor Wang, although Toggle to Fall was much better than YS when it was originally serialized, but the leaflet was completely at a disadvantage. Why should I abandon YS and go to be an assistant to Toggle to Down? Xiao Yu shook his head. Shook his head. Sure enough, this is the case. Should I give double rewards? Wang Wenhong smiled. Double. Xiao Yu's expression tightened. Yes, although YS is selling well, your remuneration hasn't risen yet, right? Wang Wenhong continued to ask. No. So, instead of expecting it, it's better to get the money. Wang Wenhong smiled lightly. Xiao Yu shook his head again. I'm sorry, I don't want to go. You don't want to triple, do you? Young man, don't be too greedy. Wang Wenhong instantly became cold. It has nothing to do with money. Following teacher Shen, I can learn a lot. Xiao Yu stood up from the bed. Wang Bian, I am afraid that there is something called a dream, right? Wang Wenhong digs into a corner for the first time, and unexpectedly encounters this kind of second stunner, and can't find any excuses for a while. Dream? You are too second in middle school. Wang Wenhong muttered to himself, glanced at the desktop, and suddenly saw the envelope on the desktop. His eyes lit up. This type of envelope, he couldn't be more familiar with it. Is this the manuscript of your painting? Wang Wenhong asked. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Ready to contribute. No has been rejected. Can I take a look? Wang Wenhong asked. The painting is terrible. He said so, but Xiao Yu still passed the manuscript to Wang Wenhong, and he was still not reconciled. Wang Wenhong glanced at the editor's comment on the back. Dark fairy tale, the idea is very good, very enlightening. But the style is too dark, not suitable for boy manga. There is a foreshadowing in the front, there is always a main line, and let people follow this main line to read. The storytelling and painting skills need to be improved. The early stage is dark and the ending is complete. I like this story better, but the details are not handled well, especially the painted corpse, which makes people very uncomfortable. Wang Wenhong saw the editor's comments and he already had a general understanding of the manuscript in his heart, so his expectations were relatively low. Reading through the manuscript quickly confirms the inner thoughts. Who is your editor? Sister Yan Fei. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. It's her. Wang Wenhong rubbed his chin. This short story is not good either in terms of intention or painterly. It is indeed a bit troublesome to deal with. If it were to receive a manuscript, he would definitely not write this manuscript, but he is now digging people. Of course, he should try his best to see if there is room for maneuverability. After reading the manuscript 3 or 4 times, Wang Wenhong put down the manuscript. Although it is a hostile magazine, I admit that what these editors say is true, regardless of it, and it is not impossible to change. Wang Wenhong's tone is not sure. As for whether it can be published in the magazine, it depends on your name. How to change? Xiao Yu's eyes were unusually bright. You promise to leave YS first? Wang Wenhong said. If you guarantee that my novel can be serialized, I will listen to you. Xiao Yu said. I will not make such a guarantee. A talented person, even if there is only one opportunity for a short story, he can seize it and start a long story. If you don't have such determination, it's not worth changing your name. You still honestly continue to be an assistant, right? Wang Wenhong stood up from his seat. After all, Xiao Yu's ambition is not to be an assistant, but at present, his works have no potential to become popular. Even if he gives up, Wang Wenhong will not regret it. You mean, I don't have the talent for creating long comics? Xiao Yu said loudly. You don't even believe in yourself, how can you make me believe in you? Wang Wenhong asked rhetorically. Seeing Wang Wenhong preparing to leave, Xiao Yu finally made up his mind. I see, isn't it just a gamble? I bet. The corner of Wang Wenhong's mouth was slightly raised. He first removed one of Shen Xian's foot, and then, it was time to move Shen Xian's other foot.